What is good, people? How are we doing? As you can tell, if you can't already tell, I have indeed changed my setup. I've completely changed my desk, so I'm having to get used to everything. So this is a little bit strange. Anyway, how are we all doing, guys? Make sure that you're smashing that like button as you come in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you're new here, do tell us where you're trading from and how your trading day has been. In the meantime, I'm going to try and make sure everything is working for me and make sure that my setup wants to be a good boy. Awesome stuff. It seems like it's okay. Let's just try and zoom my camera in just a little bit. Oh, that'll do. Although I've gone very dark. Let's try that again. There we go. Oh, is it going to focus? Bosh! There you go. Fantastic. Yeah. Right then. You guys know how it is first thing this morning. Make sure that you're staying happy, healthy, and hydrated. Make sure you got a water. Make sure you got a coffee. I have indeed got my espresso. Keep myself hydrated in the market. What is good, guys? We'll have a quick catch up with you guys in chat, and then we shall dive straight into it. Right, okie dokie, Mohammed coming out with hello. What is good, my man? How you doing? Bosh, nice little dab going on over there. What's good, brother? Daniel Butler saying good morning, party people. What is good, Daniel Bottle? How you doing, brother? Party people indeed on this wonderful wobbly Wednesday. Good morning, guys. Azrael Trade, how you doing, broski? What is good, my man? Good morning to you. We've got KD coming us straight out with XAU USD. Buy me dinner first. Damn, son. Yes, I shall indeed check gold out for you, as that is one of the main assets that I trade. So that'll probably be either one of the first, if not the second asset that I check out this morning. Good morning, London and Protea gang, and my beautiful fellows in chat. What is good, Couch? How you doing, brother? Protea boy is in a meeting today, so he's going to be a little bit late, but he shall be in. Henry, good evening. Good evening, Henry. How you doing, bro? Good to see you in, my man. You guys chatting. Absolutely. I love to see you guys chatting with each other in chat, not just us. Cowish, how is your day going, man? Indeed, let us know, everyone, how is your day going? How's your week going so far? You know, halfway through the week now. Let us know how your week is going. And yes, welcome in, everyone. Please make sure that you're liking the stream as you join, because today is big news day. Big news day indeed. Leo, hello, everyone. What is good, Leo? How you doing, brother? Ty Keith, good morning, Will. Good morning, Ty Keith. How are you doing, my friend? Okay, so good. Just ate protha with Chana. What about you? What on earth is that? Protha with Chana. Ham, what is good, my man? Waving, what is good? How you doing? Ty Keith, love the setup. Thank you very much, Ty Keith. Yeah, man, I've gone for that. It's a nice mahogany desk instead of my standing desk now. So I've replaced all of that, and I'm redecorating my whole office into like that sort of old money style. So nice leather desk, nice wood desk with leather on top. So dude, it's really nice. It was so heavy as well to set up last night. So I'm going to be changing everything around a little bit. Maybe this angle won't stay. Maybe it will. Maybe it'll go down, up. Maybe I'll zoom in, out. I'm not sure yet. But we are going to be changing things around a little bit. So hopefully it will be looking a lot nicer over the course of the next few weeks. IHL or LHL. Hi, Will. How you doing, bro? Good to see you, and love the profile picture as well, by the way. I'm good, man. Emjan Thalant here. Greetings. What is good? Have we got another Italian? Buongiorno, guys. Buongiorno, my friend. To Aquil. Is that another name? I feel like that's another name. I feel like it wasn't yourself that said buongiorno yesterday. But buongiorno, my friend. How are you doing? Unless you have changed, unless you have changed your username. Rafa here, trading from Slovakia, my girlfriend's YouTube account. Nice. Absolutely love that, man. Big shout out to Slovakia. How you doing, Rafa? What is your goal that you have for today? Absolutely. Let us know, guys. What are your goals? Let's goal set for the day together. I tell you what we'll start doing is every Monday I'll come out and we'll have a weekly goal setting session. And then maybe on a Thursday we'll break down how you felt on those goals. But for today, as it is the hump day, it is a wonderful Wednesday or a wobbly Wednesday. Let us know what are your goals that you have for today, and how are you going to attack them? Alishba, what is good? How are you doing? Wave back to you. Good morning, fam. What is good? Abraham, how are you doing? Good morning to you. And yes, if you haven't yet, subscribe now and help us hit 100k. Tap that bell to bring a friend. Indeed. Guys, we are super close. We're like, I think it's like 700 away or 800 away from 10,000 or 110,000 subscribers. So I don't know, maybe if Remy can confirm that for me, but we are super close. So absolutely smash that that subscribe button, guys. Click that bell notification, and if you know anyone else who may enjoy our content as well, make sure you bring them along. Good morning, Will. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. Yesterday I had a situation, so I was not active here. It was an ant attack in my laptop. Finally solved it. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. It's good to see that there's no more ants in your laptop. Morning, all. What is good on Bias Trader? How you doing, brother? Will, what the meaning of your tattoo? This one. The big tattoo, or this one here, or this one here. When you said the big one, I'm assuming this one. I'll tell you what. I'll say hello to everyone, Azrael, and then I'll do a little setup of the markets, and then I'll answer your question, because there was another question from a couple of days ago which I didn't get a chance to answer. I will actually answer that today, and it was I believe it was. Can I explain my journey through trading? So tell you what, mate, like I said, I'll say hello to everyone, just do some chart analysis, and then I'll answer your question on what do my tattoos mean. Good morning, all. How are you doing? Kushimoi, how are you doing? Good morning, Tomasas. How are you doing? Good morning to you as well. My goal is to survive one more day inside the market and take as much as I can while lose as little as I can. Absolutely, Alessio. Love that, man. Absolutely love that. My goal is to trade NQ good, because yesterday was my first time trading NQ and I loved it. Dude, Kawish, that's absolutely awesome, man. Why? What made you change over to the NASDAQ? Let us know. Is that NQ as in NQ futures, or is that NQ as in NASDAQ NQ CFDs? But mate, that's awesome. That is super cool. Glad that you loved it. Let us know what was the change. Like, why change? Azrael Trade, we will reach 110,000 subscribers. Damn right we will, my friend. That is the attitude to have. We will definitely reach it. Personal crypto trader, William Davis. Hello, personal trader crypto. What is good? How are you doing? Good morning to you. And we have got Prince Kumar saying hello. How are we doing? Just to finish off as well with the last, but not least, comment of the day. 819 subs to 110,000 subscribers now. Every sub counts. Hit that bell if you haven't already. Yes, exactly. Absolutely love that. So, guys, make sure you smash that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we are 819 subscribers away from 110,000 subs, which is awesome. Kawish, I saw your interview in The5ers, in which you moved from GU to NQ, so I followed you. Dude, that's absolutely awesome, man. Well, hopefully it works for you. let me know how you get on and keep me updated. Right. Without any further ado, let's jump straight into the markets. Speaking of NQ, I've actually got NQ up on my screen right now. Let me just... I don't know if you guys can hear me okay. Let me know if you're hearing me okay, because my mic is a lot further away than it usually is. It's usually right next to me, so my mic's all the way up here now. So let me know if you can hear me okay. Right, I'm gonna have a quick sip of coffee, and then I'm gonna do a top down of the NASDAQ, but it's gonna be a top down based on the hourly down. So you guys know that I don't trade the 4 hourly. I only take a look at the 4 hourly once a week. Now I'm going to do a top down from the hourly down. So let's grab a quick coffee. Yeah, all good. Leo, absolute legend. Thank you much. Lovely job. Right. Tell you what, actually, let's get some chill music up in here as well. That's better. I can hear myself, and it's just not pretty. I can't stand it. I can't stand the sound of my own voice. Yeah. Right. So NASDAQ yesterday was frustrating. So we didn't get the volume that I wanted to get. We didn't get the action that I wanted to get. But what we did get was a big fat L. Now, the reason we got a big fat L on the NAS yesterday is price opened up and hit my stop, and then as New York kicked in, it went right there. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. So price actually went and then hit my stop loss, opened up in New York session, and that is where all the volume went. So we did end up finally taking TP or hitting TP, but it was all too little too late. So again, let's mark out our order flow. Where do we want to see price come into? We can see that we are shifting, even in the consolidation, we are channeling to the upside. And then once we get that sort of breakout to the upside, that is... I think my battery's dying on my mouse. Once we get that break of the upside, we get a further consolidation, break above, pull back, consolidation. Then we get the final move above. So this final move above is super, super nice. What I want to see, however, though, is a bit of a pullback, which we're getting at the moment. Now, I want to ask myself, where do I want to see a pullback to? Do I want to see a pullback to this consolidation range here, being this zone where we were trading from yesterday? Or am I happy seeing a pullback into... My mouse is doing funny things. Do I want to see a pullback back into this sort of like base candle here? So we can see that we're still bullish, though. We can see that the consolidation zone, break and close above. We've also broken and closed above this high now, which is super nice. We're moving above the 50 EMA, and price is clearly very bullish. As we head down to the 15 minute is also very nice. We can see, actually, this is really nicely. This is the 1 hour order block, or the 1 hour sort of base candle, which is quite interesting, because we've actually tapped into it beautifully and had a nice little wick rejection. Now we are under the 50 EMA, and we have created this sort of immediate order flow here and broken under. So we are currently bearish. What I would love to see, personally speaking, is something a little bit like this. I'd love to see a pullback back up into this consolidation range, and then I'd love to see price action move something a little bit like this. I think if we can see something like that, that would be really nice. Now, doesn't mean it'll happen. Now, the only reason I say that is we have got the confirmation under for a new lower low. So we've had that break of structure. Now that we've had the breaker structure, we are clearly bearish order flow right now, but it is still a pullback. So we've got to be very careful now when trading pullbacks that we're not going to be counter trend trading. And as this stands right now, this is counter trend trading. So I'd love to see price move down into something like this, but I got to ask myself, do I want to sell into an area of interest that I want to buy up from? So honestly, I'll see how it goes. I probably won't be buying, I probably won't be selling into it from the pullback. So I won't be selling from here. Instead, I'll probably wait for a nice break and close candle under here, and then I'll put my stops just above, and then I'll probably go for a 1-to-1, just like that. Because what that'll do then is that 1-to-1 will give me the opportunity to have this trade here. Oh, 2 hours on the top of the highs of the day as well, which is absolutely fantastic. No, it wasn't a higher day. It was yesterday's high. I thought it was today's high. So yeah, that is really, really nice. And I think if we can set up something like this, that would be a beauty. The only issue is I don't think I'd want to hit TP on this. Would I want to hit TP on this? What's the middle line like? Okay, maybe I'd want to hit TP on this because look, like I said, this isn't my exact entry for the long. I don't know where I want to enter from yet. That's quite nice. So I'm bearish right now unless we can break. Do I want to break above here or do I want to break above here? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I want to see immediately right now in NAS, unless we're going to sell off lower to try and start heading higher up. As I drop down to the 5-minute, maybe it'll clear things up. In fact, just before I do all that, you can see yesterday's frustrating price action. This was my longs that I was in yesterday, but then these were the stream account longs, and just super frustrating, man. Super unlucky. Like I said, we didn't break above this zone here, and like I told you, I said if we don't break and close above this prior high, then it's potentially going to reverse and hit stop loss. And that is exactly what it did, which was really frustrating because it did exactly what I didn't want it to do. It did exactly what I thought it was going to do, but it's just one of those things. Coulda, woulda, shoulda closed, but I kept to my guns. I stuck to my strategy, and I said no. I'm putting that discretion behind me, and I'm going to see if we can have a TP on this. So really frustrating on this one. It didn't help, with my live account that I traded on stream. That's taken a bit of a hammering. It's probably going to be blown now in the next few days if I take a few more losses. But my other accounts are still up. So, my personal portfolio outside of streaming is still up, which is nice, but I don't trade them as often. And I'm able to trade them maybe before stream, during or after stream. So, which is quite nice. I get a few more opportunities there. However, on my 10K play account, I was up 2%, took that loss. So now I'm up about 1% still. So it's okay. It is okay. The 5-minute doesn't really clear too much up. Maybe we could be selling this actually. Although we've sort of already had a pullback into this zone. I don't know, I'm gonna sit on my hands for a minute. I'm not feeling the most confident in this. So I'm going to sit on my hands a minute, but there's a potential trade that could play out here. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to sit on my hands for a second. I had a quick catch-up chat. I have 3 different accounts. In 2, I will focus on NQ and gold. The smallest account, I will test I'll trade GU just. I don't know it's good approach or not. Dude, I love that. Yeah, it's a good way of trading. It's a good risk management strategy. If you're enjoying pound dollar, don't not trade it. Don't just mothball it because you've moved over to a different asset. If it works and you're seeing success in the trading strategy, don't give it up. If you want to add NQ and gold, test them alongside whilst you trade your pound dollar strategy. But yeah, don't just completely mothball it. But if you do have a few 3 different accounts and you want to, maybe you do gold on one account, NQ on another account, and pound dollar on another account. That's always possible. That's always something. But be very careful. When moving to a different asset, just make sure that you're being careful with the strategy. Hello, Will, Real GCC. How are you doing, my man? Good to see you in. Alessio saying, is it just me? The stream is slightly blurry. Not talking about Will's cam, but somehow the chart is a little blurry. Oh, that's strange. Let me just grab up my stream. It is a little bit, isn't it? Maybe if I zoom in. Is that a bit better? Can you guys see that a bit better if I zoom in? Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, stream's a little blurry, but it's okay. Okay, as long as it's okay. But yeah, that's really weird. If you guys got any questions on anything, just like if you want specific numbers, just throw them at me and I'll read out the numbers for you. It's okay. Just wanted to know if I should call my internet provider and sue them or not. Oh man, I love that. No, it's probably me, mate. I think my internet's a little bit better today, but I have been having some issues with my internet. So hold fire on sending a hitman out on your internet provider. But if mine improves and yours stays the same, then maybe it's time to, I don't know, go hire a hitman and send them to your internet provider. Is there a giveaway? Trade Rise Off. I don't believe there's a giveaway today, but Rich will be in very shortly and he will be able to give you that. Never mind, it has already been answered. No giveaway right now, but subscribe and stay tuned so you're first in line when one does drop. Yes, exactly, because we do giveaways, but I believe that there's not one today. But yes, we do actually do giveaways. We do competitions. We do a lot of interactive stuff here on the stream. So yeah, make sure you're part of the community. Make sure you subscribe. Grab yourself an account and jump in the Discord as well, because we also do activities in the Discord. Yeet. What is good, Void? How you doing, bro? Thanks for the answer. I will be there every morning. Yes, my man. Absolutely love that. Good man. Love to see it. Why always big traders trade NASDAQ, US 30 and gold rather than Euro and US JPY like that? Dude, that's a really good question. I don't know. So I used to trade pound dollar and euro dollar. They are assets that I personally used to trade. But I don't know. That's a really good question. I think so, like, it depends where the traders are from. Like, a lot of traders will go out. Like, a lot of traders are out in the US. So if you're watching like US traders, they're futures traders. So you don't really trade. You can trade pound futures, dollar futures, etc. But it's not really the same as FX CFDs. So you'll probably find that's why big traders trade NASDAQ, US 30 and gold, is because they're on a futures account. Whereas, myself being a Brit or those outside of America still have the opportunity for CFD markets. And yeah, I still trade GU. I trade GU, I trade EU. I don't trade it so much anymore because I have moved over to gold and the NASDAQ. But that's probably why, that's probably why you see it, especially if you watch on social media. A lot of social media gurus, when we talk about big traders, are from America. So you may find that is why you're seeing a lot of indices and commodities being traded. Alicia, trade active? No, I'm still waiting for something. I was just plotting out a trade idea that could play out, but I'm not in anything just yet. Although I may be about to be, because gold looks beautiful. Oh, gold looks very nice. Got failure to break lower on the 1 hour. We've got 15-minute consolidation at this low. We've got to break higher. If we close on this 15-minute, which is 2 minutes time, hopefully we can hold it for 2 minutes. Oh, yeah, this is nice. Where's our Tokyo highs up here? Yeah, I like this. Do I want to be that tight though? On the 5 minute? Maybe. Got 1 minute left. That 15 isn't closing as nice as I want it to. I'll tell you what, I'm going to open it on the play account because it's only a play account. But let's see how it goes. So this is gold right now, bullish. I got a bull bias. We've got the consolidation here, got the breakout of the consolidation, got a further consolidation, got a further breakout here. We're above the 50 EMA. If we can get a pullback into this range, which looks like we're about to get one, I'm not too keen on that 15-minute close. But if we can get a pullback now onto that 15-minute range, that looks very nice. Currently setting my MT up now. Move that there. Or maybe we won't get tapped in, Alright, where's my indicator? Where's my... For some reason, my position sizer is gone. I need to open it back up. There we go. Right, now that that's back up. Waiting for a little bit of a drop. Not too much. I think I'm gonna be tight on this stop, I think. I don't want to be too tight, so I'm going to give myself a couple of pips. So I'm going to be nice and tight on it. Should we, guys, let me know in chat. Shall I be super tight or shall I put them on the low? So, shall I put my stop loss tight on this range low here, on the pullback low, or shall I put it on the low of day? Let me know. Put a 1 in chat if you want me to go tight stop. Put a 2 in chat if you want me to be a little bit more conservative. Let me know what you guys think. Is there any way to potentially close a trade on the TradeStation web trader that 5ers use? Dude, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. You're better off waiting for Rich to come in. He's pretty good with the terminals. I just use MetaTrader 5. You can speak to support, or if anyone else in chat knows how to do that. But if you stick around, because I'm sure one of the fellow hosts do. In fact, I'm sure LJ uses the web trader. So maybe ask him in about half an hour's time. If you're a scalper, futures are a must. Avoid CFDs. So my brother was a scalper, and he traded futures. But I'm not a scalper, so it doesn't really affect me too much. London session, always weird. Yeah, true. London session is always weird. So we got 1 vote for 2. That's 1 conservative. Under the order block, stop loss. So order block being stop loss 1, I believe. That's 2 for stop loss 1. Under OB, that's 3 for stop loss 1. What do you use instead of web trader? MetaTrader 5. Tell you what, boom, there we go. There's our entry criteria. There it is. So you guys asked for it. The stop loss is just a little bit further under, a couple of pips below, just something a little bit like this. So 3.5 R on this trade. We'll see how it goes. Stop loss goal 39.60. Okay, nice. So that was 2. So the majority vote did win for a tight stop loss. So had a nice tight stop for you guys. What's your gold strategy? Could you please explain it to Cowish? In fact, actually, speaking of Cowish, in NQ, I noticed that it is trendy. I don't see it sideways often, but currency pairs are mostly sideways or slow. So traders prefer NQ. This is my opinion, just. When it comes to trading currencies, a good currency will range. They tend not to trend. If you get movements on NASDAQ, if you get movements on pound dollar like you do on NASDAQ, something seriously wrong is happening for the dollar. Same goes with USD JPY. If you get a massive trending move on USD JPY, something seriously bad is happening for the yen. It's all about understanding what is going on for your assets, and why they're trending. What is the trending pair? What does it mean? Whereas currencies, they fluctuate within a certain range. So they're always going to range within a certain range, because what that means is it's got a balance. And what's happening is just trade. It's just trade deals. It's just import, export, trade between currencies, natural fluctuation. But what happens is if you get a massive drop on one asset, then it usually means that something negative has happened for the value of that currency to head to the downside. Usually more times than not, you'll find something like NQ or in like US 30, UK 100, something like that will usually tend to trend a little bit more. Gold is also trendy, but somehow it takes a lot of risk per trade, but it's fast and it gives good results. About me, and I am still learning gold. until now. Simple support and resistance strategy works fine. Yeah, exactly that, man. Again, you find what works for you. You know, you got to find what works for you in the market. Gold does trend. You find a lot of people will invest in gold and put their money in gold, so it is a investable asset. Whereas, again, you know, comparing it to currencies, which is fluctuation through natural just business. Seeing gold now, it's come down. It's at a nice entry point, so it's still at the entry point. I'm not nervous about it just yet, so it looks quite nice.
Incoming mail.
Incoming mail. Aha. And there you go. Okay, so I'll close that now. Open that up. There we go. Okay, so it looks like it looks like we may take a loss on gold. NAS is still slow. There you go. Let's move this down. NAS, I can see NAS selling off. I'm just worried if we don't break and close below this here. It's the only thing I'm thinking. Maybe if we get I'm gonna wait for this. Like I said, I'm not NQ isn't that clear for me right now. It is bearish. I'm just waiting for confirmation. Gold seems to be having a bit of a shift in trend, so we'll see how this goes. I think you know, if it's going to move, it's going to move from here, and it's going to be exactly this point now that it moves up from. If it doesn't, then I can see this heading down. So we'll see. We'll be patient on that. Shadow Fight Game saying nice setup. It looks strong. It does, to be fair. Like I said, if this hits stop loss now, it'll be a good loss. I'm actually happy to take this loss if it does hit my stop loss, because again, everything is showing me and, you know, showing that this is a buy up setup. So I'm quite happy with that, to be fair. Yes, it seems like gold yesterday in Asia high session, short, London long, but today we'll have important dates. I'm long too in gold with a tight TP. Awesome stuff. Yeah, this looks like it could actually. I don't know. I don't like that close, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe price. I think it's already retraced around here, so maybe it'll want to come back down into here, then move up. But hopefully not. Hopefully it can, like I said, hopefully it can move from here. If it does move back into this zone here, it actually then breaks and closes back under the moving average. So don't want that. Like I said, if it's going to move, I think it's going to move from here. So we'll see if it does. There we go. In fact, let's check the news out for today, because I'm sure we've got news. Yes, we have. So news for today, 10 a.m. we got Euro out. We got core CPI flash estimate year on year, and then we've got CPI flash estimate. Bank holiday for Canadian dollar. So Euro news, medium impact or orange folder. Then we've got a bank holiday for Canada. So if any of you are trading Canadian pairs, be careful. There may be a lack in volume. Non-farm employment change is the ADP. So it's like the pre-NFP before NFP tomorrow, because NFP is early. It's now on a Thursday. It's interesting. We've got Canadian dollar news out, even though there's a bank holiday. So we've got Gov Macklem speaking. We've got President Lagarde speaking for the Euro. And then again at 2 p.m. we've got Gov Bailey speaking for the pound. The Fed chair, Warsh, is speaking. So that's going to be really interesting. It's not going to be the first time he's spoken, and I don't think it's going to be anything too important, given, or I say too important, but too volatile. I don't think he's going to go swinging sledgehammers just yet. And then we've got President Lagarde speaking again at 3 p.m. for the euro. ISM Manufacturing PMI and prices at 3 p.m. for the US dollar. And then again, 8:15 p.m., we've got the one and only Donald Trump speaking. So got a little bit of news coming out today, a lot out for the euro, a little bit out for the pound, and a little bit more than the pound out for the US dollar. So just be careful from sort of 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. and then just go on holiday at 8 p.m. Stay away before President Donald, absolute pain in my ass, speaks.
Hola, mi amor.
Oh, hola, ¿cómo estás, mi amor?
What's up, Will?
Nothing much, mate. What's news?
Not much. Just finished a meeting, so back in the stream.
Lovely. How did the meeting go?
The meeting went lovely.
That's what we like to hear. Indeed.
It's called a mid-year review. So
we do like a mid-year review.
Good old-fashioned mid-year review. Nothing more than knowing how good you're doing or how good you're not doing.
Yeah, nothing better than how good you're doing or how crap you are doing.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that, man.
Yeah.
I'm back in profit now on this trade, which is nice. Like I said, if it's gonna go from here. So if we get much rejection from here now, I think I'll close this through discretion. But if we don't, I think that we can hopefully break these new highs over the next few candles. We'll see how it goes.
Interesting. I'm seeing a little bit of resistance around about 4K. No, not 4K. Let's say 4K and 8.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah, that's not too far from my TP, so we'll have to see how price looks from that point.
Yeah, looks good. I like your entry.
Yeah, so do I, to be fair. It's a nice entry. I've put my stop super tight as well. This was with the help from chat. So my stop loss, so my stop loss is
about $10, so 10 points.
Yeah, about that. So I've got 39.67 as a stop.
Going for 1 to 3.5.
I'm indeed, mate. I am indeed.
BEAU TFL.
Kawish, bom dia, bro. Tudud bam. I'm guessing that's good morning, bro. How are you? Or something.
It's like, what's up?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Yeah. Because my Portuguese is basically fluent now. Graças a Deus.
All right. Out of fear of incriminating ourselves with our absolute lack of ability to speak many other languages, let's just leave everybody to have their discussions with themselves. Yeah. However, I do actually like the fact, because this is going to be a really good, really cool segue. If you guys check in the description box, you will see that there are 3 extra YouTube channels links. So if you are an Italian-speaking person, if you are a Dutch-speaking person, or if you are a Portuguese-speaking person, and you would love to watch a stream in your own language, Italian, Dutch, or Portuguese, then the links are right there. Go ahead, subscribe to those YouTube channels. I think
they're not us speaking in those languages, by the way, guys.
Oh, dude, can you imagine?
How sick
can you imagine? There's like an AI dub of me speaking Sprache die Deutsch, like speaking German or something. Dude, that would be so cool. But no, it is a, we have 2 new YouTube channels specifically for Italian speaking as well as Dutch speaking people that would like to hear gold's analysis in Italian or in Dutch. So yes, go click the link and go and
check that out.
Subscribe. Yes, subscribe.
Subscribe, my friend. Subscribe.
Yes.
Yes.
Gold is a little bit flat for me at the moment.
You know,
I kind of like just hopped in. I feel like I feel like I kind of like just kind of like just slopped it in. I was like,
I'm not gonna lie, mate. You literally took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say gold looks a little flat. To be fair, now it's NASDAQ is, yeah, like I said, yeah, I don't know what I want to see right now in the NAS. I think we could be seeing sells, but at the same time, I'm like, so.
I mean, we were so bullish yesterday that I expected a bit of a retracement back. We haven't quite hit that area that I thought we might have the retracement at. The retracement I had was at 30,000 flat on CFD. And we haven't reached that point yet. Oh, and wow. It's slowing down. So it's slowing down its descent. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Italian, Netherlands, Portuguese. If you'd like to hear analysis in these languages, follow these channels. Links in the description. Yes.
Yeah, indeed.
Unbiased trader saying, Rich, clap twice and I will talk to Sol to change your performance review. How are you intending on changing it? Is it going to be a negative or is it going to be a positive? What are your intentions? Let me have a performance review with you, Unbiased Trader. Tell me, Unbiased Trader, is there anything that you are very, very happy about your performance this last 6 months? Tell us in your own words, 500 words or less.
500 words or less, dude. What are you trying to get him to write an essay for you?
I mean, 20 words is also 500 or less, so it can.
I mean, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, fair point. You could just write one word, crap. I mean, it's still less than 500 words, I suppose.
Chubby Owl asking, guys, what happened to your Instagram account? I think there was a... my performance crap. There was a fat finger moment, I think, with the Instagram account. They are aware that it is currently unavailable. However, they are working on it. So I think that there was a bug or something. I don't know the particulars. I just know that they are working on it. So
no, indeed, it will be back.
It will be back. Definitely, it will be back. However, we do have other channels. We do have other Instagram channels as well. Like, for argument's sake, the 5ers Live. This one. So you can go and follow that one as well. So join that one.
Them be the facts.
Yes, them be the facts, bro. Anyway, I wanted to say hello to everybody in chat. How rude of me to just jump in here and not say hello to anyone.
You just kind of like just jumped in and thought, I'm here now. All right, then. Hello,
it's good because I am here. If anybody has watched My Hero Academia, they'll know what that reference is.
Oh dear. I'm just seeing as well, Azrael saying about a GU long. I'm just looking at GU now. Wow, yeah, really nice opportunities for longs here. Nowhere, I'm not seeing anywhere I could have gotten in on the 5 minute or on the 15 minute, but it is looking very bullish. Just be careful. We've got a bit of a resistance zone up here. So that's the only thing I'm saying is just be careful. A little bit of trade range going on over here, a little bit of consolidation. But other than that, yeah, pound looks strong. Euro looks flat. It's like absolute pancake right now. If anything, is actually channeling to the downside.
I can see GU pushing up a little bit more.
Yeah, so can I. Yeah, 100%. I think we've got at least.
I love the area where it reacted.
Yeah.
During just after the London Open. That reaction looks really good. It basically tested the Friday the 26th high. We had a little bit of consolidation on Monday the 29th, which was this Monday that just passed now. Had a nice little reaction there as well. Tuesday, we had a bit of consolidation, struggling ever so slightly to break this area. But this morning, yesterday, just before the New York Open on GU, we had a nice little top after hitting a bottom, the bottom area, which was 1.3213 to 132.03, which is an area that I wanted to see tested. We reacted off of that so nicely, and then came back to this 132.33 area to 132.29 and reacted off of that as well. I like that. Very, very nice reaction.
Yeah. Also, yes, Azrael Trade. I am sorry. I did promise you a couple of points here. Guys, interested to know about your trading journey, how it starts. Yes, I do need to tell you about my tattoo, and I do need to tell you about my trading journey. So hopefully the person who asked me this a couple of days ago, I am sorry. I did say that I'd come back and tell you about it. I came back and completely forgot, and you didn't remind me. So I do sincerely apologize about that. Azrael Trade, first things first, you follow me on Instagram. You probably see me topless a lot more often than the people here on stream. So you'll see that it's a full body tattoo. It goes all the way down to my belt line, should we say, just below my belt line. It is a full arm sleeve, all the way up to my neck. I just like it. It's a tribal tattoo. A lot of people on Instagram hate it. I get a lot of people like, oh, crap tattoo, man, remove it. I like it. It's just something, I've loved it ever since I was a kid. It was my first ever tattoo. I got it when I was 18. Honestly, would I have gotten a different one? No, but I would have had this a bit better. So the guy I went to, I don't think did a good enough job at it, but I would improve it if I had a second chance around. But I'd still get this tattoo again. I absolutely love it, especially with my abs. He's kind of gone over my abs instead of like through my abs, like around my abs, so it doesn't like show my abs as nice. So yeah, there's a couple of things I'd improve on it. But yeah, that was my tattoo, man.
How many tattoos do you have?
One big one, 2, 3, 4, just 4. I'm getting another one as well in a couple of weeks' time. I haven't booked it in yet. I just need to get one.
I have a small one here, which is a relationship diagram. My wife has the exact same one as well. I obviously have the forearm one over here. I have another forearm one over here, which is also a tribal one as well.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, come on.
Go on, get it up there, mate. Your arms are too big, mate. Stop hitting the gym so hard.
Anyway, I have one on my tricep and I have one on my back, so I have 5. But I also want more. I want a full-on gaming arm sleeve and another sleeve. This one is going to be all kinds of other stuff that I just like. So
yeah, nice, man. I rate that. I've got two. So this one here is the actual time of my birth. I've got a Greek tattoo on my ankle that says extra charge in Greek. That's quite a funny story. And then that one doesn't really mean anything. Just I like it. It's nice. And then my tribal one. I just like tribal. And my brother has something almost identical to me as well, which he got at a similar age. Two was completely uncorrelated as well. So that was quite interesting. But now I'm going to get Hong Kong symbol on my ankle as well. So like my left foot is pretty much my travel tattoo area. So So, yeah.
Left foot travel tattoo. So every place that you go is like stamping your passport.
But like yes, but no. So
dude, you know what you should do?
Otherwise, I'd have a full body because I've traveled a few places, so I'd have a full body.
No.
But
here's what you need to do. Here's the Will Davis going forward with his tattoo journey. Every country you go and visit, you go and get a tattoo from that country on your one leg.
Because then I'd be filled. I'd be absolutely filled with tattoos.
I'm not saying get a tattoo this size on your calf. I'm saying get like a small reminder, like a small little coin-sized tattoo in the country.
That's what I do, but for meaningful ones. So Greece was my first holiday solo. So I went to Greece and I booked an all-inclusive hotel, and everything I wanted it came at an extra charge. So basically, it was nothing included hotel, and because that's all.
That's why it's extra charge.
Everything, every single time I'd ask for a pina colada, I'd ask for this, I'd ask for that. I locked my stuff in a safe, and then they tried charging me to get it out of the safe, and they were like, "Oh, it's extra charge." And being a trader, I was like, "Oh, can I have the Wi-Fi password, please?" It's extra charge. The whole holiday, that's all I heard was extra charge. So I got it. I got Greek, extra charge tattooed on my ankle, and then I'm gonna get the Hong Kong, the symbol for Hong Kong or Hong Kong. So I'm gonna get that on my ankle because it's the first. It's the first place I've lived outside of the UK. So it was a big milestone for me, but. Yeah, they're the tattoos that I'm gonna get. So they're like meaningful, like big moment travel tattoos, you know. So I'll probably also get Miami tattooed on my ankle as well because it'll be my first time speaking internationally.
Nice. Yeah. I like the idea of getting a remembrance. So
but I'm not getting
an immortalized remembrance.
But I'm not getting like a turtle tattooed on me just because I went to Thailand once. I'm not doing that.
Boys? What up is ducking, hearting?
How are you doing, Doug?
How is my favorite?
Not bad. I've recovered from the tragedy.
Yes. I've noticed one thing, Dirk. Every group of every match of the last 2 days, bar yesterday, the opposite team won. In what I predicted.
Oh really? Yeah.
Yes. So I was very, very bad luck for any team. I was jinxing them.
But man, France was so good. They are unstoppable, really. I think we're going to see a new version of the last championship final. So it's going to be France versus Argentina. I don't know who's going to stop France. It's amazing, really.
Yeah, France is a strong team, man.
I watched the match, like the highlights of it, but like an extended version of the highlights.
Yeah.
You know when... Okay, so LJ would know this and will know this as well. Whenever we talk about rugby and the French, we always refer to it as French flair. So the French rugby have this very loose, very fluid motion when it comes to them playing rugby. And that's what I saw with that France match. It was so fluid. I don't know, it's that passion. I don't know, it's like weird. They have like the French passion that you can see in the way that they play. It was so cool. They're winning. I have no doubts in my mind whatsoever.
Okay, so now next game...
Now they're going to lose, dude.
Yeah, next game they've lost it.
No.
Well
If my ability to jinx them is more powerful than their ability to win the World Cup, then I'm going to start jinxing everything to the positive side. Dude, I'm so going to lose this trade. I'm losing this trade.
Yeah, please jinx my trades. Yeah.
I'll jinx everybody's trades.
I'll pay you to jinx my
You're
trade.
losing your next trade, mate. Dirk, you're losing your next trade. Will, you're losing.
No, shut up! I'm actually in a trade. That's not funny. I'm actually in a trade.
Me too.
Rich has become a witch doctor now.
Yeah, it's like jinxing everything.
Dude, literally. So in Hong Kong, you can go to under this bridge, and there's a bunch of people like cursing things. So you can go and curse your enemy. Rich, if you actually find that you have cursed France, I want you to go and move over to Hong Kong and become one of those people who like curse.
You know what?
Next time Rich turns up on stream, in the background will just be like all those like shrunken heads just hanging out.
The witch doctor head is hanging here. It's all of my victims.
You'd be there, like you know how I mentioned about having like action figurines of us hosts from the 5ers. He'll be there with like voodoo dolls of the 5ers.
Yeah.
Action figurines. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. I know. How sick would that be? Like, I genuinely think that we should create action figures.
We're doing this, by the way. So, you have
The
these little
bobbleheads.
bobblehead figurines. We'll do a version of Will, myself, Dirk,
Well,
LJ,
I need a
Victor,
photo.
Pedro, Rich, everybody.
I
We
need
do
a
these
photo of you
versions.
guys, because me and LJ now have one, and they are sick.
And
You can 3D print them. If you have a 3D printer, you can 3D print these little models.
why should I have a 3D printer around here? I 3D print my charts now.
Yes,
So-
I do.
That's me.
Do you know what's funny about that one?
Then-
People can't see it. Look at the legs. Look at LJ's. LJ has like these massive hands, but look at his tiny little legs.
There we go.
Yeah, and the head and hands are like enormous.
Yes, it's
And
like,
then the
like-
legs,
Yeah, dude, your hand would give me anxiety in that photo, I swear. They're just too big.
it's so weird.
I think in reality you are very tall, AJ. You know, probably over 6 feet. Or...
Yeah, 6'4", yeah.
Whoa, 6'4". How much is that in a normal measurement, aka meters?
193,
190. Yeah, I'm like 194, 195, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could be Dutch.
I do
Yeah,
have
the
Dutch heritage. So.
The Dutch are tall.
Yeah.
The Dutch are tall. Dirk, we've never actually asked you how tall you are.
Oh, I used to be 180, but I think nowadays I'm only 176.
Again, what's that in normal?
As you get older, you know, your spine starts compressing, so you tend to shrink.
It's from the weight of all of the amazing trades that you've taken throughout
Yeah,
your life.
for
It just
sure,
kind
yeah.
of like
Exactly.
Right, well, what do you say? 180.
that's like
5'11".
5'11".
I remember when I, like
180.
1994, when I was in the USA, the people always kept asking me, "Oh, you must be 6 feet." I said, "No, I'm not." Sorry, they are so obsessed
Close.
with guys being 6 feet or taller. It's like the
Yeah.
whole thing there, as it seems.
Yeah,
It's that like whole Tinder thing where you have to be 6 feet or taller. And then I saw a very funny post of one guy saying, look, his sister was dating a guy that claimed he was well over 6 feet, but he himself, the brother, was only like 5'10" or something like that. And then when he met his sister's boyfriend was exactly his height as well. And it's like, oh, you're 6'3"? Very interesting. According to your profile, you're 6'3", but you're 5'11", same as me.
So so Ewan's got a friend who is just absolutely massive. Like the guy's easily 6'4", if not plus. And he's like, oh, I'm probably about 6 foot. I'm like, bro, if you're 6 foot, I'm like 5'5". You know, it's like,
Yeah.
you're not. You're really
I'm like-
not that short.
I'm like just on 6'4". So it's like 6'3.93" or something.
Yeah, I'm like 6'1.5", something like that, give or take.
Jesus
It depends on which department store I'm leaving. I get taller or shorter depending on in which department store I am.
You say that. So when I was boxing and like getting ready for a fight, the doctor said to me, "Oh, 6'2", comfortably 6'2". I said, "All right, sweet." Then I was joining the Marines, and then I was at the doctors in the Marines, and they were like, "Okay, yeah, 6'2", just about 6'2". I was like, "Okay, awesome." So I was like, "There you go." You know, the GP has told me I'm 6'2", the boxing doctor's told me I'm 6'2", the Royal Marines doctor I'm 6'2", and then I got onto the base. When I was on the base, this one guy, he was like the commanding officer, measures me and goes, he was like, how tall are you? I was like, about 6'2". I said, about 6'1", 6'2". You know, I don't know, but you know, everyone has told me that I'm 6'2" when they put a measuring tape on me. He goes, yeah, right, you're barely 6 foot. I was like, right, either 3 professionals.
That's not nice.
I was like, either 3 professionals are absolute muppets and don't know how to read a tape measure, or you, my friend, are just an absolute.
Imagine that's the way that you find out that you're not as tall as you always thought you were.
Yeah,
Where somebody actually takes a measuring tape and they go, nope.
Yeah.
What do you mean,
So
nope?
like, right, this guy is clearly the anomaly.
Do you see that number right over there? Yeah? That's 6 foot.
That's
Do you see how this thing does not go above your head?
Yeah.
How tall are you?
How tall am I now? How tall am I now?
Yeah, let me just spike my hair up. Let me just stand on a box.
Anyway,
How
gentlemen,
are you, Richard?
I'm like 6'1", so I hop between the two. So some days if you measure me, I'm 183. Some days I'm measured, I'm
In the future, I
186.
should see you like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're taller in the morning, shorter in the evening. You know, gravity and all.
Hello.
The other thing as well.
Hello, I'm Dirk. Hello, Dirk. Hello.
Dude, sitting so much like we do is bad for your height as well. Like you can drop.
It's bad posture, everything.
Yeah.
That's
Just
why
from,
you need a walking pad under your.
like pelvic tilt and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
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 So
So I
interesting,
have
yeah.
a back issue as well. I have something called there's actually just this really funny thing that a friend of ours does. I have hyperkyphosis, which is a rounding of the back. I have hyperlordosis, which is the opposite directional on my lower back as well. So I have this going, and then I also
you
have
got a zigzag
scoliosis
back.
and then I also have scoliosis in the middle as well. So it's, what is it? It's kyphosis, lordosis, scoliosis.
Only add hypertension to that, so.
Yeah, so
Yeah, dude, I didn't realize my spine curved until I had a massage. And a friend of mine, she was like massaging me, and she goes, "Well, do you realize your spine's curved?" I was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Well, yeah, everyone's spine."
everybody's spines are curved.
Yeah,
It's just
okay,
like to the
everyone's spine's
degree,
curved.
and mine is
And he
like,
was like, "No, yours is literally." She ran his thumb up, and it goes like this. He was like a snake, and I was like, "Oh, that's not good." And I was like, "Fair."
so I went to a back program. So here where I live, we have it's physiotherapist, it's a chiropractor, and then a few other things, other doctors that they do tests on you, x-rays, the whole shebang. And then like, you're about 5 centimeters shorter than you're supposed to be. And I was like, how? And they're like, no, if you look at the curvature and everything, this portion is this percentile too much, this portion is this percentile too much, and if you add all of that up, you're technically supposed to be about 5 centimeters, so about 2 inches taller than you currently are. And I was like, okay, how do we fix this? And they're like, no, look, it will never be perfect, but if you do these specific exercises and these stretches and stuff like that, then by a certain point in your life, we can correct a portion of your hyperkyphosis and hyperlordosis. And I was like, what about the scoliosis? And they're like, no, that's gonna that's gonna be there for a while. It's just don't be too worried about that one. What are we gonna compare next? The size of our accounts.
Ooh.
Oh,
That's the size of like my head.
I will say though, Rich, you
Big
say
head.
that. Me and you were chatting a couple of days ago in the gym, and our posture's really bad. And again, because I'm always sitting down at the desk, my posture is like really hunched over, and my head tilts forward, my shoulders tilt forward, and so we're trying to improve our posture. Yeah. And over the past week, I've been really sort of shifting my shoulders back, head up, and standing taller. And you even said to me, he's like, "Oh my God, you look significantly taller now." So now I probably am back at 6'2", not like 5'11".
If you want the right posture, you take your hands and you put them behind your back, roughly behind your butt, basically, and you hold onto that. And naturally what happens is your shoulders are going to draw towards the back, and all you need to do then is you just need to lift your head up a little bit.
Yeah.
Just
exactly.
kind of like
to be fair,
tuck your chin.
It worked. I'm suddenly 6'5".
I mean, for Dirk,
LJ,
maybe not, but LJ maybe, yes. LJ might be 6'5". Anyway, gentlemen, it was lovely talking to you about our heights. This is not an ego thing. LJ is the tallest, Dirk is the shortest, and Will and I are probably the same.
Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle.
Do you have a final 30-second thing, Rich? Just on NASDAQ. What are you... I don't know if you've had a chance to look.
I was like scanning it when we came in because I had a mid-yearly review with my manager.
Yeah.
I initially wanted a pullback to roughly on CFD pricing to about 30,000. That's what I was looking for. We didn't quite get to that area just yet. It's basically, let's say 30,006, 30,008 was what I was looking for potentially. But price didn't get that deep down of into that price range. And then I thought, okay, well, if we haven't had it yet, we're probably not going to reach it anytime soon. I'm gonna be looking for a potential short again if we go a little bit higher. It's going to be a short-term short. I'm not too clear on what I want NAS to do as of right now.
We're ranging quite a bit on the NAS at the moment. I'm not sure what I want to see.
Yeah, because I wanted to just quickly get your opinion just before you jump back out. Because I did pick up a long through here, about 3,065 on CFD. I'm actually long on the futures, so extrapolate that to the futures.
Yeah. That looks good. I actually do like that. If you look where we reacted from yesterday.
Yeah, I was thinking similar. So with this area just here, 30K would have been
slightly lower
for me. That's where I would think we'd come down towards this bracket here. If we go to the 15, it's basically where the 200 moving average is rising from, and then you got this that'll actually drag that kind of area there. So hence I'm wondering if this is like a up and then dirt, or what?
That is what I initially was thinking this morning when I saw the charts. I was like, we're probably going to want to come down and then maybe test. Where is this? Like 29,773-ish. So 29,773 is roughly Monday's high, that consolidation at rollover that we had. And then on yesterday, just pre-New York, we had that like one bearish candle and then 2 small bullish candles and then an absolute runoff. That potential area, if we were to start pushing lower, that was kind of like the idea that I had. Like, we're going to try and push up a little bit and then sink down to that point, and then we'll see what happens at New York Open. But it's been so slowed. And I think we're probably waiting for like Warsh and FOMC and stuff like that. So
ADP.
ADP as well. I'm not too keen, to be honest with you.
So basically I'm wondering if this is a cluster. So this prior level there as well, we've basically right to the top side of that, right?
Yes.
Which was that sort of break area around those lows that we cracked through and then just tumbled down. But that big wedge sort of triangle, whatever precise TA term that is.
we did wick it yesterday.
Yeah, we've completed that perfectly. So what we mapped out, like, came down through here, came down to those bottoms, run right up, hit that top, and now pulling back. So this is played out very nicely. So I think this is still in play. So it's the question: do we hit this level, push up, try and drive beyond, or is it another charge back to the lows of it?
Anyway, guys,
I was just trying to get your opinion.
I'm going to have to love you and leave you real quick, guys, because I got to go sort something out. So, guys, I can see that there's 150 you in already, and it's only 10:15. Absolute legends. Make sure that you're smashing that like button. Every single one of you, I want to see 150 likes minimum by the time I get back, which is going to be in about 2 hours' time. So, guys, smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new here. because we're probably now less than 800 subscribers away from 110,000 subs. So guys, what an absolute milestone. Who knows? Maybe we'll do something special at 110K subs if we ask this very handsome gentleman down here.
Ooh, free stuff.
So who knows? But guys, thank you very much. Like I said, make sure that you smash that sub button. Make sure you click the like button, and I shall see you in 2 hours' time. Anyway, peace.
Cheers, Will. I will say this: if we reach 110 within the next 2 weeks, no, if we reach 110 by the end of next week, we'll do something. We'll do a giveaway. Nice. And then there was somebody asking. I think it was. I'm just gonna go check now. What the hell? My mouse is freaking out. Why is my mouse freaking? Oh, there's a hair. There's a hair under my mouse. There was somebody asking earlier about the 1v1s. The 1v1s for now are finished. However, we're going to be doing it again. And we're going to have it on a monthly basis where we're going to have 1v1s. And then we're going to get people from chat to join in to come and battle against whomever is in on the day. It might be a Dirk. You never know.
I was just about to say, I want to do one too.
Yeah, let's do it. Like, get people in to try and beat Dirk, and then let's see if Dirk is the savior for the 5ers. Because
me and Scalping. Come on.
we should try and get like a tally as well.
Yeah.
For like
the duration
or something of like how many like you've won or lost, and we can have the little the motif, the little character box as like the bobbleheads.
Yeah.
A wall of shame, so to say.
Yeah. The wall of shame to say that LJ, Richard, and Dirk are absolute horrible traders on the lower time frame. Something like that. But yes, open to all. Yes, it's going to be open to everybody in chat. If you are in chat on that day, we will have a little random selector for everybody in chat. If you want to, you don't have to participate if you don't want to. But if you then beat the pro, you get an account. So we're going to work on getting that formulated and how it's going to be nicely set up and whatnot, so that it's A, fair to everybody that's participating, and B, entertaining. So, yeah. All right.
I think this sounds really good.
Gentlemen,
awesome.
I am going to love and leave you for now. I will see everybody a little bit later. Have fun. Cheers.
Cool.
See you then. Take care, Richard. Whoop. And then LJ went away as well. What is that? Okay. Then it's just me right now. Seems like LJ has connection issues with his IT infrastructure. Not LJ, of course, himself. Let's have a look at a couple of trades I'm actually in this morning. So one of them being the NASDAQ. So I'm going to start with this one because this is where we left off just now as well. If you guys were watching on Monday, I said if we close in this bad sentiment, Monday we still had the state of that the USA attacked Iran again and so on and so forth. So a very bad sentiment actually, but I said on Monday, well, it looks like we want to close actually quite high, so meaning reality is kind of beating the current sentiment. And I said back then, if we close in the NASDAQ above the 8 weeks moving average, which is the blue line here, that would for me trigger a long trade, and I think we should then start going to new all-time highs on the NASDAQ. So on Tuesday morning, once it was available, I actually opened a long position, have my current stop loss down here at around 28,640-ish, entered the market at 29,775, and I think if we don't get like bad surprises from the data, from Kevin Warsh speaking tonight and so on and so forth, we could see maybe soon a new all-time high. So let's see, maybe something, an economic figure, something Warsh says, something Trump tweets could spoil the party a little bit, but I think like overall, from my experience, that is a pretty good setup. If you see good, strong green candles within what is more a bearish sentiment, that normally is pretty good. A couple of more trades I was doing today is I went earlier short in Bitcoin. So that one, I got lucky. Look at this here. I just got out of this trade on this wick to the downside in the perpetual Bitcoin future. We are right now, I'm a little bit late, that's a shame. We had a bullish divergence here on the MACD. Yeah, I'm a little bit late to this one. I didn't see that one. Would have been not a bad trade as well. So that one was a success. I'm currently short on gold. So that is the gold future. Earlier, I entered, welcome back, Aljay. I entered this one here at around 3,990. So the gold future, not the gold CFD, because it looked like there were good limit sell orders clustering around this, but not really going anywhere at the moment. So let's see, my take profit is around 3,968 for this trade. Stop loss is at 4,002, because I think if we go above 4,000 again, there's a high chance, we are going to deflect again and continue upwards. But right now, with the current sentiment, with the more hawkish sentiment overall we are seeing, I think that's putting really a lot of pressure on gold, and thus I don't necessarily am looking there for many long trades. But that can change, of course, very fast again. Then another trade open for me at the moment is a long in euro dollar, which I also opened on Monday. A bit of a longer term position. I kind of sketched this one out here on TradingView for you because it's actually a trade I did with options. So I sold some puts there with a majority of 2 months in the future. A strike around 112 and 111.50. Not so good for the pricing. Volatility is not so super high, but anyway, it's like feels always a little bit like picking up pennies in front of a steamroller that's approaching you. But of course, with options, you have the opportunity to hedge them. So that's me at the moment. Long euro dollar. Then the short trade in Bitcoin that just got half an hour ago when my take profit was reached. Then we have the short in gold at the moment, and that's it. This is what I'm trading. I was looking into Aussie earlier this morning as well, but I didn't really like the vibe of it. I think that's the best I can describe it. I didn't really find an entry there. I actually was thinking about texting you, but then I thought, no, I don't want to get influenced, by other opinions when it comes to trading decisions. That's never a good idea, to kind of outsource the responsibility of taking the trade.
Okay, interesting. I've got a couple trades on the board as well. Also, Ace for high. I did see your question before, wherever it was. I started somewhere. I've scrolled up way too high, I think. So on that, we will cover Aussie, New Zealand dollar, or New Zealand dollar, that kind of stuff as well. I'll run through my trades first of all. So let me just, am I sharing my screen? Yeah, I am. Okay, cool. Interesting, Dirk, you're short gold, or looking to short gold.
No, I am in that trade, yeah.
Oh, you're currently in it?
Yeah,
okay.
I am in it.
I am long gold.
Okay.
From here. Looking to just under 4,000, so at 95, right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally can see that happening.
Yeah. So I've got that guy on the board. Let's put that there. That's where I got in. NASDAQ, I'm currently long. Let me actually map that up on here as well.
Oh, yeah. The NASDAQ, I forgot just now as well. I'm also long. I bought Tuesday morning when the markets opened because of what I said on Monday. I shared this with the audience earlier because I said if we close above the 8 weeks moving average on Monday in such a bad political sentiment, I think that's a strong signal that we are probably going to continue higher.
I agree. And there's been this push, this sort of folly back into the whole AI chip thing being overbought again. I don't know why this keeps picking up. I mean, This is like DRAM pricing, spot pricing, and the Micron earnings came through when we had that dip, right? And now we've driven all the way up here.
And it's not going to get much lower. I don't think production can keep up with the demand there.
Yeah, my only thing is I think that what will actually have to happen is that Trump / the US will have to allow the big players to buy Chinese RAM. Apple being a big one, obviously they already have those supply chains, that kind of stuff. They are now even seeing and saying that yes, they're going to have to start increasing pricing for everything. So I think eventually down the line that does come into play. We're seeing that across the board. This also then goes into like car manufacturing in the US, all your consumer electronics, all the whole bit. So I think that eventually does come through. We've probably got a bit of time from there though still. So yeah, that's the NASDAQ trade right now. TP is kind of open-ended to see where we go if we do actually push these highs, or if we kind of like stall out through here pre-New York, then I'll consider taking it in case we do get this drop down, just like I was talking with Rich before he jumped out. And then I'd probably re-enter down here on any kind of lows, I think.
But I don't see us dropping that low, honestly speaking.
Neither, which is why I jumped in. But I'm still obviously always got that back portion. Just in case.
Obviously, yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty confident in this right now. Euro dollar, I am also long euro dollar. I've got 2 trades split. They were nicely in profit. I picked up one here. Looking, again, this is somewhat open-ended up through here. And I picked up the first portion on this dip right here. And I was hoping we might hold with that with the data that came out, which was a touch better. But we have ended up pushing lower. So I've now got the stops on those 2 down below here. So just under 90 at about 88, 113, 88. So we'll see how that goes. That's a split position right there. Was there anything else I was in? Just checking.
What am I trading right now?
Yeah, I think that was all. Let me go. Yeah, between.
What did you say on
CFD,
gold?
I think
Are you
that's all
trading the
right
future or the CFD there?
Both. So I've got one on the futures and one on the CFD as well.
Looks like we want to break higher now.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think pushing. I can definitely see us pushing back above 4K, up towards like the underside of this higher cluster before we broke down. But I'm very happy to take this, part way, just below 4K at the moment.
Let's see. I get stopped out if we at 4,002-ish roundabout. This is where my stop loss is. Would of course be the typical trade, where you kind of you skim off the stop loss orders that are naturally sitting around $4,000 in the future, but it's always easy to say, like in a hindsight, I shouldn't have taken this. I don't know. When I entered this trade, it looked like solid block of nesting sell limit orders there, so I thought I might go with flow. But let's see. At the moment, anyway, not much going on there. Low volatility. One thing I want to know from you is, what's your opinion on the non-farm payrolls? Your expectation for tomorrow?
Interesting, yeah, because there's a couple pieces I want to run into here. Same with like you're talking about the rates scenario being higher. Both for, the bond market and then also the current trajectory for central banks across the board, and particularly right now the Fed. I think the market is completely wrong on this.
Yeah, I agree.
I think everyone's looking at a more hawkish tilt, rate hikes coming through. The bond market, front end and long end, are still quite high. They're still elevated, even though the Strait of Hormuz situation has kind of been resolved. Oil's come right off. Where's our oil pricing? We're down at 68. So even the ECB
That's not reflected within the CPI data yet, no? This
Exactly, no.
huge sell-off in oil, yeah. It's like energy prices coming way down, whereas everybody's expecting, oh my God, CPI was like 4.1 or what we see there.
Yeah, correct. And even the ECB has like their mild projections. So in the best case sort of scenario, at $88 a barrel to year end. So this is way down from there. This is probably the biggest disconnect in rhetoric versus forecasting of inflation and such that I've about ever seen. Even worse than the COVID period, because even at least during the COVID period, yes, they were behind the curve. Inflation got away from them, but they were still looking at it. It was still very much on the cards. They just didn't act. Whereas now, inflation is coming right off. This is the forward inflation swap 1 year, right? And then this is the sentiment from the Fed. These are in complete divergence. So I think everyone right now pricing that the Fed's going to hike and do all this kind of stuff. I don't see it, especially when Kevin Warsh has been in that. He's emphasized a number of times that he wants to go back to the data and a lot of that high fidelity type data, very quick like now time data, and just rely on that and obviously under communicate. So same thing how we have Warsh speaking today. I don't think he'll actually give away too much. There may be a couple layups into the next Fed meeting, but I don't think it's going to be any kind of dunk type situation. So then it's the question of whether the market starts to run or try and read between the lines of some of this layup chatter that he may give. Though I think he will still keep it a bit under wraps.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we had at 11 also the EU inflation data coming in, which was at 2.8%, expected were 3%, which surprised me a little bit, honestly speaking, to the lower side. But it shows, if you now discount for the massive surges in energy prices within the EU, if we take that out of the equation, we probably are pretty close to 2% again. And I think we're going to see the same in the USA. That being said, this is because I asked you about the non-farm payrolls, because I think we kind of have exactly
the thing rolling into the next.
We have the setup that we had last month as well. We have an expectation for the non-farm payrolls of 110K, but we saw on Tuesday Joel's job opening again being much better than the expectations. So we had 7.594 million job openings. Forecast was 7.3 million. So again, better. Whereas we're expecting, or the general expectations for the non-farm payrolls are at a 110,000 after 172,000 in the prior month. So again, I think we are going to get I don't want to say positive surprise, because the market's going to take a bet again like last month. Normally, that would, of course, be a huge thing for risk-on assets. Now it's not anymore like last month, because everybody's going to be afraid, this is going to be a major driver for inflation again in the USA, because consumers have more money in their pockets, because the job market is booming instead of going backwards. And so we are going to sell off risk assets. Again, if that number comes out tomorrow better than expected, I think that's one of the rare occasions where I would be willing to put some money on the line before the number is released, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be above 110,000.
Interesting. Okay, Joe. All right. I'm going to give you the other side of the coin.
Good. That's what we're here for.
So, with all that, I think the next rung is that non-farm payroll on Thursday, tomorrow, will actually underperform.
Okay.
Right? And I think this break in the dollar here, the long dollar trade has been very popular. At the beginning of the month, when I was talking with Pedro and such, and to yourself, definitely calling for that dollar strength into end of month. We definitely saw that. A little bit stronger than I would have expected, the kind of sustained breadth and pace of it. But I think this is a bit of a false break, right? And I think what happens here is that I think there's a fair chance that payrolls could come below 100K on Thursday. So below the expected number. Now, where does that come from? That comes from, we've already had the front loading of the hospitality and leisure sector for the World Cup. And I don't see that being talked about quite enough, right? Yes, we have had good jobs picture through job openings and all the other tangential job data as well. But it's not being fully discounted that is being derived from the World Cup. And the other thing is, like, how do you seasonally adjust that? Can't. Like, it's essentially impossible. You know, it's not a common occurrence. It's very rare, very irregular. How do you manage to measure out all the merch shots and extra bartenders and all this kind of thing going on? So my thinking is that this might actually slightly underperform because of that. We've seen that adjustment come through. Plus, we did have the war going on. There is a slight lagged effect in hiring where people say they want to stay on their hands a little bit. So I think we might get that underperformance. Now, the other portion of that where we've seen job openings increase and the like, things like the jolts, right? We haven't seen people, like the quits rate hasn't increased. So people are not job hopping necessarily. Normally, when you see these things go hand in hand, people start to job hop, look for those higher salaries. You see that earnings pressure come in as well. We're not seeing that at all. So I think this is potentially slightly arbitrarily inflated above normal. So I think we're now coming into the position where there's a chance that it actually does dip and dip a bit more than what is being necessarily forecasted. Still be a good number. The Fed and everyone has been talking about a sort of a re-acceleration in the job market. I think that's completely fair. I think that's valid. But I think these numbers might be just a little bit artificially inflated and not being fully discounted at this point, right? And then I also think that rolling into that, there's also going to be further inflation pressure coming through from that activity with the World Cup. And we've also now got the Strait of Hormuz situation basically resolved. Oil's come right down, energy input prices come down. There's some portions that have actually come below where they were prior to the Middle East escalation. So I think this stuff comes right off, inflation comes off, the jobs numbers start to slow down, and I think we see a full rotation of the dollar. Plus, in the next 3 weeks, we're going into European summer, and you tend to see people slightly deleverage, right? Institutions, big players, take a bit of notional value off the books. And so whether that's good or bad for market direction depends on the current positioning. Now, the dollar trade in particular has been very popular. So I think we might actually see that transition. And then also things like the dollar yen, we see the yen come back into favor. This is where we get that drawdown. It also makes sense for Bank of Japan, Ministry of Finance to actually start hitting that when we do have that lower liquidity, lower activity coming through with that, plus the lightening of positioning in general. So I think that's kind of where we go.
Very good line of reasoning, and I agree with you, but I think you are off on the timing. I think that's something we're going to talk about in August. I think in July, we are still going to see the effects, especially of the World Cup, like you so righteously said. And after this, we are not going off a cliff, like when it comes to the job markets, obviously, but there's going to be like a little bit of a hangover, let me put it like this. Also, of course, the question always is like, how large is the effect of the World Cup really, in terms of the whole economy? Is there a local effect for the towns that have stadiums, where games are taking place for sure, but this covers maybe 5%, 6% of America, although of course it's in the metropolitan arenas. So I think we are still going to see that effect for the number now, maybe even for the one we are going to see early August for non-farm payrolls. But I think after this, so when we're talking about September, then we could see not going off a cliff, but a little bit of the job market slowing down. And there was a comment right now. Was that this one? Warsh said that he wants the market to guide the Fed, not the other way around. I think that's more dovish than hawkish. I very much agree with this. And I also think, like, especially with the oil prices coming down now, we could be in for a surprise, in my opinion, when it comes to talking about rate cuts later this year. When we have, like, because energy prices are a large portion, you know, of how you measure inflation, obviously. And I mean, we are down now, what, like from the top, what is that, like 40%? Yeah. If the top was like at almost 120, yeah, we talk about 40%, 45% now. This is going to be reflected sooner or later in the CPI data as well. And it would be quite... I don't think anybody's really, like you were showing with your graph just now as well, expecting like, oh, you know, the real CPI we're dealing with at the moment is not 4.1%, it's more like 2.5% or something like this, you know. And then we are very quickly in that situation again where we're not talking about further rate hikes, but about rate cuts. That plus, you know, the personal pressure Kevin Warsh is under from Donald Trump, obviously, you know, who said, like, I mean, he says a lot always, but who probably would like to see interest rates somewhere around 0% again. As every businessman, you know, who takes those loans, obviously wants.
Exactly. And yeah, with how, just per that comment, how Kevin Warsh wants to reshape the Fed and where they take in data. Yeah, there's a bunch of other inflation measures. He definitely seems to want to move away from the whole core PCE type factor. So, and you look at any of the other surrounding measures, then we're looking at about 2.3, 2.4, 2.5% inflation, which puts us right in that band.
Yeah.
And just like you were saying, Dirk, if we do then jump down a little bit lower from there, bang, you're in that 2%. And so, yeah, when you see stuff like this, like the forward inflation swaps out a year, that's what the market is actually pricing. And if Kevin Warsh is going to be going off the data and the market pricing, then, I mean, rates are coming right off. So
yeah, because, I mean, if you put yourself in your shoes, that's the one thing you can criticize Jerome Powell, which I still think was an amazing Fed chair. But, you know, he still had this agenda of we are going to react when the data is out there. But you have to take into account, in my opinion, nowadays, as markets are moving so fast, you know, it's a very dynamic system. You cannot compare to what was going on like 30 or 40 or 50 years ago, that you need to anticipate a little bit. You know, where's inflation going to be 6 months or 1 year down the road, and then react to this. Because if you lower interest rates or you hike interest rates, the effect of this is going to take a couple of months, 3, 6, 8, 9 months, until you see the effects of this really within the economy. It's not like sudden, you know, and the markets are very dynamically pricing things. So I think it's a good way to go for Kevin Warsh. He's not the only one, of course, making the decisions. He is just one person, you know, within the whole board there, to kind of look at something like the forward swap. What was that? The swap rates for inflation, or?
Yeah. The inflation swaps.
Yeah.
1 year inflation swaps.
So where is inflation priced 1 year from now, so to say? I think that's if they do it like this, I think this is the core definition of how a modern central bank should act, actually.
And you can see even through this, like this covers Jerome Powell, and it's roughly stayed pretty much in line, right? The general direction, other than this April section, which is when we had that flux of opinion in the Fed as well. Now, this is a massive divergence.
I cannot remember having seen anything like this, honestly speaking, before.
Yeah, I never have since I began, or even looking, you know, prior to that. So, yeah, huge divergence overall. What was the? Ace for high. Just before I forget.
Oh yeah, the Aussie Kiwi.
Yeah, Aussie New Zealand dollar. I did get also actually just before we do that, I did get stopped out on this Euro trade. However, I did just re-enter
Yeah. It's one of those trades, where you know it's going eventually in your direction, but the timing is like extremely difficult.
Exactly. So
I think you're going to hit a big profit in gold soon, though.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy re-entering, because I've got other profits in play, which look pretty good. So
yeah, I think I'm going to get stopped out on gold. Let's see. Still
this one I've now got TP like that. So we'll see how high we get. Like if this keeps running, then I'll let it run. But those first two got stopped out. This is now equal size to those two. So this will recover that loss plus a little bit more if we move up. Now, Aussie, New Zealand dollar. So we've talked about Aussie, New Zealand for a little bit, a number of times. I've been in favor of the New Zealand dollar over the Aussie. I think the rate trajectory for the Aussie is done. We're not going to be hiking rates anymore. There is the potential that New Zealand does push rates a bit higher. So I think their current rate, central bank rate is what, 2.25% off memory? Someone correct me. But you've definitely got inflation running a bit higher. So probably the fair sort of neutral rate would be closer to about 3.2, 3.3, somewhere around there. So another 1% higher. Now, I don't think they'd actually hike that far, but maybe like 50 basis points. Definitely potentially on the cards, despite everyone else now flipping and despite everything we were talking about regarding the inflation picture in general. New Zealand is just ultimately probably a bit too low on those cards. So I definitely see far more strength for the New Zealand dollar. So if we're talking about the Aussie New Zealand, you can see we had these tops, we have come off. We've now pushed a fair way. I think this goes a bit deeper down through here. Then you probably got some kind of a bounce, and then ultimately I expect this to actually come back off. Normally, once you're around that 120, historically, we kind of top out, generally speaking, for the New Zealand in recent times. The only previous times you didn't have that. Obviously, this is going back to 1982, very different time. And then these periods through here, which is in around 2000, around the dot-com bubble, and then up through here where we hit 135, but that was also during post-GFC and when we had the commodity super cycle from China, right? And so the Aussie was just absolutely ripping. And at this time, we also had the Australian dollar above 1 cent against the US, for instance. And now currently, we're at what, 69. So this kind of period they're kind of aberrations. So you basically discount that portion. And this is kind of where we tend to peak around these 120s in general. And then you've got that base of pretty much 1-to-1 that we don't really hit. So I would definitely be saying that we've got a bit of downward pressure and probably eventually back down towards 115. On a longer time frame, that's on the monthly, of course. Go back to the daily. You've got the 200-day moving average rising through here, so 118. So I think after we get this further push down, you've got the 100 moving average rising through here. We hit about 121. Then a slight pause, small recovery, and then dip lower. I think ultimately is the trajectory for Aussie, New Zealand. So where we are now, obviously you've got this block level here on the lower time frame on the 15 minute, which is about 121, 50 to 60, call it. I think we go from there. That would be ideal entry for shorts, and then we push lower into 121. Then there's probably that pause period, and then another drop lower through there. There you go. Srijit saying, LJ, what is your average expected return on a monthly basis? It's going to depend on which account I'm trading, because I've got some that I trade more conservatively, some more aggressively, and then I try to keep them in kind of like a barbell spectrum, like that. So barbell spectrum, or barbell portfolio, for you guys that are not aware, is when you have your really safe bets, which make up the majority of things, and then you have some very risky bets, which when they pay off, they're massive, but they're a much smaller portion of your total portfolio and your total expectation that you're trying to derive. So this portion always keeps you safe, and you just get a good general return. And then you have this other portion over here, which when those big runners hit, that's going to give you that extra kind of alpha per se. So if we're talking about those guys, I mean, depending on the month, the quarter, that kind of thing, you can have blockbuster quarters, but I try and aim for like a 0.2 to 0.5% daily. So it comes out somewhere between 8% to 20% a month. I obviously do this full time, so I also have to hit those returns in order to draw down and actually pay my wages. So it doesn't mean I'm having 8 to 20% every month compounded, because I actually have to draw down from that and then, pay all my expenses.
That would be awesome, no? 20% per month.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Which you do the math, and I've done that before, because I've been hitting those numbers the same way, and I'm just like, oh, if I just found a couple dollars.
It's always dangerous when you sit down and do the math, and like in your mind, you're like, oh, 12 months down the road, I'm going to have $10 million or whatever on my account,
Yeah, but that's also the thing. When you're hitting those numbers, eventually you can keep a portion of that percentage gain in, and that portion does compound, and eventually you do skirt away from that, which is what I've done over time.
I mean, 8 to 20% is very, very, very high. I'm like, if I have 1.5% per month, I'm quite happy.
Yeah, like I said, that's the other end of the barbell portion that I'm like pushing and pressing, and then I've got the safe plays as well. Yeah, so
because I mean, overall, you guys out there, just to put this a little bit into context, you have at one point, you have to, not if you're like trading 10,000 or 50,000 or 100,000, but when you scale up, you need to start comparing yourself. What am I doing in comparison to what the most successful hedge funds, for example, are doing out there? And they average over the span of like 20, 30 years, something around 14% per year. So if you are within that vicinity per year, you're already, in the Goldilocks pocket, so to say. You're amongst the top 1%. Of course, it's different, if you pay yourself a wage out of your trading, when you need to aim a little bit higher, depending on how much capital you trade with. Obviously, I usually do it that I aim to either not pay myself like a monthly wager, so to say. But of course, sometimes I have also larger.
Depends if you, it's like, help out.
Help
family,
possible,
help friends.
Yeah, exactly. If possible, I always aim. I don't want to take so much out from my profit. Agreed. Because I want this compounding effect, and even at like only 1.5% per month, if the capital is large enough, you're going to have some massive compounding eventually.
Yeah, exactly. And hedge funds, yes. Hedge funds, though, are more like preserving capital rather than growing it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I always hate about that comparison, because they're obviously in a very different tranche. They're running hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. You can't just move on a dime. Whereas you as an individual trader, or like a...
That's actually the dream, that you reach a stage where you have like scalability issues.
Yeah, exactly.
I cannot trade this strategy anymore because I'm moving the markets, actually.
That's one of the reasons a lot of people prefer to stay in that like 500 mil to like 800 mil and not really start to press $1 billion in the total assets under management, because they like that sort of nimble speed, and you'll get high returns and still make absolute bank for yourself. But it's more engaging. Like once you go above that billion, you got to reform the entire system and all that kind of stuff. It's almost like Amazon in the early days. You need, as you grow as a company, You need new processes. You got to hire more people. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got other checks and balances all the way through. So that's one of the things as an individual trader, a retail trader, or a lower capitalized trader, even right up to 50, 100 mil, you can definitely make significantly high returns just on that basis of being able to be shift around.
It's very funny. A couple of years ago, I have, I wouldn't call him a very good friend, but an old colleague, so to say. He was also managing his own little hedge fund, and he was thinking about raising capital. He's very good in what he's doing, and so he asked me, like, "Hey, can you accompany me into, how bankers, you used to be banker, how they talk, how they tick. Would be nice to have you on my side in talks about raising capital." So I accompanied him on the Zoom calls he had with venture capital firms, with some large investment banks also. And it was funny. The one question everybody asked was always, okay, if we give you like $500 million right now, is your strategy able to scale? Is the strategy with that amount of money still able to produce the same returns, or is it not? And he had to admit, it's not going to be. So finally he turned down, said like, okay, just for the money, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to continue to trade my own money, which is a lot he's trading anyway already. But it was kind of interesting, back then I thought like, wow, that's a nice problem to have as a trader, scalability, And so, but I mean, I don't know about you. I also wouldn't go down the road of necessarily trade funds of other institutions.
Because for instance,
stress.
it depends on the size of the basket you're running. Because I mean, even like Goldman Sachs has their like FX desk, and most years they're up 130%.
Yeah.
And some years 300, 400%. But the total capital is far smaller. It's not mega billions.
And they are not trading directional. They're harvesting spreads.
Yeah, exactly. And so. Just like if you got $10,000, you start a business. It's not that crazy to turn it into $40,000 or $50,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, which is for 300-400% return. But if you've got 10 million to turn that into 40 million or 50 million, very different story, right? You're probably going 10 million to like 12 and then 15 and then maybe hit an extra wall. You go to 20, but it's going to take you a number of years. Whereas 10 to 40 or 50K could take you 3 months.
Yeah.
Right, but in percentage terms,
you're also not going to have the same risk profile. If you have like 10K,
exactly,
you're like, I'm going to YOLO this a little bit. I'm going to aim for like 20 or 50% per month. It doesn't really matter to you. It matters to you. I mean, losing 10K is a lot of money for everybody, I hope, out there as well. But if you have an account of 10 million, you're not going to do that. You're not going to YOLO like crazy, because losing 10 million or even 1 million has a different flavor than using like 1K or 10K.
Precisely. So just like hedge funds, it's more about protecting wealth that's already there and still just gradually growing it, keeping up with inflation, with general asset inflation as well, not just typical inflation, that kind of thing. Kavish, my 2 cents on your NQ long 3130. Sorry, this was ages ago. I did see it before. Short under 30K. I do agree with that. I'd say short under 30,040 if we're talking about CFD. Long from 30,130. That's why I was also bringing it up, because we're right there now. I do agree with that, to be fair. Obviously, I'm long right now. I would say I would have preferred if you got in a bit earlier, because now we're dealing with this sort of contention area just here after those first down drops. So this is like kind of that, what I always call the sludge box, where you start to slow down, there's a bit more back and forth, and then eventually either break away to the upside, or we do get that downdraft to that lower box. 30,000, I would prefer like literally just these lows here, or potentially that wick low right there. So 30,025. That's where I'd keep an eye on. I prefer to get in there rather than at 30K, which is where this dotted red line is right here. I think you'll get better entry there, and then you've got the cover down to about 29.50, 29.50 29,950. See how we react there. You either TP, reverse the trade, we move forward, or I don't know, Trump decides to say something and we go lower. I don't think Trump's going to be very active through this next bit. I think we've got the whole Independence Day, July 4th type situation, the 250-year event that he's been wanting to put on for some time. And so I think he's trying to keep it a bit low-key, especially after the Middle East debacle, which didn't go perfectly, and you got the midterms coming up. I've noticed he's been quiet, so I actually like that. It's good. Like we were saying, though, we said previously,
nice change of pace, really. Yeah.
Yeah, now that this situation's pretty much done, largely, what's he next going to come up with? So that's...
Did you reach your take profit on gold?
Not quite. Almost there.
Okay,
so it's at 95. It's 94.8.
Oh, you are at on the CFD. Okay.
Yeah, on CFD.
Yeah.
So on futures...
Because futures we are at 97 right now. Scrape the 4K just now.
Futures, what's my actual number? 4,010.
Okay.
On futures? Yeah.
Question from Unbiased Trader Dirk, talking of compounding. You have never breached an account, hence you would have scaled your account big time. I have not scaled a prop trading account because for me the prop trading accounts are for my goal to master the lower time frames. You know, I'm a like swing traders, if you want to define swing trading as holding positions for at least like 2 weeks to 3 weeks. My alpha lies generally in longer term positions. So I'm, when it comes to options trading, good at 2 to 3 months horizon. When it comes to holding single stocks and so on, normally I have an horizon of 3 to 5 years. When it comes to the stuff we are doing here a lot, or what LJ specifically is doing, you know, on the lower time frames, day trading, so to say, I'm not good at all at this. I'm trying to learn this, and I'm using the 5ers prop trading accounts, so I can hopefully in the future, you know, kind of find my pocket that I can become a day trader too. You know, I've been doing this for such a long time, but some way down the road in my career, I had to accept that my personal edge is not day trading, but longer term investment. It's a bummer because when I was younger, I was also like all about the clickety-click action, you know, I want to have 100 trades every day and so on. And it was hard to accept, you know, this is not what I am. When we talk in general about breaching accounts, man, I can tell you at least 10 occasions where I absolutely destroyed personal accounts because of my own stupidity. But that's the price you pay. And I think this type of pain, almost every trader, 99.9% of traders go through with their career, because you tend to, when you're in a winning streak, you kind of get like this, let me call it Napoleon complex, where you think like, oh, you know, I'm the conqueror of the market. I know how the market ticks now, and then the markets will humble you down. I still very well remember like this one day that was in 2015 where I had a day where I lost $30,000 on my account, and I didn't need to do that. I just couldn't bear watching the markets, the volatility expand anymore. And the thing is, like with everything in life, you know, it's okay to make a mistake like this, even though, of course, when we talk about trading, it's a costly mistake, obviously. I mean, 30K, that's like other people earn that in a year, you know, and I kind of wasted it in a day back then. But the important thing is always, you know, come back, recover from this, and don't make the same mistake another time. So I'm very sure back then that lesson, that specific day, saved me from probably losing several hundreds of thousands of dollars later in my stage, in my career.
Yeah, exactly. So the same thing with this, like not breaching an account and such. That also means you're typically going to be running far lower exposure.
Yeah.
Right, which means you also are not going to be scaling accounts rapidly because you're running that lower exposure. So the same way that it's very slow and very hard to actually hit the bottom, it's very slow and very hard to actually hit the scale ups,
Yeah.
right? These things are one and the same, you know. You increase your exposure, yep, high returns, also higher drawdown, and so hence you're trying to find that balance where it's within measure, but slightly higher upside than drawdown.
And it's a shame.
And then compound that.
Yeah. I understand, like, everybody wants to pass evaluation, you know, in maybe a couple of weeks or a couple of days or something even. And I have right now, like, live running a strategy on I think it's a 20K evaluation account from the 5ers, where I'm just collecting like 150 trades to see is execution, you know, the same slippage, everything. Like, I back tested it out of sample. And but it's a bit frustrating also because I notice where, you know, the real profit factor is always going to be lower when your out of sample back tests are going to see that. But I calculated, like, well, at this rate, you know, it's going to take me like 10 months to pass evaluation, which is still great, you know, because you are passing evaluation. But I know it's like, well, this is nothing, you know, I can show live here because I'm going to frustrate people probably. Yes, this is automated, but hey, you know, you're going to get funded on a 20K account in 10 months. I know you guys always want, like, you know, this happening within a week or a month or something like this. But it's not always realistic, except when your name is LJ and you're the servant of trading, of course.
Oh, come on, Dirk.
No, it is. You know, you're one of the most gifted day traders I've ever met in my life.
Oh, well, thank you very much. That's so sweet.
Maybe I should come to Australia, you know, and like become your pupil.
Yeah.
Sensei.
Yeah, go back and forth. You can teach me more longer term
we
stuff.
cannot do this because we wouldn't sleep at all anymore. Basically.
Save your stuff for the options. Yeah, no, we wouldn't do it at all. So, but no worries, Kivish. All good. How do we say this? Idiopathogen? I think that's an I. That's definitely an I, right? It's not an L. Idiopathogen. I long for the day I can enter a 100 lot trade on gold and see the candle I made on the chart. Yeah, that'll be fun. Gotta go join a fund with some a big risk allocation as well. Joke saying before, do you guys swing for the salary and intraday for the alpha? That's a good question type thing as well. Yeah, so that's probably a good way to put it. I mean, I'd say alpha would want that coming from both, really, per se. Alpha is typically probably going to come more so from the swing element. Your intraday stuff is probably going to be much more beta correlated, and you're just taking chunks out of the market, knowing when to get in, get out, and then stay out, right? Whereas the swing component is going to be more alpha related. If we're talking about like pure edge, you know, air quotes.
I think the swing is like, I mean, at least for me, but that being said, you know, I said earlier, I'm not a big day trader, at least when it comes to legacy assets on cryptocurrencies is something else. There I'm better in day trading actually than long term. Never resolved why that is the case. It's a bit frustrating, honestly speaking, also for me. But, you know, you're going to be probably more conservative when it comes to swing trading. Whereas, you know, when we talk about cryptocurrency trading, for example, I have some accounts where I also utilize a lot of leverage, where I'm willing to have days like, oh, I might lose like 4%, for example, which always is like, when it comes to cryptocurrencies and day trading, like my global stop loss, you know, where I just close everything and then I walk away for the day and don't continue to trade. And there I might utilize more. And if it's a good month, you know, I might do something like 20, 30, 50% sometimes. And of course, when I use that money, you know, to pay myself a nice salary or do something like the last
holiday
month. Not the last month. May, for example, was a very good month for me. June was not so great, but in May, I told my wife and my daughter, you know what, we're going to everybody's getting €1,000 now, and we're just going shopping for a day. Which is it feels
exactly.
awesome, you know. It's like you gotta treat yourself sometimes as well. It also doesn't make sense, you know, to just sit on your money. Like, what's the name from Donald Duck, his uncle, you know, with his big
Scrooge.
Yeah, Scrooge, you know, with his gold that he stores in this large treasure, and when he goes like in swimming and so on, it doesn't make any sense, of course, you know.
I agree, Dirk. That was probably the biggest thing I did when I first started making healthy profits from the market. Often go out, you know, just wander around the day. I had some swing trades and stuff in, you know, just got to check in on my phone and whatever, and I go out, go to the shops, buy some stuff. I go to have like a nice lunch and all this kind of thing. And I'd spend $1,000, $1,500. And then some of my trades are up like 3K.
Yeah.
Or 4K or whatever. I'm like, I've made more than like, and I was like, dude, this is great. And that's when I was fully like, okay, yep. I'm dropping out of uni.
You have to do that sometimes, no? It's like, otherwise you go insane. I mean, I think you and me are very alike, that we sit like in our office in front of the screens, like 14, 15, 16, 17 hours per day, you know, and you gotta unwind at one point, you know. And just because you sit 16 hours a day in front of your screen doesn't mean you earn actually money, you know. There are, of course, the highs are very high when it comes to trading, you know, like that you have the possibility to just say, you know, we are going to treat ourselves an insanely expensive lunch today, we're going to on a shopping spree today. But you also will have weeks and months, you know, where you're like, why am I doing this? You know, I'm losing money here, or I'm just going sideways. I spent like the last month, I don't know, 500 hours or whatever in front of my screen just to come out at a zero, you know. And the lows are very low, the highs are very high. Not everybody likes that.
I think majority of people don't. Takes a certain personality type to handle it over like a long term, not just for a short period, and you know, like do that sustainably, year after year after year. And so even like when we're saying this stuff, guys, as well, this is not like doing that every single day. It's like treat yourself at points, because just like Dirk was saying the other times where
don't fall for that fantasy, you know, of what social media sells you. Take like the trader in front of 10 screens, and when there's a big pile of cash next to him or lying around there. This is not the reality, you know. I live a very modest life, honestly speaking. I'm very not super much into spending. If I could show you my office here, there's not much going on around here, just my screens and my servers running in the background. And I don't need anything else. I ride my bicycle to work. I don't even own a car. You know, I wouldn't even buy a Lamborghini because it's not my thing. But
exactly.
You know, everything in my life is like focused around the markets. Like, I don't know how to describe it. I don't want to compare myself to a professional athlete, but I think like when you look at like somebody like Rafael Nadal, you know, or like Djokovic in tennis, their whole life is focused on this. They train like, you know, 15 hours a day. Everything is focused around that.
Yeah, indeed. I agree. I got to say, I agree. Really, it is very similar. Like trading is the same kind of thing. Anything that you do is that same element. Like people who are really like honed in on something. Hence, it's that kind of line between obsession and like insanity, and you know, being on the right side and that kind of stuff.
It's just really, it's like borderline insanity sometimes. Yeah.
That's what you got to do to really take it to the next level. So,
Dirk, do you work a job on the side too? If so, what sector are you employed in? I am not working a job on the side. I mean, if you want to call this a job on the side, of course, you know, I'm charging the 5ers per hour when I do live streaming with them. But I'm not doing this because I have to do this. This is for me like something where I keep my sanity. Because I'm a very social person, and I noticed when I started just trading my own portfolio that I was like sitting these 12 or 14 or 16 hours a day in my office, not communicating with anybody. And that is like for me, that's not healthy. You know, because I'm somebody also that like tends to go crazy in things of like focusing on some stuff that is not good, and like this is for me to unwind. You know, that I can communicate, for example, with LJ or other hosts here. You know, that I can get rid of the inner urge, you know, that I want to be a social person and that I need to talk about. And it's so great, you know, I can be social, but I can still talk about what I love, which is trading, which is investing. This is also the only reason why I built up my YouTube channel, by the way. This is like just because I need to connect with people.
Same, 100%. Same deal with jumping into the 5ers, and one of the reasons stuck around with the 5ers over elsewhere is because that community and the Discord, the YouTube, starting to talk to people and just wanting to have that social interaction with people that you can actually also understand you.
Yeah, they can relate.
Dude, no one else trades. People hardly invest, and then even if you start talking, they have no idea about anything. You can't have it like it's literally like you're speaking a different language. Like it's just pointless. Exactly. You know, so. And then that's exactly how I've ended up here. So same thing with, and that's why we do this for all you guys in chat and everything as well. Not just obviously there's the education stuff. You know, you guys get to have a bit of entertainment. Plus we got the community friendship. You guys can build and relay off each other. It's great. And that's one of the reasons I love our sessions as well, where I get to thought dump and talk to you about some of the macro things also. Because in the past I used to write like little mini essays, but just like to myself, pretty much. There was a period during pre-COVID and just after COVID, through COVID and just after COVID, where I was like putting them on like a blog post with certain things. But again, I just want to. It just feels weird because I'm just talking to myself. Like, what's the point of this? And you're sitting there like doing this, like, oh, this is really cool, but just talking to myself too. Am I a loser? Like, what am I doing?
By the way, guys, I got stopped out of my short gold trade. So market has been taking out my stop loss here. So this one is now this one. Ow.
Dead.
I knew it. I knew it when you told me you're long in gold. That I should have gotten out of this trade.
Yeah, I'm not quite at TP yet, which is frustrating because we're going quite nice. We actually pulled back pretty healthy.
It looks pretty good, yeah. It's not
I think
like
it's still,
a large
I think
spike, you know. It's like moderate steps.
Yeah. Definitely a sizable pullback. Overall through what we've had today, but I think this is still looking alright, so keep holding on to that. If we somehow drive back to the 50 moving average here, I'll be sad, but I'll still be holding it either way. So going pretty well. The euro has now picked back up after my re-entry, which is good. The NASDAQ trade is still running nicely in profit, and I do also have an Aussie dollar trade sat in through here. This is on a personal account, this one, not on prop. So the others are all on prop or futures. This is on a personal.
I was looking for an entry earlier, honestly speaking, but I couldn't find one.
Because you were talking about that. So the main thing I'm looking for, ignore that stuff, it's from while ago. Let's just hide it all for now, actually. So this is the daily, right? We've come right the way down. We've tapped very nicely into that 200-day moving average.
Did you buy off the 200-day moving average or what?
Yes, I did last night.
That is a nice confluence there. Look at this. It aligns also with a large pivot low, like a while ago.
Exactly, yeah.
That is
here, yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, so we've got that high low through there, plus the 200-day moving average. The dip came through the minutes from the RBA, basically saying for now they're on wait and hold situation, which no surprise we didn't.
In Australia? Push it
up. We've been talking about for a while. Well, some of the major banks here were still pushing for another 2 rate hikes by year end. I was just like, what? Dude, are you guys insane? Like, who is working for this bank right now? Whoever it is needs to be fired, dude. But yeah, so we got that push up. We definitely had some general dollar weakness last night. You know, the euro kicked on, the NASDAQ had a bit of a wobble and then eventually took off. And then today we just had a trail. It seemed nothing in particular, it's just sort of general retracement. We hit about this 169.05, which would have been the support area. Didn't quite pick up, low liquidity, and then kind of just dribbled off. So hence I've picked this up through here now once again.
I think that's actually a good area still to get into a long there, maybe.
Correct. So this is back into the 10 moving average on the 4 hour just here. And then I'd be looking for a push somewhere up towards 69.75. And this also goes back into the thesis with the dollar ultimately coming off, and potentially if we get that lower payroll tomorrow, even if not, this is probably a bit of flux and then eventually up regardless. So very good for a
I just entered along.
Right. Hey, there you go. And the other good thing with swing is like the rates are pretty comparable as well, so you won't be burning swaps right now. So
yeah, at least if you're long, yeah, true.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty good.
Queenslander, Homelander.
Yeah, that was from last week, the State of Origin game. So
okay.
which we got the final game next Wednesday.
Who is it? Like a best of X games or
best of 3? So they're each like 2 weeks apart. New South Wales won the first one. We won the most recent one. So we've got the decider.
You are from Queensland.
2 weeks. Yep.
Okay.
And this decider is going to be played in Queensland next week. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Very keen, very excited. We just catch up on chat.
I'm now doing always what said earlier, you know. And where he's gone again. Offline. Good old LJ. Here we go. All right, guys. I just said it. You know, I went into a long Aussie. I think like the 5-minute chart here doesn't do it a favor. Stop loss down at around 68.80. Take profit around 69.15. As I said before, gold was stopped out. Yeah, of course, you know, now it's coming down again. Typical trade right now. Earlier we had the Bitcoin trade, which ended in a profit. Then we still have the NASDAQ trade, which I entered on Monday, or on Tuesday morning actually, after the markets opened, due to the fact that we closed above the 8 weeks moving average again. And that usually is a pretty good indication that the market wants to go higher. But of course, the party could be spoiled there by, you know, whatever Kevin Warsh later is going to say, especially also by the non-farm payrolls tomorrow. So a bit of a heavy week when it comes to investing. Then we still have my long in euro dollar, which is picking up a little bit. Same picture actually here on cable as well. Dollar yen very much overextended to the upside, but this is due to the yields situation. And then I'm kind of looking right now through the microstructure here, but I cannot see anything really that says like, oh, you know, I need to trade this like super much again. What I'm looking for when it comes to day trading is I want to see an alignment through between what we see here on the right. So this is my, for example, now on the NASDAQ, my Renko chart. Each box is 25 points. And then I have on the left here my 5-minute chart. So I want to see an alignment between those. What you can see right now, for example, is that here, judging by the standard deviation, we are more in a sideways downtrend, whereas the longer term picture of Renko is like very much upwards. So I want these to align and then go, then trade in the direction of a trend. And this is not the case, which naturally, of course, we have Kevin Warsh speaking in, what is that, like 2.5 hours? 3.5 hours? 2.5 hours from now.
Like that.
Yeah. So, of course, the market is very cautious. Welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just it crashed again.
How's the water situation in your apartment, by the way? I read yesterday.
Yeah, better. We've had fans in the hallway.
Where are you living, man? It's like so much always elevators failing, water, electricity.
It's literally just because of the water, right? There seems to be some kind of water leak / issue. They haven't been able to find the exact point. This was the actual pipes. So everyone coming home after work and stuff, and then it was a leak at first, and then it just burst.
Wow.
So the hallway, I was standing in like ankle deep water.
Oh, geez.
And then had to try and block up the front from it coming into the apartment, and because it's all like carpet through here. And then some of the other guys in the adjacent apartments have like wood floors.
Oh.
And so I was trying to help them out as well, because that's dude, that water gets in there. Yeah, you're gonna have to rip it all up.
Yeah.
It'll just expand. That's $10,000-$15,000 replacement to do that.
A couple of years ago, in one of my apartments, I wanted to do some renovations by myself, and I wanted to drill something into the wall, and I drilled into the wall and I hit a water pipe. And it was like in a cartoon, I drilled it and then suddenly I had this splash of water directly into my face. It's like, it's such a mess, I should have just hired somebody, to do it for me instead of trying to do it myself with my 2 left hands when it comes to home working handyman stuff.
Yeah, you always got to be super careful what's behind. Same with like electrical wires and that kind of stuff, like cabling, like because you can just But yeah, no, it started as a leak and then it just burst. And then we were trying to get onto property manager and all that kind of stuff, but wasn't quite picking up. They sent like an email before because there was leaks into the foyer, like the entry area. But then it was clearly coming from further up in the internals, and then it just burst everywhere. And unfortunately, when you open that section, where it's got all the power in the internals and stuff, the actual water portion has like a lock, like a pad on it. So we couldn't turn it to actually just switch that section off, obviously. So then, it was a matter of waiting for the fire department to come. And obviously, because it's just a water leak, they took a while. And then had to turn it off at the mains. But the entire time, it was just bursting everywhere. So, had to move pretty quick and like slapped duct tape on all the electrical outlets, like out in the hallway and stuff. Because, so anyway.
Hey Jay, I have to go quickly to the restroom. I'll be back in
5
sure. minutes.
Yeah, go for it. Awkward. Where's my screen? There we go. Here we are. Oops. All right, where were we on chat before I got booted out? Unbiased saying, LJ, share your bobblehead. I think it's the best we've seen so far. I think Will did bring it up before. I don't know if I can because it has me smoking a cigarette. I guess that doesn't matter, but I don't know if that's not correct for stream. I don't know. Have to get Rich's opinion on that one. Unbiased also saying, LJ, we all will leave money when we die, so start spending well. Exactly, precisely. That's what you got to do. So mine's probably going to be spent mostly on cars, car repairs, because I own a BMW, and then I do like having nice little knickknacks and a nice home. So like architecture and design and that kind of stuff overall. Idiopathogen, the rainbow indicator, I'll let Dirk run over that when he gets back. And yes, Dirk should use a wall scanner, exactly. It's all right, he'll learn for next time. So, Raf saying, I think the kangaroos are planning a strategic attack to the people of Australia. Dude, we already had this problem with the emus, right? We don't need to fight the kangaroos as well, okay? We lost to the emus, all right? So we don't need to lose another war against the animals here. Raf saying, okay, so LJ, do you think EU looking bullish now? Yes, I do. So I was looking at, I was in longs before, these got stopped out. This was towards the start of the stream, we were talking about this. They did eventually get stopped out. I would have otherwise just pulled the stop a bit further down through there, but I was talking with Dirk, whatever we were talking about at the time. So I did re-enter. So yeah, definitely confident in this trade. I think Dirk is also looking for longs. I think he took a long on Monday, like a swing long, which he took through options, however. But yeah, overall definitely bullish. Euro through here, if we go out to the 4 hour, I think we've now established, we've got pretty much these two sort of zones, lower zone and this higher zone through here. I know this is probably a bit difficult to see. So let's try and fix that up. If we just go this area, so you can see with those lows, the body candle closure and the wick, we've had point of contention through this top area through here, but we're still keeping above this lower portion that we crashed through, managed to build up and break above, and then we built some kind of respected support through here. So we've got higher low, higher low, higher low. This was a new high, slightly lower high, but then a higher wick high there last night. So I think through here we do actually drive higher and potentially eventually up towards this 100 moving average on the 4 hour, which comes into this top cluster. And then that means we'll have that point of contention through here with the wick high just here, right, from, what's that, 20th of June? And then with those wick lows prior from that higher trading sector we were in. So yeah, I like that as longs.
Euro dollar.
And on the lower time frame where we are, also like it, Raf. So can concur, do agree. Real GCC, yeah. Australian animals are crazy and scary, yeah, dude. There are definitely some crazy ones and some scary ones.
The reason why I never go to Australia, you know, because I know the moment I get off the plane, something is going to kill me.
It probably, the thing is, if you got off a plane, it would probably just, it wouldn't kill you, but it will harass you. It'll probably be like a magpie trying to like swoop you.
I'm so scared of spiders. I cannot imagine these large ass huntsman spiders you have in Australia. Really, it's like my soul would just jump out of my body, and yeah, that's it basically.
Look, they're your best little friends, all right? They keep the house in your area clean. They kill all the bugs, all the mosquitoes and flies and other random stuff.
You know, it's okay if they're like this size, but not like this.
Yeah, they get as big as... I have big hands as well. I mean, on the internet right now, you can't really tell, but...
Where's the banana?
Big. Yeah, I need something for comparison. But yeah, the main thing as well, they're very quick, and yeah, hence huntsmen's, they hunt. Very silent, and they just appear somewhere, and then they're gone. And you know they're around somewhere, but you don't know where. They're so
I mean,
sneaky.
technically they are not dangerous to us humans, but just the thought of something like this, you know, potentially being under my bed or somewhere under my pillow or on the wall or something like this is just no.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, so this wall right here, I'd always get them posting up right dead center on that wall. Because just behind here, I don't have it like that because I used to have my setup a bit different. But yeah, I've got a window there and it goes out towards the garden and that kind of thing. So I normally have that open, like airflow and stuff. And I leave it open at night and they creep in and I'll be like asleep. And then I get up the next day or in the morning or during the night and they're just on the wall. Just this massive, and they're big, dude. The ones here are massive.
What do you do then? It's like nothing.
I'm just like, oh, hey, buddy. Yeah, either like, okay, if my partner's here or whatever, then I'll normally go and like get like a Tupperware container and like capture it and then put him back outside. But if I'm just here, I'll just be like, oh, hey, man.
And they never bite you.
No, I'll just give him a nickname. I'll be like, oh, that's Bruce. Okay. And then I won't see Bruce for like 4 days. And then it'll just turn up on another wall.
Like, I know they are not harmful for humans, but a spider like this size, just the fangs of that spider must have a certain size as well. And when it accidentally bites me, feels like somebody, like stabbing me with a knife, probably.
They more they'll give you a heart attack, right?
Yeah,
more likely,
sure, yeah.
Just from like spooking you because you're like, oh, and then you'll just drop dead, But they themselves are not going to hurt you, so.
Yeah, the dangerous ones are more the little ones, like the black widow or funnel web spider. I don't know, thank you. I'm staying. I mean, we have
same with the snakes.
Warmer as well. We are getting like an invasion of bugs and spiders and insects that didn't used to be here, especially with mosquitoes, the danger type like the tiger mosquito that usually spreads dengue in Southeast Asia. It's like very common here right now as well. But there are also hornets, like Asian hornet. It's like very invasive in Germany right now, and they are so big. My God, it's like you can hear them from a mile away already. You're like, what is that? Is it a helicopter? No, it's a fucking hornet. It's and the European hornet is actually very good, because they get rid of a lot of bugs as well, and they are very peaceful. But this Asian hornet is like very aggressive, and I don't want like a hornet that size, to land on me and sting me because, like you said, I'm going to get a heart attack.
Yeah, I think wasp hornets, they're actually scary. They do a lot of damage for being like small little creatures, So, but yeah, it's always the smaller ones that often, not always, but often, more times are dangerous. Same with snakes. Like we got massive pythons here, but they'll be like kind of friendly. They just do their own thing. It's the smaller kind of, like tiger snakes, red belly blacks, that kind of stuff, brown snakes, that much smaller, much more sneaky. Boom, dead in 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
10 minutes,
Don't need that. Don't need that.
Yeah.
And sometimes they have like freaky names as well, when it comes to wasp, like somebody named a wasp that has like one of
murder hornet?
Painful, murder hornet or tarantula hawk. It's like what the hell? Together like massive predators, tarantula and a hawk, to name an insect that has like one of the most painful stings in the world. It's like,
that is brutal.
You don't want to mess with something that's called tarantula hawk.
I will say I am now out of this trade. It was just a touch below my actual TP. Right
nice.
there.
Good
it's
one.
Literally a hair below, so I took it down here at 94, basically. But yeah, that's cleared now. Euro's still. Whoops, didn't mean to move that. Euro's still pushing up. The Aussie trade is also running on now, and then the NASDAQ is pretty much where it was. It's not gone too far. But yeah, this is going well so far. Almost 4 for 4, other than the euro-dollar losses just through here. But that'll pick them up, plus a small profit on top. So, going well, going well.
No, I'm up a little bit today. Gained some on the Bitcoin trade, lost some on the gold trade. What's
Shane
that?
saying plovers.
Plovers, what is that?
They're just like a really annoying bird, pretty much. they're not really going to hurt you, but they're very territorial.
Oh,
and so
the bird that is like ripping apart cars, like the plastic part of cars.
Oh no, those are different. We've got a couple of them. We just have a lot of intelligent birds. But yeah, there's like cockatoos, magpies, crows will do that. All three of them will do that often. And they'll just do it for fun. And I'll just be like, I just don't like you. But no, plovers, they actually spend a lot more of their time like on the ground, and they're very territorial, and they'll like chase you and that kind of thing.
Oh, wow.
As like an adult, you're a bit too big where they'll just make a bunch of noise and they'll come up to you, but they'll kind of run away. But like little kids, like we used to have them in the schoolyard, and they used to have warnings when there was plovers coming in, because they'll like full then start flying and chase you and try and attack you, because you're like small enough. But they're pretty much harmless. They're just it's a very classic like small man syndrome, Napoleon syndrome type thing.
Yeah.
These like little birds that they're tallish. They're probably about a foot tall. Long legs, big neck, that kind of thing. But yeah, just they think they're 12-foot tall gorillas. So yeah.
Yeah, then of course you have the ever dangerous drop bears also that everybody outside of us is afraid of.
Definitely got to be scared of the drop bears.
Better be careful.
Are there any nice ones? There's definitely some nice ones. I mean,
kangaroos lingering around in lakes. No? They are very nice.
They are, until they like gut you. Like the big kangaroos come up. Wallabies are probably nicer, right? They're the like small version of kangaroos. They're friendly, cute little things. Quokkas, wombat. They're cute.
Nice, yeah. True.
Yeah, there's probably a bunch of others I can't think of right now, but yeah. Usam saying, LJ, I think we pull back on gold now and go high later on. What do you think? I could definitely see that. We're already getting that pullback now. So this would be something. So we've got the 10 moving average coming up here. This is that little gray line, the 50 declining through here. So the question is, do we just pause on this level around 39.80 and then push up again? Or do we get that slightly deeper retrace down towards this area? So right where that wick is, that slight breakthrough that we had some of these candle closures on the 15-minute, and then ultimately pushed above that, tapped back into it, and then drove higher. So that'd be around 39.70. So I could definitely see those two scenarios. So I do like that idea. And I will consider re-entering on that.
Yeah.
Also.
Although I'm a little bit afraid that we are pushing through now and running.
Like down?
No, to the upside, like in the future running to 4,025, 4,040-ish. Without the coming back, without the opportunity to re-enter that trade. Not to re-enter before that, but to enter that trade.
Yeah, I agree. So that would be kind of like this portion. So it'd only be another like $2 or $3 lower at most, and then go higher. That would be my most probable / favorable outcome. I'd like to actually see this hold. If we did get that further push deeper, I'd start to question what else is going on.
Yeah.
So I would prefer to buy in somewhere around here. 39.8384 in this little box. If we can get that. So hence on that lower time frame, if we go down to like a 1 minute, you'll see this is about where the 100 moving average is. And once you have these pushes, you want to start seeing this stuff through here, lower highs, higher lows even. Higher highs, high highs, high highs, high highs. Get this retracement, but it's a higher low than previous down here. And so you want to see now this new high and then this dip here hold above that high. So normally this portion just here will be where you hit and then drive higher. I think I need to make the opacity on this.
The audacity? Of the
Opacity. Yeah.
The audacity of the opacity.
It's a bit too thick. There we go.
What is my favorite fact about quokkas is that they throw their babies at predators so they can escape. Grade A parents right there. You know, yeah, I can relate with. I used to have 5 kids. Now I'm down to 1.
Who are your predators, Dirk?
People that don't win in trading.
But yeah, oh dude, MGN, that's I didn't actually know that.
I didn't know that too.
That's funny.
I actually saw on Instagram some videos about quokkas like begging for food, and then there's the sign in the background, don't feed the quokkas no matter what they tell you. You know, it's like, and when they're like on the legs like, it's like really like, hey, champ, come down here, you know, give me some food, you know.
I think I've seen the exact same video. And you see how cute they are, right? They
are. You
like,
cannot say
please,
no
please.
to something like this, you know.
Yeah.
I'm going to share my sandwich with you.
Yeah.
I think gold is driving higher, man.
I definitely agree.
Yeah.
That could have been the retrace right there.
Yeah.
You know, back into 50 and then go higher.
I think it's picking up the momentum there, yeah.
Yeah, I normally like the 100. As far as mean reversion and then continuation, I always find the 100 is the go-to on whatever corresponding time frame you're on. So,
but I gotta say, my Aussie long trade is picking up pace quite nicely.
yes, Dirk.
Here we go.
Join the dark side.
I am Darth Dirkius. I want to do this, you know, my lightsaber, and then I do this barrel roll that. He's actually.
Wait, can we bring you on stream?
Yeah, Richard, you're doing
camera just
in the
to do
background
that.
a
That was
very
really
good
Yeah.
interpretation of the Emperor. I have to say that.
Yeah, we can't pass this up.
Do you know the legend of Darth Sidious?
The dark side of the Force is strong within you.
So good.
Really? Very.
Message from the dark side you have.
Don't do that, guy, please.
Hello.
Annie.
Welcome to
Annie.
Richard.
Annie.
I
How
sell
are
your mother
we-
to the Tuscan Raiders, Annie.
That's actually a good one.
I
That's a
really would like to
Arnold
date Natalie
Schwarzenegger.
Portman, though, I have to say.
Say again, Dirk?
I really would like to date Natalie Portman, though, I have to say.
Natalie Portman.
Does your wife know this?
No.
Has your wife agreed?
But I think she would understand.
Okay, so it's your pass. Everybody has a pass, right?
Exactly, yeah.
That's what Dirk's remaining one child would be used for, right?
It's Natalie Portman?
No, to throw at your wife when you.
Oh, okay.
Distract quickly. Ooh, Natalie Portman. You know what to do. Now is our time. Do it.
Just like the
Oh,
Caucus.
in case my wife, if you're watching this, I'm of course just kidding.
Yes, this is all for entertainment. I saw you guys were talking about quokkas. We have an animal here in South Africa known as a dassie, which is a rock hyrax, which looks very similar to your quokkas from Australia. So I actually want to bring it up.
Okay.
So here's some photos of what the quokkas looks like. So this is your little.
Come on.
This is your cute little thing, and then this is what a Dussie looks like here at the bottom. A little bit more rodent-like.
Can you?
Yeah, I was going to say it looks a bit more special, right? You know, a little bit more
yeah,
kind of looks like
this.
a quokka with rabies.
It looks like.
Yes, I was literally about to say that. It's a quokka with rabies. This little guy over here.
Looks like a mixture of a quokka and a raccoon, a bit.
So they're like a type of rodent, basically. They have rodent-like features. Apart from their teeth, they have like these, like you can see it here. They have like these incisors almost, like these. They don't have the gnawing teeth. They have like these little pincer-like teeth. If you see down here, so yeah, there you can see it. Yeah. They have like these fangs, but yeah, the same color. Yeah, but these ones are just silly.
Like, look at it. Look at that thing, dude. How can you not?
Cute.
When this guy comes up and asks for some food, how can you not give that little guy
Exactly.
a little bit of food?
Yeah.
Right? He's like, oh, please. No.
It's considered one of the happiest animals on earth because it's so dumb. Because ignorance is bliss. Anyway, yeah, it's just something cute. When you were talking, I was like, man, when the wife and I went on our honeymoon, we had like a bunch of these dussies sitting on rocks, and she's like, she don't remember them. I was like, you don't remember them? I have photos of them. She's like, really? She's like, do you have amnesia or something? She has no recollection or no memory of this. I have no memory of this place. Vampire rat.
Usually us guys are the ones that don't have memory, you know?
Yeah, like, I mean, like, generally men don't remember when their anniversaries are. So, I remember mine, and my wife's like, we got married when again? Like,
oh, really? No.
No, I'm joking. That's a complete fabrication. I fabricated all of that.
Yesterday evening, I was looking.
So you're saying she's wearing the pants?
Tumbler, and I was asking my wife, "Where's my water tumbler?" And it was just in front of me, really, just 10 centimeters in front of me right away, and I couldn't see it. You know, I needed my wife to find it for me.
Were you wearing your glasses, Doug?
I wasn't.
I mean, you've got an excuse.
But I just need my glasses for reading, actually, because my eyes are very bad. So these ones are like very mild.
Mine as well. I have astigmatism in both my eyes, but it's basically just for reading and for being in front of the PC. My sight at distance is great. My sight at close is bad.
Yeah, it's like I feel like one of these memes, you know, when you talk about elderly people and you want to read something on your phone, it's like without glasses.
There you go.
We've already established Rich's wife wears the pants. Yep, that we do.
Honey badgers,
I mean,
they are the beasts, really.
Yeah.
Not only in Formula One, but you know, it's like they are so smart,
and tenacious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just break out of their cage, you know, so they can go to the lion's den and fight the lions there. And then they get thrown around by the lions, and then, you know, they don't care about it. They don't give a shit.
Dude, they're baller. Definitely. That's one of the other animals I would say if we had on our, you know, our heritage animals, like we've got the emu and the kangaroo, should have a honey badger. Right there.
Now
Read this comment. My wife gave 2 possible dates for our wedding. I picked October 29th because it was so close to October 28th. That was my anniversary with my first wife. Did it on purpose to make it easier to remember. My second wife doesn't know this.
She does know now because she's probably in the stream as well.
Oh, diabolical.
Do you know, like, dude, that's actually so funny. Because the same thing with my current partner and my ex. When we first started dating, it was basically the same day. And I was like, nah, we can't do this day. It's got to be, can we do it 2 weeks?
LJ, do you believe in karma?
I literally waited like 2 weeks to say like, oh, now we're like dating. Just shift.
LJ, do you believe in karma at all, even slightly, even remotely?
Probably not, because I'm well overdue. Like, where's my good stuff?
I'm just like it all makes sense now. Like it just all of it 100% makes sense now. Your trade of the other day where you refused to close it, where it was 3K up, makes sense now.
Yeah, that was rough, I'll say. Yeah.
Look at Aussie going, man.
Yeah, it's ripping. Today's going very nicely.
Really.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Dash is nice. Yeah, Quokka's on
Dash
the
is
rabies.
nice. What?
Yeah.
Was that supposed to be German or what?
No, that. So sometimes when I say that is nice, I say das nice. That's nice,
yeah,
as in DAT. That's nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought
that's
it's
nice.
Das ist gut.
Yeah, das is good. It is.
Das
is good. Yeah. Yeah.
We often say that all the time as well. A lot of German stuff. Yeah, like das ist gut or wunderbar or whatever.
Yeah.
Just I don't know why in Australia, but we just do. We're
Your
like,
everyday life again.
Please don't clip that.
dude, Dirk is so evil. When we have the bobbleheads, he definitely needs the big mega brain, the one that Garden Designs did, like on the bobblehead.
Yeah.
Sure.
A Mega Mind version, but a Dr. Manhattan version.
Yeah, Dr. Manhattan. Yeah. That's
Also
what
had like add-ons, you know, like back then, Masters of the Universe, you know, where you not just had figurines, you also had like the castle and Castle
Dude, I
Grace
had that.
and stuff like this. And I want to have my own island where I have my bunker of evil, so to say.
There was a computer game many years ago. MGN he played it not too long ago, where you play as an evil villain having to take over the world. MGN, help me out. What was that game's name?
Dungeon Keeper?
No, it's quite a while after Dungeon Keeper.
Okay.
But it is effectively you have this island and then you have to take over the world from your island.
Oh, you get me starting. Ooh, I get all riled up.
No, not Overlord, MGN. It's I mean, Overlord is basically it's a little bit different, but like the one that I remember now. You're on an island and you have to build onto the island like your secret base, and then you have to do all of these villainous deeds to progress. For the life of me, I can't remember.
What's that? Sorry, go on.
No. It's like it.
I was just gonna say, you know that really nice house? It's in South Africa, I'm pretty sure. That looks like a Bond villain. It's kind of got a lot of concrete. Looks over ocean. It's one of those famous estates, you know, all over Instagram, that kind of stuff. I was wondering if you might know what it is. Dude, that would be Dirk's perfect like compound, because it's very like brutalist.
I'm gonna have to search for that.
I'll have to find it because it's perfect. But I thought you might know of it, Rich, because it's in South Africa.
But it needs to be an island because I want anybody to approach being on a helicopter or a jet ski.
Yeah.
Iron Man house in Cape Town.
Dude, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
That's the Iron Man one.
I want to see that now.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm pretty sure actually, LJ, I saw it.
Oh yes, it's the Pingili house. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The Iron Man villa.
Sure.
It's in Cape Town. Yeah, it's in Cape Town.
What a beauty.
Yeah, so
The pinnacle of architecture. Yeah. See, I can pace around the living room at the window, you know. I was like doing like this, plotting my evil plans.
as you look out,
Yeah.
as you look out towards the two oceans.
Exactly.
Like, go to that large one on the bottom left with the guy standing there, Rich.
This one.
That'd be Dirk. standing there, just on his.
But he'll be standing like this with his hands.
Delicious.
I mean, you have Table Mountain in the background, and you have this infinity pool, and you're looking out towards, Pinnacle Point.
There's a bar where I can drink my evil drinks, and
yes, or no, where somebody can serve you your evil drinks, your evilness.
His name is Gunther.
It has to be, and his surname has to be Butler. His first name is Hans, by the way. It's Hans Gunther.
Hans Gunther.
Yeah, it's Hans Gunther. Yes. I mean, this is interesting. It's very interesting.
How much
I
is
can
it?
only imagine. It's going to be a fair fee. It's going to be a penny. It's going to be a pretty penny. Let's see what the price was when it was purchased. You can rent it for 100 to 300,000 rand a night.
Oh, come on! Renting is for the poor people. I want to buy it.
I think a while ago it was like 25, 30 mil, something like that. This is around COVID time, so US dollar, yeah, US.
Yeah, if you're buying something like this, I don't think it's going to be in rand 25 mil, because I've seen places in South Africa for 25 mil, and it's nah.
Yeah, okay. It's pocket change. Going to buy it, and then we are going to
actually have an
Probably
Airbnb.
for the sake of inviting
to
you
it.
guys, and then standing in the driveway when you arrive, like, welcome to my humble estate.
Welcome to my
Yeah,
not
it's probably
abode.
probably much closer to like 40 or something now with prices
No.
running. But yeah,
It's
Dude.
outside my current achievable spending.
Current budget?
Oh, it's Evil
Are you sure?
Genius. That's the video game's name. It's Evil Genius. And it has a Dirk-like figure.
Oh my god! Nice. I gotta check this one out. It's like little bit like me on my Mac here.
Actually, yeah.
It's a very broad-shouldered gentleman. That's why whenever Dirk mentioned he's got an island idea and he wants to rule this island and be this crazy evil genius for it, this is what I pictured. I just pictured this big burly man with a monocle and a cut across one eye. This
like this.
Yes, it's exactly that.
I love it. I gotta play this.
Dark world domination.
World domination. I mean, that implies that there was Evil Genius 1 and the world domination failed back then.
Yeah, it's like Gru from what's
Despicable Me.
Despicable Me,
Yeah.
Despicable Me is like where he tries to do it going forward. But yes, so if we ever do a bobblehead version of Dirk, it's going to be Evil Genius 2 World Domination.
Yeah, this is good. This is great. I love
Gold is running, by the way, guys. I just
Yeah.
wanted
I just hit
Wanted to let you
TT2
know.
on gold.
Yeah.
Honey with gold. Don't rub it
Honey?
into my eyes.
it. Looks like I got out early, Dirk. We did go to my.
Yeah.
We've come to my top area.
Still in the NAS though, so NAS is looking.
Not
okay.
complaining, but
This is good, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to get in, but I decided to go have lunch and stuff like that. So by the time that I came back, I was like, I'll wait for price to play up, and then
Yeah,
I
I didn't
left
take,
without me.
yeah, I didn't take NAS on my stream account, but I did take gold. So gold, I've hit TP, full TP. It's a shame that. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say.
What were you gonna say?
Dude, you know what? I don't actually have a clue.
It's a shame that
Yeah, I don't know. the world shall forever ponder upon what I was going to say.
stay tuned for
You guys are gonna have to rock up tomorrow to find out what Will wanted to say.
But I can't guarantee I'll know by then either.
Write it down.
Yeah, fair. Dude, I just drew a complete blank. No, maybe
Don't worry, I did the exact thing earlier as well.
Yeah, I think I was going to say it was a shame that I couldn't take NASDAQ on my stream account, but I did take gold. So gold hit a full TP on TPR on the 2R. Oh, that's what I was going to say. It was a shame I hit stop loss yesterday on gold because I was up 2% yesterday on gold, but I took a 1% stop loss. So now I'm up 2.7% because I was up just under 1%.
Nice.
After 1.2% loss yesterday.
It's a shame that I didn't take the gold trade on my other prop account. Other than the 5ers? No, you're allowed to have multiple ones or some. You can have multiple 5ers accounts. Oh, speaking of, did you guys see the email?
What email?
No.
No, you didn't? The futures platform?
What?
The activation fee?
I have API access now.
The activation fee is gone.
Oh, really? Okay.
Forever.
Forever.
Yes. So the activation fee has been removed from all of the day trading accounts. So the swing trading one didn't have the activation fee. Only the day trading one had. Now they've removed it. Now none of our futures programs have any activation fees.
Nice. That's good. Sweet.
Yeah.
No one has to rush to get it complete by the date now.
Yep.
There you go.
How nice is that?
That's
Very
beautiful.
nice.
Yes.
Yes, you saw. Hello, well. Hope you are well. I'm good, brother. Not too bad. How are you?
That being said, guys, I have to hop off. I need to get some lunch. I'm going to see you again next Monday. Today is Wednesday, yeah? Next Monday, and yeah. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, our evil overlord, Herr Dirk.
I need to fortify my island.
Yes. It has to have some sort of volcano with a
shark swimming in lava.
With lasers, with frickin' laser beams. Yes. We need that.
A moat, a drawbridge, the whole bit.
Oh yeah, it's got the whole lot. What about the Bond girl? Does he get a Bond girl? He has to have a Bond girl.
Yeah, of course.
He has to have a Bond girl. Okay, that's right.
Of course.
Here's actually a good question from Novel Navigators. Do you recommend a transition from CFDs to futures? Yes, LJ.
No.
Just before you rock on, I will come back. I just got to jump up, do a couple things, reset the fans in the hallway and stuff, and then I'll come back. It'll be like 5 minutes. I'll come back.
No problem, mate.
He's not talking about motorized fans either. He's just genuinely got supporters.
He's got
outside
his
apartment.
Yeah, just like, yay, we love LJ.
Oh my god,
like, okay,
LJ!
Let's just move it on. So do you recommend a transition from CFDs to futures? I'm going to say this. I have always traded CFDs. It's, okay, pre-CFDs it was stocks. Used to do stock trading. But eventually went over to CFDs, and that's how I have been doing things for the longest time. I only recently got into futures, and by recently I mean month max. 1 month maximum. I like the execution of future. I don't know if I would do a complete transition, because what's the point in trying to take something that is already paying you and then just discarding it to go for something else? What I will say is this: I will probably not get another CFD account should I fail one or lose an account. I would probably...
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And the thing is, it's I really like it. I really like trading futures. There's just something very clean and clear about it.
I suppose I'm still slightly green, should we say, in the futures market.
I'm very green in the futures market.
Yeah.
Very green.
So I don't know. I'm still a little uncomfortable in the futures market.
Yeah, I get that. But it's the same thing as it's like if you're doing, if you're used to, let's rather say, MetaTrader as a platform, and then you go over to CTrader, there's a learning curve. And you're always going to feel green until you can start doing things to a point where you feel like, I don't have to ask the internet what this one thing
How
is.
to do it.
Yeah, how do I do this thing? How do I do this thing? How do I do that thing? In terms of risk management, I would much rather want to have a CFD account for smaller accounts, as an example, because you can go into those micro lot sizes.
0.01%.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas for futures, I would want to have a slightly larger account, just to have that little bit more versatility in my risk. So, like I said, I don't think I would ever just completely disregard CFDs. That's what that's basically where I started with MetaTrader, was on CFDs.
Yeah. The only time I would is if I was forced to. Like I said, for those Americans out there that can't trade CFD markets, then yeah, you must do a hard U-turn, a hard pivot into futures. That's a little bit different. If you gave me optionals, I'm sticking with CFD, man. It's like, I get why people don't like CFD, and I can understand why people are like, oh, futures is better, CFD is crap, CFD is not the real market, it's just contract for difference, blah, 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 blah. So, as long as you can trade it profitably and you've got a good relationship and you found a good broker, good firm, good prop out there that you can use, I'm pretty happy on CFD.
No, I mean, I have no issue with CFDs whatsoever.
My saying is, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
True, very true. Usam was asking, can you add to your winning positions on futures or CFDs, or is that considered one-sided betting / gambling? To answer your first question, yes, you can add to winning trades. You can add to losing trades. There's no limitation on that. The second portion of the question is it considered one-sided betting or gambling? The thing about one-sided betting is there's a very specific sentence that encompasses what one-sided betting is. It is continuous trading in one direction in the absence of analysis. That means that you are constantly just going long in one direction, but you didn't do any proper analysis. Even when it's going against you, you're still trying to buy price up, as an example. That's one-sided betting. So the betting part refers to the fact that it's done without analysis. You're not analyzing the market. So the market is showing you, we're not going bullish, we're going bearish, mate. And you're still trying to buy.
Yeah, why are you buying us? We are clearly dropping.
Yeah.
A good way to ask yourself this as well is when you look at your own analysis and you're like, okay, I'm going to buy here. Pretend that your buddy is buying it there. If you look at that and genuinely think to yourself, why is he buying there? I genuinely cannot comprehend why he's buying there. But then you start realizing, well, actually, I'm the one buying here now. I put myself in an external position. Yeah. I'm realizing that I'm the one buying and I don't know why I'm buying. That's when you start understanding that, oh, okay, there's not actually genuine analysis in this. Because, for example, this NASDAQ trade here, there's genuine analysis in this. If you ask me to break it down now, I could break it down now. If you ask me to break it down after a TP got hit, I could break it down then. If you ask me to break it down after a stop loss got hit, I could break it down and I can give you exactly why everything is placed where it's placed. Same goes for gold. If you ask me why I didn't extend my TP, I'd say I wish I bloody had. If you ask me, are you happy with where you put your TP? I'd say absolutely yes, 100%. Even though it did end up going and hitting exactly where I wanted it to hit, which was yesterday's highs. So, these things happen, but I'd prefer to be correct about where price is going and hit TP significantly lower down than to be wrong about where price is going and then not even hit a single TP because price is just overstretched. So as long as you can forecast your analysis, and what I mean by that is explain why you're doing something before you're doing it, why you're doing something while you're doing it, and why you did something after you did it. And if they all align, then yeah, you've got analysis and you understand your strategy. Now, following that is a different situation.
Yes, I agree. Void saying, I like the precision of futures, though CFD can be cheaper, as I only pay the spread rather than the commission. Intraday trade can be nimble with a lot size rather than stiff contracts. I agree to that. So you still have commission on CFD side, and you have spreads on CFD side. Sometimes, like for argument's sake, EU can have like literally zero spread, all right? But the future side, you'll have maybe the slightest of spread, like a very, very tiny amount, or as close to zero, which is pretty much the same as CFD. You'll also pay commission. So in that regard, they're very much the same. So I think with the futures platform, you pay $2.50, not per side. So $1.25 per micro contract per direction. So when you open up the trade, you will pay $1.25, and then when you close the trade, you will pay another $1.25 for a total of $2.50 per micro contract. So you get the same thing as commission with CFDs as well.
Yes, indeed. Am I lagging, by the way? I feel like
a little bit.
Yeah, I thought so. It was put me off just now. Like I turned my head to look at one screen, turned my head back to look at the chat. I was like, "Ooh, God, that was slow mo."
Yeah, that's true. Little bit of like,
yeah.
What is happening?
I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know why it's lagging. Am I clear though, chat? Can you let me know? As long as I'm clear, I don't care. But anyway, oh well. What are you looking at the moment, Rich? How's your trading been, my friend?
I haven't taken a trade today yet.
Really? Okay.
No, I haven't.
Didn't fancy any of this on NAS?
I missed it. I completely missed
okay,
it.
fair.
Yeah. So I went I had lunch and, was talking to my wife and stuff like that. So by the time that we came back, it was just like, oh, okay. The move has already made its way, So I don't want to go and jump in on something right now and then get shafted, because I'm trying to not miss the move,
Yeah, fair. So literally, it was like you the other day. You took a really nice NAS long, but I was out having lunch, or I was getting ready to have some breakfast. I was doing whatever I was doing. I came back, and then I was like, no, I missed it. And then you got in, and I was like, I knew you'd get in on that. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Sometimes I get them just absolutely ripping right, and then some days I watch it as it carries on going on without me, and it's just like, okay, you missed it. It is what it is. I did, however, tried to take a buy last night, which worked out nicely. Didn't go to my full take profit, but I ended up closing it out for a decent bit of profit, and then I left the rest of the evening to do other things. So it made up for that little bit that I could have had earlier in the day where it missed my TP3. So. Well, TP2, I think it missed TP2. Actually, I have to go and check because I actually forgot now if it actually hit my TP2 or not. Oh, yes, it did. It did hit TP2. Hit TP2 and then closed, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
It was that... Yeah, it was that one trade that I can't... Like, that thing that you sometimes do where you take a trade and then... Once it's done, you completely forget about it. You remove all of the evidence of it. The evidence is there in your journal and stuff like that, but it was a buy, I remember. I remember buying somewhere around here, took TP2 and then struggled to hit TP3, and then it came down to 0. What's up, LJ?
Yeah, I'm back. Dude, this gold trade. Dude, I took this way too early.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
You get stopped out.
Did you try and sell?
I TP'd way too early.
Oh, you took out.
Oh, you got out of the trade. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
I had a 6R on the line, and then I was like, "What the hell is my TP doing all the way up at 6R?" So I loaded it back down to 2R, and it hit TP, and I was like, "Shit, I should have left it at 6R."
yeah, this is where I got out on this wick. I took one on CFD and one on the futures. So on the future side, I did have to get out here anyway, because it was like 3.6 in profit. So obviously because of the consistency rule. I think up here, this is like 7K. The thing is though, on the CFD, I could have kept running this as well because I exited them both at the same time.
Tell me something, LJ. On the futures account, okay, so what was the size of the loss that you had the other day?
In the end, between where I got out, what was that? 2.6.
Okay, so did you go and have a look at your hub after you took that loss? How it impacted your consistency?
Yeah, it shoots up to like a couple 100%.
Yes.
But I noticed when you get back to
break even
and into profit, then it goes back down to normal.
Yes. I wanted to know this. I wanted to know whether or not I wasn't the only one that experienced this, because I had a few trades and then I had 1 or 2 losses, which were completely expected. Because I was trying trading on ES and I was trying trading on gold as well, and they didn't quite go the way, but they were much smaller in sizing. So on the ES one, I think I risked $250, and on the gold one, I think was $150. So a total of $400. But when I went to go and look at the hub, I just saw that the difference in my consistency was like it went from a 70 something to like 180, and I was like, what the is this? Because I hadn't seen it before. So okay. Cool. So I'm not crazy.
No, that's normal. And yeah, that 2.6, like that was definitely a bit larger than I would have otherwise liked. But I was being stubborn since I was up so heavily, like you were saying before. I was like, no, come on, but no, we did eventually run right the full way. But I got stopped out basically right at the bottom point of the lows yesterday, and then we just ran. So. Obviously, with the amount of drawdown you have, I was like, all right, I got to kill it there. Unfortunately, I killed it right at the exact bottom.
At the low.
Just went.
Yeah,
which sucked. But yeah, I think mine then shot up to, it was like 400%. It was something ridiculous. But then, once you come back above flat, it re-things itself. Because I think it does it in terms of profit. So if you're in drawdown, then the calculation comes up weird on there.
Yeah.
But nothing to worry about. It normalizes again. So. Yeah.
I don't know if I can bring this up, so I'm gonna leave it up to Rich. I'm not gonna bring it up.
No, I'm not bringing up. We're not bringing up the comment.
Dude, you know, I kind of rate the comment now. I'm feeling the energy.
Yeah, I feel the energy, but like.
Could have been a little bit more PG.
Let's keep it PG. Come on.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit more PG with it. But dude, it was still funny. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
You're 24 hours early. NFP's tomorrow. This is like pre-NFP.
What am I missing?
I'm not bringing that one up. Yeah.
Oh, the recent one?
Yeah.
Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Second to recent.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
you.
Meow.
Also, with what was the question just before I jumped out before? It was should you swap over to futures from CFD?
Yeah, let me bring that question up, and then you can give us your take.
Because I know you're liking futures a lot right now.
Yeah,
Rich.
yeah, I do. Where was it?
I haven't even
Here.
I don't have like. Do I need to place something every? However, do I have like a time limit with my Black Arrow?
14 days.
Oh, I probably have done the account.
Have
Now,
have
I
you done
wouldn't
nothing
say,
with it?
just place a trade. Come on.
I'm going to now.
Let's do it.
I'm doing
Novel
it now.
Novel Navigator
Just-
asked, "Do you recommend a transition from CFD to futures?" That was the question.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't say transition. I'd say run both. I think they're both good in their own respective manners. Obviously, a little bit different entry styles, management, that kind of thing, because of how the actual contracts operate, right? So CFD will allow you a few more things with being able to hedge certain positions. You do have a wider range of assets. At the end of the day, you're really just concerned with whatever the underlying asset is, and then you're just choosing whatever medium you want to trade that underlying asset via,
Yeah.
right? So futures can be really good, especially since it is like a sort of more peer-to-peer per se, in terms of a transaction. They're settled through that medium of exchange. You don't have the intermediary through a broker. This is particularly important when you're trading more so a personal account, rather. Otherwise, you always have that
More
counterparty
protection.
risk with a CFD broker. Yeah, with the futures, it's going to go straight to other counterparty, like a other individual, and be settled and squared right there and then, not having an intermediary in between.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, though, I think you should have both, because you can get operational things that happen. If you guys recall, when the CME not too long ago went and had a SPAC attack, right? So if you're fully just in futures, and then say you can't even get in, you can't execute trades or whatever, you could get blitzed and lose everything. Whilst at the same time, if you've got CFD access also, you could then either take advantage of it or hedge out that other exposure because something has gone wrong, where the exchange has gone down or some kind of error or cyber attack or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So I think it's good to have both. It's kind of one of those things of like, should you just do stocks or should you do FX or commodities?
Yeah.
Like you should have some pockets in,
Yeah, diversify.
some
a
fingers
little
in each pot. Yeah.
Yeah.
For those reasons. So
Yeah.
yeah.
For
That's
myself,
the good diversification.
the idea of transitioning is not with the idea of leaving the one behind. It's putting equal focus on both. However, I have been enjoying the futures trading, where I think maybe I'm a little bit desensitized to MetaTrader at this point in time, where there's not really much new to learn with MetaTrader. The platform, CFDs is CFDs. It's not really evolving or anything like that. So it's becoming a little bit stagnant in that sense. Whereas I'm looking at futures now in a whole completely different, like a new, I don't know, fresh look. It's a little bit more invigorating because you get to learn a new platform. You get to experience, oh, okay, this is a put, this is a call. You know, those kind of like small factors, differential factors between the two, which in essence doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the way that I approach the market. It doesn't change the way that I analyze the market all that much, but it is a bit fresh. So I'm enjoying it a lot more. So when I'm looking at trading something, I want to do it on the futures account first. Where the CFD accounts is just like, well, I'm going to enter now and I don't, it's okay, I'm going to be looking at the futures account. I'm going to be like, okay, I want to take a buy now. What does my bracket look like? Is this the right thing? So I'm spending a lot more time analyzing how to enter the trade instead of analyzing the trade. I don't know if that makes sense. Where with CFDs, it's just like, okay, cool, I see my setup, drag, shift T, done. You know, it's become a bit of like a mundane action, a little bit too routine.
Yeah. I know what you mean. It's new and shiny and just breaks up the monotony of
Yes.
trading, doing the same stuff day in, day out. I I do agree with that. I think also doing futures is good if you guys go into, footprint charts, volume profiles, like all the, liquidity levels, all that kind of stuff, and actually learn that via futures where you do have proper data, and then see how you can extrapolate that same information into CFD. And then that will complement your trading, and that's probably where you start going to those more intermediate levels in your trading, not just doing like technical analysis, but actually looking at positioning and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's really good. And I do also know what you mean, Rich, just having that kind of change of structure, just breaking up that monotony. Also like refreshing your office or whatever's going on. I know also back in the day, I used to do that with various brokers. That's why I have several brokers where I'd be trading with one. I just go to another CFD broker, but they got different platforms, different stuff. And it's the same thing. I'm trading the same thing. They're all very competitive. It's basically the same spreads, commission, all that kind of stuff, but it's a different layout. And sometimes that does give you a different perspective as well. That's why I actually still have all three of them up. I always have IG, CMC, and IC markets. Even just with the different layouts that they have, it gives me a different lens on the same asset, the same charts, the same bars. Just so I do.
It's like going to the gym and you have a very specific routine that you always start. So you come into the gym, you go to the what do you call it, like the locker room. You go and put your stuff down. You get dressed in whatever gym attire, and then you go to the chest machine, and then you go and you do the next thing. It's like coming into the gym and saying, screw that, I'm not going to the locker room, I'm going straight to the calf raises, as an example. You're still within the same realm, you're still within the same movements, but you're spicing it up technically by doing these little small differences. It just breaks the routine ever so slightly. Because the problem with the routine is that you... and I know, Will, you've spoken about this many times before. It's the idea that you need motivation to keep you in that routine. It's because you're now in the beginning. There's no longer this. I'm doing something new. I'm putting all of my effort into it. You're not getting that feedback, that dopamine hit of doing something different or something new. So what you need to do is you need to find a different way to motivate you to continue going. Otherwise, it's very easy for you to fall out of that routine. So doing those little changes refreshes the way that you look at things. It refreshes the way you feel, and you go back to, like, I can go back to CFD at any point in time and be like, the futures account has this thing. Let me go and see if there's an equivalent version. And it makes me go and dig a little bit into the CFD side again. And then I find, it doesn't have it. And I was like, that sucks. I wish it did. But there's stuff that the futures accounts also don't have that I would love to have that the CFD does have right now. Or at least I haven't found it just yet. I found the coolest thing yesterday. I didn't find it. I asked Dave about it, and then he couldn't remember where to find it. But he's like, he's going to use the search function, but he didn't use the search function in Black Arrow. He used a search function on Google to go and find it. And I was like, Black Arrow has a search function? So I went, it's got a search function. So I just literally searched the thing I was looking for. I was like, there it is. Great. Add. So you just, it's that little changes.
I agree. Same thing with the gym thing, like you were saying. Like at one point I had like 3 different gym memberships, and same deal. Like I needed a new space to be in, rather than going to the same place every single day. So I'd be able to rotate them in different aspects, and it just refreshes you. I'd have better sessions. I'd go harder, train harder, go longer, be more energized to actually turn up and do it. Like I'd still always be turning up, but it was very just a bit too routine. So you do definitely want that routine, but you want also a bit of flavor, a bit of spice. Yes. That's kind of what it is. So it's like having chicken and rice. That's very bland. Yep, you can do it. It does everything you need, but then you want to put some kind of sauce on it. But then you might, once you've had that sauce for too long, it's going to be bland as well.
Yeah.
Change up the sauce to something else. So it's the core foundation is still the same, but you're rotating the spice, the flavor, I guess. Yes. Put it that way. Yeah. So.
Agreed. There was actually a question here earlier.
I think we've got a couple.
Yeah, this is a good question. How do I regain my interest in trading after being disappointed by a breached account?
You guys want to go first?
We can do that, or we can... okay, so let's do this. Trend spot news. We're going to answer your question, and then what we're going to do is we're going to help Will take a trade on his Black Arrow account.
He's struggling right now.
Struggle.
Dude, I've been like gassing over this. Like, how the hell do I do this? I'm like, it got to the point I've had to message Rich and be like, Rich, I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing here.
All right. Are we going to answer the question first, and then we?
Yeah, sure. Let's answer the question first. Yeah.
All right. So the question is, how do I regain my interest in trading after being disappointed by a breached account? What do you think, LJ?
For me, I think I would first be questioning why you lost that kind of motivation type of thing, right? Or your interest, right? So for me, I would never lose interest because for me, like, I've got a much longer outset goal on the horizon, way further out that I'm trying to achieve. So then this is just a bump in the road along that way, and I'm still focused on that. I'm not focused on the immediate right now, whatever just happened. Like, that's kind of irrelevant. It's par for the course, right? It's going to happen. You're going to have other days that are really good. Same thing when you have a really good day. You don't go like, oh, I've made it. I've done it all. I can quit. No, you got to turn up again and do it. And then chances are, because over time, you're also going to dip down and then go up, dip down, go up, all that kind of thing. So I would personally say, yeah, what is your motivation behind trading? What are you trying to achieve? Is it like a side income, a bit of a booster, trying to set up your future life? Do you want to completely transition into trading full time? What are your general goals around why you've actually decided to engage in this profession to begin with, right? And then question: are those goals, that orientation, is that actually strong enough? And are you going to have the will to stick with it? Because there is going to be those ups and downs the whole way along. And generally speaking, when anyone gets into anything, just because you want to kind of try it out or you think it might be fun, probably going to be in for a bad time, because there's always difficulty in anything you do. And you got to have a big enough why. When you have that, you can overcome any how, as they say, right? So if you've got a very strong motivation, very strong goal, very strong idea on the end of why you're doing this, why you got into it in the first place, that should erode any of that friction in between. And so if you're feeling that friction and that is starting to overwhelm the actual forward picture, either you haven't thought about it completely enough, or you probably need to go back to that first foundational step and sort of reconstruct. And then that's how I'd say you'd also find interest. Once you do develop that end goal view, start shifting towards that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I can't find fault in any of that. You need to find the why first, why you did it in the first place. And you need to find that, or at least to some degree understand what made it, or what made you feel like you don't want to continue doing it in the first place. And if it was a results-orientated reasoning, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for you to keep at it when things are not going your way. So, yeah, 100%. I agree with that in fully.
Yeah, no, literally without going on. Yeah, I fully agree with LJ. You know, you guys know that I always talk about asking yourself why. Another one is actually ask yourself immediately not literally immediately, but the immediate question you've got to ask is, before you actually ask yourself why are you going to get remotivated, is actually why you lost the account in the first place. That's the only thing that I will say to add on to what LJ said, is prior to that, ask yourself why you lost the account, because why you lost the account could potentially be why you're losing that motivation. Now, if you're like, I've lost the account because I'm an idiot, then there's no reason to be demotivated. You're an idiot. Give yourself a slap on the wrist and get your head back in the game. Sort yourself out with your rules. Do a reanalysis, like a review of your performance. Understand. Give yourself 2 stars and a wish. Even when you blow an account, give yourself 2 reasons why you did well. Because otherwise, if you over reinforce negativity compared to positivity, you're gonna overstep that negative lesson on yourself. So what you do, give yourself 2 stars and a wish. Tell yourself, even if you blew the account, tell yourself 2 things you did well, even though you blew it, and then analyze and give yourself that wish on what you need to do to improve. Once you've done that, you've realized I've been an absolute plonker. That is okay. Let's be better next time. Or markets are just garbage. I still followed my rules. I blew the account. That is absolutely fine. It happens to us all. Like I can promise you, Rich has blown an account. Doesn't matter whether it's previous or recent. I've blown an account, and LJ has. Yeah. I tell you what, we all have 100% win rate. We don't ever blow accounts. So
dude, I've never even lost a single trade. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Dude,
no, I mean,
I've never even doubted an analysis. I just know that everything's going to win.
Dude, it goes without saying. Like, loss is part of the game. It's 100%. Part of it.
So don't ever beat yourself up over it. But give yourself that review and ask yourself why you actually lost the account. Because that's usually why you lose motivation, is that feeling of a pullback. No one likes to feel like they're stepping backwards in a progressive sort of journey. So think about the idea of 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 3 steps forward, 1 step back. Think about your life as a risk-reward ratio. You need to have a positive risk-reward ratio, because if you have a negative risk-reward ratio and you hit that drawback, then you're going to feel extra crap. Whereas if you look at it, you need to look at and this is why I always talk about lifestyle alignment with trading. You need to look at your journey in life in general as a risk to reward ratio. You need to understand that I need to be constantly taking 2 steps forward, whether it's mentally or physically or both. So when you have that drawback, you understand the overall picture, and that's where you start adding into what LJ was going on into.
Yeah, I agree. And also when you do feel that and you feel that disinterest, just like with what you're saying, Will, like understanding why. Because if you did understand why, you probably wouldn't be feeling it, because like, oh, okay, this happened, that happened, I just got to correct that and move forward. Right, so normally it is because you're missing something, you're not 100% clued into why this thing happened, right? And then you feel dejected from it and you want to move away from it because it feels awkward and uncomfortable, because you don't have those kind of measures around you to actually quantify and move forward. Yeah. Right? So if you can quantify, understand it, then you can work that backwards and then press forward. It's normally when people are very confused around why something happened that they tend to repel from it and move the other way. And you see that not just trading, you see it in life and people's general decisions or friendships, relationships, that kind of stuff, anything else. Same deal.
Who was it that asked that question? Was it this one here?
No, it wasn't him.
I didn't think so. I was going to say
it was trend spot news.
Trend spot news. Hopefully that has helped. That is what I personally do when I'm feeling like I'm taking a bit of a drawback. Because look, we all get demotivated, unmotivated, whatever you want to call it. We all get that sucker punch in the gut that just makes us feel sick to our core. Like, wow, what's just happened? Why have I done this? How can I get out of this rut, this sog that I'm in? And that is exactly what I would do. It would be I'd start off with asking yourself why you actually blew it, and then I'd be moving into bang on what LJ just said, literally word for word.
Yeah. Now that we've helped him, let's help Will take a trade on his Black Arrow account before he loses it due to inactivity. All right, Will.
All right.
So, the first thing that you're going to have to do is you're going to have to make sure that you are signed into the right account. So, there, where you just click now, it should be the non-red one. You should have two. One has got a red one, and it should also have the same amount, 25k.
Red
you
one,
should,
yeah.
yes.
Top right.
So don't select the red one. Select the other one.
That one.
So just up a bit. See where it says sim?
Yeah, this
The
one
red
here.
button.
Oh,
We
you
can't
see it.
see-
Okay,
we can't
okay,
see the pop-up.
Bear with me 2 seconds.
Yeah, we can't see it pop up. Yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
We can't see the pop-up. You
Apologies.
can share your whole screen
That's
for that
also
second.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
gonna do.
Because the way that Black Arrow works is it's got an application with multiple layers, and it opens up a new layer. You don't always see it.
Okay.
So you click on that
this
one.
Okay.
Yes, you take the top one, the one that says that one. All right. So you can always see if you are on the simulation one by looking in that right-hand corner. If it's got the red sim, then it means that you are trading the simulation. You can enter the sim one at any point in time you want to. All right.
So right now I am on the simulation one.
No. You are now the red
I'm now
one
on
is
the
the
right
simulation. This is the evaluation one. This is the live evaluation. All right.
Yeah.
So for you to take a trade, there's multiple ways for you to enter a trade. You can, on the right-hand side, where it's just underneath where you selected the right account, you'll have something that says bracket 1-to-1, price, quantity, 1-2-3, trade, buy stop, buy at market, buy limit, sell at market. That is a quick way for you to do it. On the top left-hand side of the screen, just underneath that, you have the trade buttons. So you can click on that to open up the trading buttons, which works exactly the same way as the one-click buttons for the CFD MetaTrader accounts. Okay, so here's a cool thing that Black Arrow has that is really cool. Press and hold Shift, but don't click anywhere. Notice on the right-hand side that is a potential trade based on the bracket that you've selected. All right. So right now your bracket is incredibly tight, like what, 7, not even 7, it's like 6.25 points for NASDAQ futures. So what you can do is you can go and adjust that by clicking on the top, way at the top. There is a section that says File, Chart, View, Studies, Tools, Trade, News. You see that? Click on Trade.
Okay.
On the drop-down menu, third one from the bottom, you will have something that says Trading Brackets, OCO. So OCO stands for One Cancels Other.
Yeah.
So click on that. All right. So this is where you create your brackets. All right. So a bracket is that thing that now pointed up when you held Shift in place. So in this case, you can go and change your cash or ticks or percentage, however you want to. So being a 50k, no, it's a 25k account, which means that you have, I think it's 3% available to you because this was the old accounts.
Yes.
Okay. So the old account only has 3%, which means you've got 3% of 25k, which is about $750. Okay, so do you want to do a full port, or what do you want to do with this? Do you want to take a well thought out trade, or do you want to just open up?
I'll just open something up, Greg. Let's use this to actually get used to the platform and learn how to use it.
Because right now he's on straight NQ futures.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, literally.
Yeah. So you want to? Oh yeah, that's another thing. You need to do the micro e-mini NASDAQ.
No. Just go straight.
No. We need.
There we go.
Okay, so the current one that you went on now is expired, so you need to go find the right one.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay, so it's easy. You just click on the plus, and then you just search MNQ, and then you look for the current one, which is U6. All right, so that one's good.
Right. Okay.
There we go. So you can close the other one, the other NQ FUQ one. You can just close that one, just in case that you don't accidentally. There we go. All right. Now, if you do that same hovering, if you zoom in and you hover with the Shift or Alt, it'll show you a little bit more. It's gonna at least have some distance. So just zoom in a little bit more. This at least is now 60. It's now at least 60 points instead of 6.
Yeah,
there we go. Right.
Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, fair. Okay.
All right. So what do you want to do? Do you want to do a sell? Do you want to do a buy? What do you want to do?
I'll just chuck a quick long on. Screw it. Why not?
Click.
Yeah, I don't know how that that all in
okay.
actually worked out. It wasn't very good.
There we go. All right. So now you'll see when you were hovering with the shift button, the trade on the right-hand side is what is yet to come. So you'll see your take profit is at the top, your stop loss is at the bottom. Those are trades that are not yet active. On the left-hand side is the trade that's active. So once a trade goes in and it's accepted, it moves from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. All right?
Okay.
So pending orders will always be on the right-hand side, and active orders will always be on the left-hand side. If you want to close a trade, you can close it by clicking the X on that one there if you wanted to, or on the right-hand side where it says buy order, buy market, sell limit, sell market. There's a section that says cancel order, invert, close and cancel. On the right-hand side of the complete right-hand side panel, yes. So if you go up a little, there we go. You see those. Okay. If you close the trade right now, all right. If you click just close, it's going to close the trade, but it's going to leave the bracketing info. Well, it's not going to leave the bracketing information.
Leave these two here open.
Okay, so if you did not do a bracket entry, it would leave those two orders in place. But if you did a bracketing, then it views it as if it's one trade. One cancels other. So if you were to close the trade, bracket the trade, it's going to remove your take profit and stop loss as well. It's going to remove all orders from the table. But if you were to enter randomly without a bracket and you've dragged your stop loss and dragged your take profit, if you say close, it's going to close the trade, but it's going to leave your take profit and stop loss on the table as if it is a pending order.
Right, okay.
Okay. So just something to remember. I like the bracketing. I think the bracketing is awesome. I honestly think it's a really awesome thing. I mean, it's with the CFD stuff with MetaTrader. If you've entered a trade and you've dragged a stop loss and a take profit, it all becomes one order. So it's going to get closed out when it reaches that point, give or take some spread, maybe a little bit of slippage, but in general it will close it. But with the black arrow one, your entry is seen as an order, your take profit is seen as an order, and your stop loss is seen as an order. So you bracket them, and then it's seen as one full trade from entry, what is a loss, what is a win. Right. I don't know if any of this is making sense, but that is how it operates. Okay. All right. So if you want to view all of the trades that's currently active right now, where you clicked on trade, new strategy, copy invest on the way top portion, just a little bit below that, you have 5-minute view, trade, BS. Okay, on the right-hand, middle right-hand side. So after trade, after that, you'll see there's 3 bars with a little arrow pointing towards the top, a green arrow on the left of this, in the middle portion towards the left. 3 bars with an arrow. Okay, that's your performance profile. If you click on that, it's going to open up the current trades as they're running. So you can look at a summary, and you can see that it's currently running. If you click on the trades tab right next to the summary tab, top left, there's a trades tab right next to it. Then you'll see the current trade as it's running. The open, the close, what was the price when you entered, what is the buy price, the current price, the gross interval, meaning what is your current P&L. You can see what your account P&L was after a specific trade. You can see how it's gone up and gone down. So this is where you view all of your trades. You can look at the charts if you click on that one. It's going to show you your equity based in time. So every trade that you've taken, it will show you the equity of that specific trade across that specific time frame.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So it's kind of nice. If you take a trade on M&Q right now, it's going to be under the M&Q tab. So you can you can select all assets, gold, M&Q, whichever asset you were trading, and you can localize per asset. And it will give you all of your information per asset that you've traded. So there where it says simulator and then all assets today, new wallet export. If you click on the all assets one, if you had more than one asset that you were trading, you can select only that one and see your performance with gold. You can see your performance with the S&P 500, with NASDAQ, and so on and so forth.
Okay. I mean, yeah, fair. Okay, that's quite nice.
Yeah.
I just need to learn how to properly use it.
I mean, you can do the bracketing. You can always enter a trade at any point in time and then drag your stop loss and take profits. But you need to make sure that they're connected, that they're bracketed to that specific trade.
So if I was to do that,
don't go and close a trade and then leave, because if you haven't done the bracketing.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say, for example, I want to, because if I bracket now,
what it's going to do is it's going to average your trade entries. If you take another trade on M&Q,
what would gold
so
be?
That's currently it's search for micro gold.
I got it. Oh, okay.
Micro, yeah. So it should be, if I can bring up mine, it is MGCQ6. MGCQ6.
Okay, I got it here. Micro gold futures.
Yeah, there we go. That's the micro ones.
So let's say now, for example, I want to place a trade on gold.
Yeah.
It almost accidentally just puts it perfectly in where I want it to be anyway. So let's say I want to place it here.
Do you want to do a sell or a buy? Because if it's a buy,
I want to do a buy, but I want to put my stop loss. Ooh, come back. I want to put my stop loss dead on this area. What is it? Go away.
Okay.
There we go. I want to put my stop loss right here.
Okay, no problem. So the nice thing about the bracketing is that is the default, but you can always drag your stop loss wherever you want to after you've entered the trade.
But then it doesn't adjust my risk, though.
No, okay, so it does adjust the risk.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, okay, it adjusts my risk, but it doesn't adjust pre-trade.
So the thing about futures is that you have set contract sizes. So with gold as an example, when you're entering a trade and you're doing one contract, that one contract has a set value per point movement. So if you hover with shift as an example, anywhere. So you'll see that if you entered right now at any price, so 4,030, whatever, if you entered at 4,030, you'll see that at 4,017, so $13 of price movement would equate to $125 in loss.
Yeah.
So every 1 point is equal to roughly $10 with a 1 micro as an example. So if you were to enter right now, you can go and measure the distance between your current entry price and where you want to have it, and then all you have to do is see, okay, that's 10 points away, that's $100 in risk.
Okay.
Because it's set amounts.
Yeah.
So for S&P, it's $5 per point. For NQ, it is $2 per point.
Okay.
On the micros. The minis, the E-minis, is 10 times larger than the micros.
Okay, I'm going to go do some homework.
So like I said, it is a little bit of a learning curve, but once you get it, you get it. Like once you're in how it works and whatnot,
I think, like I said, because I don't use it enough, I think it's literally just a case of, because I'm not using it, I don't know. Once I start getting into the motion of using it, I think I'll be fine then. It's just until I get used to it, it's going to be like trying to learn Japanese.
Yeah, so that's what I use the simulation portion of it for.
Yeah, fair.
Which is nice. So at any point in time, you can just log into that other one. This is still going to run, even if you've logged into the simulation. This will still...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, perfect. I was going to say, will it cancel anything out? And yeah, okay, it doesn't.
No. It remains up until it closes out.
If I want to cancel this now and I clicked cancel orders and close position, that would also cancel these two because it's an OCO.
Yes, it's bracketed together. So it's one cancels the other. So if you cancel the trade, it removes everything and you can move on to another asset or another trade idea. One thing, however, is you can't hedge.
Okay, fair.
Okay, so if you wanted to, you can, if you wanted to go short right now from where we are, you can say invert. You can say invert. And what that is going to do is it's effectively going to close the current trade and place an equal bracketed trade in the opposite direction. So with the same $125 risk with a $250 take profit, same leverage, everything. The same, contract size, everything, if you wanted to invert. But you will see that your very first trade is going to be a loss because you are already $33 into drawdown as an example. And then it just inverts it and then you can go. So you can't have a buy and a sell active at the same time on the same asset.
Yeah, okay. I'm with you.
So if anybody is trolling right now, like bro forgot how to trade by trying to understand this platform, understand that it is new for Will. Will has not traded on.
I have not touched the futures once.
So this is a live demonstration of somebody that has never used the platform, trying to learn how to use the platform. So it's going to be bumpy. It's going to be a bumpy ride for him.
Yeah, of course.
So. He hasn't forgotten how to trade.
I was going to say, I haven't forgotten how to trade. We're literally just placing the trade so I don't lose the account.
Yeah, it's just that
there is no analysis behind this. Although I am going to.
There's no analysis. It's purely a trade for the sake of making sure that the 14-day inactivity gets refreshed. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Alrighty then. In fact, actually, on that note, I better close this trade before
But yeah, NASDAQ is coming off.
I was going to say, all jokes aside, that wasn't an actual trade. So I'm going to close out that before I actually genuinely lose 1% by mistake. Anyway, I am going to love you all and leave you. I need to go have some lunch before I continue because what I am working on is coming to an end, thank God, and I am getting ready to see the back of it, and I cannot wait to see the back of it. So anyway, once I've done that, I'll be able to stick around with you guys for a little bit longer. But for now, I shall love you and leave you for today. I shall see you all el mañana. Guys, thank you very much. Again, make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click that bell notification because we are less than 800 subscribers away from 110,000 subs for this channel, which is absolutely awesome. For those of you coming on trolling, guys, this is also educational for those of you who may need to learn this or may want to learn how to use the futures. Like I said, unfortunately for me, you guys get to have a good old giggle at me learning how to use futures. But I did say at the very beginning when the 5ers released their funding program for the futures, I did say that I would document my entire learning journey. So you do get to watch me stick my tongue out and start chewing on my tongue while I try and learn some information.
I think it's all healthy banter. I think it's just healthy banter.
Yeah, no,
it is all good healthy banter.
It's definitely healthy banter. But there are going to be some people out there perhaps who do want to troll. But I know for a fact that was definitely healthy banter. But yeah, guys, thank you very much. Make sure that you, like I said, smash that like button. But I shall see you all tomorrow. Anyway, peace.
Cheers, Will. Wow, this like hour went so quickly. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Guitar for the people, South African representation here. Yes, of course. Like a brew. Oh, it's an owl. Owl with scuba gear. Yeah. NASDAQ currently selling off a little bit more volumetrically than we had this attempt at an upward push. Look at the time, though. It's again 12 o'clock GMT. It's once again that pre-New York wake up where we're starting to get a little bit more volume, just a little bit more, as LJ said yesterday, volatility.
Yeah, so we might get this...
Day before.
Yeah, this drop down into that lower basket where we're looking for the tops here. I might have just had my TP a touch too high and I didn't exit this. So I'm still holding it. Now I'm just above flat. So I got to decide if I'm going to keep this around or square it now and then look for the re-entry coming towards New York after, which...
Yeah.
Kind of 50-50 right now.
Yeah, I'm also quite 50-50 at the moment. However, we've got Warsh speaking at, what is this, 1 o'clock GMT. That's in an hour.
In 1 hour, yeah.
Yeah, we've got ADP non-farm employment change in roughly 9 minutes. We've got the EU President Lagarde that's also going to be speaking as well. We've got Governor Bailey that's also speaking at 1 p.m. GMT. So I don't know if I want to be trading at all for the next 2.5 hours or so.
Yeah, it depends. I don't know. I don't expect too much from anyone right now, to be honest.
Okay, but would you run that risk though?
I think potentially in this case, yes. I think the major thing will actually just be ADP, really. I don't think Kevin Warsh is going to say much of anything. Like I was saying with Dirk, there's a potential that he could put some layups for the upcoming Fed meeting. But just like we saw at the last meeting, like he didn't even put down a vote for the dots and he was very coy. He's reduced the entire number of word count in the Fed statement. Like he's trying to keep it all very under wraps for now.
Yeah.
Sort of let a couple of things play out and then go ham on what he wants to do once he gets that direction. So
I've got a question with that, but I'll hold my question for now.
I would have to say I'd expect pretty much the same, like a kind of a repeat from what he said last time. And if anything, the only way he'd say something different would probably be a reversal of what he said last time, or reversal of where the market currently is, where the market is very hawkish right now. So therefore, if he's happy with that, he says the same stuff as he did before, and so it's no difference. If he's saying like, hey, I don't like forward guidance, but he might give a slight little bit of a marginal nudge.
Like an undertone.
That, yeah, sort of read between the lines type thing that like, hey, you guys might have this kind of wrong. And therefore would be the other way. So I think you've got kind of an asymmetric outcome through there. Either it's nothing or we get a flip on that, which in that case means things like the NASDAQ up, rates come off, the dollar comes off. And so hence these current trades end up working out. So this Euro trade, I dragged this down to here to 80. Also quite annoying because we were nice bit of profit after re-entering, after I got stopped out on the first two. Now we've come down, that's in drawdown. Same with the Aussie, it's about flat. We just tapped into, now marginally above. So I got to decide, just like what you're saying, do I hold these or jump out? And same with the NAS, you know, they're very similar.
NAS, I'm not too sure. I'm always freaking skeptical trading this time, like from 1 or from 12 GMT till let's say half an hour or so after the New York Open. I'm always skeptical to trade because there's you're either on the right side of it or you're not, and there's sometimes this volatility that can eat up multiple trades if you get in on the at the wrong time. So I'm always a little skeptical, a little reserved for that. I actually had a question for you with regards to Kevin Warsh. So, in the past, when we had Jerome Powell, he, like you said, he always had this openness when he's talking about what the Fed was looking at and so on, and you could almost always, to a varying degree of accuracy, could kind of like figure out what was the general direction, the general gist, and you could do some forward planning, and you could maybe position yourself. Do you think with Warsh and his current, let's say, unwillingness to have all of this information be so publicly available prior to the actual decision date and whatnot, do you think that it's going to result in way more volatility in the market, some lull periods, and then crazy volatility with movements, and then a lull period, something more reminiscent of what we're used to with regards to going from area of consolidation, breakout area, consolidation, breakout area, that kind of like we trade point to point?
Yes, I agree. So definitely more, a bit more, more volatility. Kind of like when we had the low, near zero interest rates type picture for a long time, and then that created like a skew in the markets. We had QE going on, all the rest, and then we've obviously come out of that period after COVID, right? And now we're back into a more normal-ish rates, market, economic type picture. I think the same thing with central banks, hence he wants to go back to that similar type driver, since we're not trying to put the entire financial system on life support anymore so much, where you did need that over communication, true transparency. I think now they want to go back to where you have that shock factor. So where they've got like a gun in their pocket and they're just bang and they come out, right? It's been a long time since we've seen like a random spur of the moment rate hike where they just come out and say, okay, we just hiked rates by 25 or 50 basis points outside of an actual meeting. That right now, in the past while, would be absolutely unthinkable to do that. But I think he wants to go back to that kind of picture, and obviously he wants to go back to much more market-driven data. And so hence I was like talking to Dirk earlier. Right now, this is where the Fed rhetoric is. This is the one-year inflation swaps going forward, which have absolutely created. I've never seen such a divergence in this ever. And Kevin Warsh is saying that he wants to follow this line, this dark line, but the market is currently running off the sentiment from the Fed recently, which is up here. So Kevin Warsh is kind of saying like, no, we're going here, but the market is reading it as up here. So I think these things have to come back into line. And so I think that's where things are going to be caught very off foot in general. So just give me one.
Yeah, dude, go ahead and do with your trades what you
just
need to
adjust
do.
I'm just going to adjust the Euro picture and make sure I've got everything. I'll jump to your screen for a second.
Yeah, dude, no problem. For Work is saying show NZD USD. We'll do that immediately. All right, let's have a little gander at it. Let's just give it a second to. Refresh. All right, that should be good. All right, I'll go over to the daily and then we'll see what we can see on the daily time frame for NZD USD. All right, we were in a very bearish price action suite for quite a while. Very, very much bearish. Had 1 or 2 days of a attempt at a bullish resurgence. Very much bearish for the last few weeks now, it would seem. This bearish structure really came into play around about the 1st of June. So the whole of June was bearish. All right. We have broken. We have broken. Wika.
Yeah, we just got the ADP. So I was saying earlier with Dirk as well, my expectation for payrolls tomorrow is going to be lower. Everyone's been calling for it to be strong once again. I think in general, we're going to get a lower number. Now, this is just ADP, doesn't directly transfer or translate into NFP in general. But we've had consistently higher ADP numbers in, I don't know, over the course of the past several months. But I think we've got a bit of an aberration through there. So see if that carries through tomorrow. But yeah, sorry, I just had to manage that whilst it
dude, that's good.
came out with all the trades.
No, that's good. Like it's nice to know that you were right.
Yeah.
So what I can see on the daily right now is we are at an area of interest, an area that previously acted as an area of support. We broke through, retested it as resistance, broke through again, reacted as area of support, support, all the way. We broke through, and it's now acting as if it's an area of resistance. All right, so this is on NZD USD on the daily. Right now at a nice area of interest. We came to this bottom point here, sweeping these lows that we had previously, and it seems as though we're just bottoming out ever so slightly, trying to retest this point here. All right, so do we have a low to potentially come and test beyond this point down here? We do have some lows over here that we could potentially come and test. However, okay, there's more towards the left as well. All right, so on the daily, it does look like we are busy retracing ever so slightly after this one downward leg. We are having a little bit of a correction. We'll see whether or not this area over here is going to act as a nice area of resistance, or whether or not it is going to fail. All right. If we go down to the hourly, I'm not going to bother with the 4 hourly all that much right now. On the hourly, if we just move this out of survey, we have seen quite a consolidation, which you could have seen on the daily as well. You had quite a bit of consolidation in this area over here for the last few days. So this was from Wednesday last week. We had this nice area of consolidation slowing down its downward descent. We had multiple days of bearish price action. And then yesterday provided us with a nice bullish day from the onset. Didn't really break lower than the previous Monday's lows. So, well, from Monday's lows, yesterday didn't break lower and we started pushing up. So as of right now, on the hourly, it looks as though we're trying to push a little bit more bullishly after a very nice sell-off. However, this could be just part of that much larger bearish price action. I do think that this area where we reacted off yesterday is that first area of interest, which we're at right now. We're at this area so much, like it's so close, it's ridiculous. Personally, okay, first of all, I don't trade NZD USD. LJ does. But in my mind, if we are to react bearishly from here, we have these tops over here that we can potentially come and test, which is basically the top of this consolidation, the wicks just above the consolidation area. If we are to react from where we are now, potentially come and test that. If we do break through this, if we do break through this whole zone here, then I can see us definitely going lower. I don't think we're going to go anywhere if we do not break below this cluster effectively, if we don't break through this top end of this base. So I'm going to remove that and say that this is the area to be on the lookout for potential shorts. So that area is 0.56630 to 0.5656. So not the biggest of ranges, but a definite area of interest. Now, obviously, we do have yesterday's highs, which is in contention as of right now, and then we have yesterday's lows, which is also in contention. To me, this looks like a little bit of a M structure. I don't know if you agree with that. If it's a little bit like more Quasimodo-ish, you know, one higher shoulder than the other kind of like thing.
Yeah.
So a drive up, a retest, another attempt, and just kind of being stuck here right now. Yeah,
I think we go higher though overall.
Yeah.
I think
this
the much
reaction was strong enough.
Yeah, I think the much cleaner chart though is the Aussie, of course. Like we're here, New Zealand dollar on the daily. Like this is, it's very similar. Obviously, New Zealand dollar got whacked a bit harder. Aussie and New Zealand much higher beta currencies. So we've seen the NASDAQ sort of whip around a bit recently. Had those big downdrafts. It's gotten hit further on the downside. Hasn't quite picked up in the same manner once the NASDAQ has picked up. And that was also due to some of the recent dollar strength, thus holding it back down. So we're definitely due for that snap up. I would just prefer something like the Aussie, right? Let's go and hide all this jazz. So where this is the daily, similar deal, very highly correlated assets, where we've come down into that 200. We have a much cleaner picture and structure through here for us to move higher. Now, like we were talking earlier in the stream when I was on with Dirk, I do see New Zealand dollar performing a bit better than the Aussie, comparatively with the Aussie-New Zealand dollar pair. So them against each other. New Zealand dollar, US dollar, slightly different picture. Aussie, US dollar, slightly different picture because of that dollar component. So in that scenario, I would see the Aussie to the US performing a bit better than New Zealand US. But Aussie, New Zealand will perform better. So it feels confusing and slightly off, but that's what I'd see here. So I think New Zealand dollar is kind of just riding on the coattails of everything else. It doesn't have pure direction right now, NZD, USD. I think it's going to be basically dragged along, wish-washed around by other pairs that are correlated. So I would prefer to look for cleaner setups, but overall, yes, I would see a drive higher ultimately. So this was that sort of key level. I think we obviously talked or marked that out, I don't know, last week, the week before, whenever it was. If we can breach that, then yes, you run higher, right? But just like you were saying, Rich, that's the contention point right now. So.
Definitely a high zone of interest, but just purely because of how price reacted around it most recently. It rejects it off it, shoots through it, come and retest, rebounds off of it again, and so on. So,
which, again, we looked last night with the other pairs. So this is New Zealand dollar. Go look at the euro last night. We had that drive up. Same deal. Aussie dollar, the drive up. So New Zealand dollar is kind of just being pulled by the rest, but the others outperformed on that differential versus New Zealand USD. So that's why I'd say I prefer positioning for the same concept, but in a better performing asset with more clarity. Put it that way.
On euro, when I marked everything up, I think this was on Tuesday, or I think it was yesterday. I marked up the EU stuff, saying that I wanted Friday's high to be swept, or at least closed above and then continue above higher. We did get this high of Friday that got swept yesterday evening. We had this cluster down here that acted as a bit of a support during the Asia session, and then eventually reacted off of again during London. So that the top end of Monday eventually also acted as a bit of a resistance point. We did shoot through, but when we eventually started coming back again, we reacted off of it as though it was support as well, pushing price lower. So it is kind of just playing out to that whole sweep, one zone, retest another zone, go and retest that previous zone that you were on. So it's just kind of being stuck in this little, going from area to area, and getting some areas that is a little bit slower during the day. You still have a downdraft of price. Reacted very nicely here now, potentially looking like it might be continuing lower to the weekly low, or the Friday low, sorry, not weekly low, the Friday low, which was over here.
I don't think so. I think we have to hold this level. I think this holds.
If we continue pushing through, we're definitely going there.
Yeah.
If we don't push through, then obviously yes.
Because Raf was saying before, LJ, EU looks like it's turning bearish. I don't think so. I think this is kind of front running. Like we were saying, we've got a bunch of speakers today. I think, as we said, Kevin Warsh will be either the same or he'll flip script the whole way. We've got Lagarde speaking as well. Now, the ECB decided to raise interest rates basically 2 days before the Strait of Hormuz situation was ended, you know. So, and the market was then pricing in a further 2 rate hikes. That's obviously not going to happen, and you can now argue that the rate hike in general was kind of a misstep. They kind of got pigeonholed into that, talking it up for a while. So hence with that over communication, that forward guidance from central banks, this is why Kevin Warsh doesn't like it. They kind of get locked into that and then kind of have to go forward. So I think we might have a slight front running of that, being that they have to walk that back. We've also seen some of the recent inflation data come through that's already been lower. And then if you see that the Strait of Hormuz situation is done, we're going to be lower again. And the ECB also has their like mild, their good outcome, good scenario target for oil at about $88 a barrel end of year. We're now trading like $20 below that. So therefore, all of that stuff has to come down. So I think it's a bit of a front running that Lagarde might speak on that, and hence again try to give that forward guidance that they're turning that back around. Either that, or she just says nothing because she doesn't want to.
That also happens.
Which I would say the best way to communicate would be to essentially say nothing. Right, just leave it as it is. People already know this. The market is already seeing that. They can surely see that. Wait for Kevin Warsh to get the next Fed meeting over, and then you move from there. But I think hence it's a bit of that front running. But yeah, I think longer term overall, we do have EU going up. I know Dirk is in a swing trade on that, like we were talking about before. The other interesting thing I did see here, we're starting to get into this split opinion type factor. So if we look at these two headlines here, poll, US dollar positioning is seen to hold steady or see net longs by end July. 29 out of 41. FX strategists. Euro forecast to trade at 116 in 3 months. 117, 118, blah, blah, blah. So we're clearly coming up to some kind of flip point. Plus, we've got things like the dollar yen at those peaks. It's now a question, is it at the end of July, or is it front run a bit before that, or does even tomorrow's payroll number start to spark that turnover already? And then rather than 3 months, you could see 116 in 6 weeks or 4 weeks, right? So that's where I start to question some of this stuff. And this is also where you get a bit of this jumping around of positioning where starting to come up, you come off, come up, come off, come up, come off. And you see that in multiple assets jumping around like that. Just like how we've seen gold sort of run and keep running. NASDAQ having those dips, then it's run right higher, now holding up reasonably well. We've seen the Aussie and come down to those levels. The pound also down to its retracement levels, now pushing higher, definitely clearly bullish going forward. So the euro is the outlier right now. There's actually lagging the rest. So when everything else is starting to turn around, and you've just got something like the euro doing that, I would tend to reverse that trade. But yeah, like Rich said, it's just about timing. So you could have like a further snap drop into some of these levels and then run up from there. So
yeah, EU to me right now is a little bit strongly bearish when you compare it to the rest of the day. If you go back down to the 5 minute or so, we're starting to get a little bit more volume now that we didn't really see earlier, like stronger bearish candles, and the bullish attempts are less so. They're staggered, where you had like that staggered downward movement earlier, signifying a slowing in momentum. I'm not so sure right now whether or not this is actual momentum or if this is that wake up from the market pre-New York pre-news kind of like thing, or just the little bit of a lull that we had after the news, as an example. I don't know how much further down we can go on it.
Yeah.
This
is often where, when there's not a clean picture, you often see euro pound kind of driving the euro itself. So hence, we now look at euro pound.
Was selling
because the pound is outperforming right now.
Yeah.
The euro pound itself tends to drive euro dollar when we don't have a 100% clear dollar signal overall. So now we're seeing that flip back. This seems as though it's sort of done its work for now. And now we're going into that New York session. We've had ADP going to be looking more towards the dollar. Kevin Warsh speaking soon in like half an hour. I think that'll come back into focus. But a similar deal how during the Asian session, when there's not heaps else going on, the Aussie will then be pulled around by like the odd yen. So it's that tangential correlation that'll end up driving the two. So you can see, even right there, very similar. Odd yen, Aussie dollar. Right? And they kind of move in sync and actually pull each other around. So you've got cross correlation. Hey?
Do you have water again?
Don't tell me this.
I could have sworn I heard water falling.
I might actually check. Hang on.
So for anybody who doesn't know, LJ had a leaking pipe at his residence. So I could have sworn it sounded like someone was in the shower. And I know for a fact that LJ didn't have water. So it just might be water is now falling back onto the floor by him. Anyway. So where were we? We've got the NYSE opening up in half an hour. We have quite a bit of news that is ready and wait for us in about half an hour as well. Why is he on the screen now? Get him off the screen. Thoughts is Euro USD going slightly lower till around 113.75, thereabout support and rally up. So Euro 13.75. So I don't know how strong this downward push is going to be. We are so close to the news event, which is here. It's not that long from now. Remy, can you remove LJ from the screen? Because I can't seem to remove him. There we go. Thank you. We still have that low swing point of last week Friday as a area of interest. I did mark up something else here in this zone, which I liked, but I wasn't too sure about the validity of it. We were very close to it. So it was something like this that I marked up. So this is pretty much where we are right now, but it was so close to this zone here that I decided to omit it. Because if this area is breaking through, that was that larger area of resistance on the lower time frame where you resisted these areas specifically. But once again, you also have this higher end here that also acted as, this acted as support and that acted as resistance. So now we're breaking through. The question is whether or not we're going to have that push lower, which I'm not sure if we're going to have. Daniel Bartle is saying, how do you guys feel about Euro JPY currently in a long from previous day? So Euro JPY currently in a long from the previous day. Okay. You got in at 185.001, so it was a buy. 185.001. Right there. Stop 184. 526 and take profit 185.947. Oh, dude. Yeah, I can see why you're like, oh crap. It has moved basically to break even at this point for you. Look, since yesterday, you had this very, very nice volumetric movement, and then it was followed up by this absolute flat market price. And then these movements like this does not inspire me confidence to try and push up. We did have a little bit of intervention on that trade. I am assuming you got in just prior to that, as an example. This does look like a potential intervention here. It did go higher, reached a little bit. I don't know. I don't like the fact that we've taken up all of this. The upward action was so much slower, and then we started to gain a little bit more conviction around this area and around this area as well. We just had a lovely surprise there for a second, and then he disappeared, and then he's back. Hello, Victor.
Hi there. Just getting the camera to show the actual part that, you know, I assume I assume the viewers want to watch. Hi, how are you doing? I'm
Victor.
As always happy to see you here. Richard, how is life?
I'm going to go ahead and say my life is absolutely grandiose. Victor, how is your life? And please spare us no detail.
That's very funny, Richard. The life is great. I mean, you gotta be. It sounds like I'm discounting certain things, but I'm not. You gotta be happy about the things that you have. I mean, whenever I think, I mean, I know it sounds like a broken record, but I'm very happy to be a trader. I mean, the freedom, not the stereotypical, the cliche freedom, but I mean the actual freedom I'm living. So I'm happy about that. And whenever I think about those, you take them for granted after a certain amount of time because they become normal. But actually, it's kind of nice. I mean, think about it. But life in general, or specifically, is great. Yeah, what can I say? I gave you all the details you asked.
Yes, you spared us no details whatsoever. You went so in depth into that information that I'm fully sated, fully satiated. Sorry, that's the sated, sated and satiated. I think it's
satisfied.
The same. I am satisfied, but I'm also full. You know, I've eaten enough. I've been nourished by you speaking about how you are. I'm happy to hear that you're doing well, Victor. I'm very happy. Are you happy today, Victor? I don't know if you seem tired but under the weather, but
do I?
Yes. Where's that jovial? I am Victor. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another day in the life of Victor.
It was because I perhaps was looking at the charts at the same time, and I was thinking, do I wait for you to finish? Yeah, do I wait for you to finish the what you were saying, or do I go in while I'm watching the market while EU is breaking down? Do I close my position that I was already in while I want? Anyways, that was the apparently not so jovial impression that I gave. Yeah, impression that I gave you. But yes, no problem at all. I mean, what can I say? I'm very excited. Actually, I'm very excited about the future. Whenever I see growth, whenever I see potential, and there is always room for growth, and there's unlimited potential in trading. It's a sure recipe for continued chronic excitement.
Chronic excitement. Do you have medication for that chronic excitement of yours?
I do. My medication is being happy. That's my medication about being excited all the time.
That's good. Very, very, very good medication. Do you take that with your breakfast in the morning? Is it like a full course?
No, I don't. Actually, I should take it with breakfast. But I do take it regularly. I have to say, yes, I do take it regularly. One of the peculiar moments I take it is under the shower. You have that moment for yourself when you're enjoying perhaps a warm shower or a cold one. I mean, both can be very nourishing and relaxing. And then you think about it, man, I'm happy about things. I'm happy about that. Maybe there's a challenge, but I'm happy I'm, chipping away at the challenge. I mean, life isn't all about, roses and moonshines. So it but still, I mean, I don't know. I'm a chronic optimist as well, or an eternal optimist, where regardless the situation, I seem to be able to find, the
positivity in even the darkest of moments.
I think it's a moment of growth if I can't see the way out.
I mean, so we're talking about a shower now and having a very nice shower. We know one person that is not having showers right now, which is LJ. Yes, Raphael, I was indeed correct. I heard water splashing in the background of his microphone, and I know for a fact he doesn't have water. And he just messaged me now saying, the pipe has gone again, so he's getting flooded with water again. So we're not going to see LJ for the rest of the stream, guys. I do apologize for the suddenness upon which LJ had to hop out, but he needed to go and fix. He needed to go play plumber.
I missed that.
Yeah,
I do know he had. I do know he had. Of course, in the background in the group, he informed us of some water service issue, or maybe it wasn't water service, but it was something else, but something with water. But I missed this one. So apparently he has some water calamity at his place.
Yes, so he had a burst pipe yesterday. And they got the fire brigade out to come and close the water from this, basically from the inlet of his
fire brigade.
Yes, so I think in Australia you're not allowed to go and isolate essential water. In this case, I think it's maybe from like a deluge system, like a sprayer system. I think you have to have like the fire brigade or the fire department come out and then isolate the valve. And that's what happened yesterday. And I think what happened now is they fixed the pipe and it has now come unfixed. And I just heard water on his microphone. I was like, I'm pretty
literally,
sure.
Not your imagination. Yeah. You actually heard it.
I don't know if you've ever heard what it sounds like when someone is showering and there's a sudden volume of water that hits other water, like a pool of water that gets hit.
Splash.
Yes, a splash, but a very specific splash. It's like volumes of water that gets pushed down onto a little puddle, and that's what I heard. And I know for a fact my wife isn't showering right now, so it's not on my side. So
basically, water impacting water. That's what you heard.
Yes, but it had a bit of an echo to it, as if it was hitting a hard substance, like a floor made of tiles or maybe of concrete or something like that. It had that echo to it.
Acoustic.
So,
yeah.
Yes, very much. It had a very acoustic resonance to it. So what I did was I used my deducting skills and I said, LJ, is your partner showering? And he's like, she's not here. So it's like, go and have a look, mate. I think your pipe is burst.
Okay, that sounds weird. I mean, when you said fire brigade, I was seeing sirens, a big red truck running through the streets of an Australian city, rushing to LJ. So, okay, all right. LJ always has these exciting things, right? All these things seem to be happening to him, right? Olympics construction going under his house or under his building. Highways things happening nearby and whatnot. Always full of surprises, LJ is. We have quite a few, or maybe you had them already, but I noticed them now. Quite a few great viewers in here. Not the least, I mean, Louise, I see Anto the analyst. Anto has some great setups, which I actually want to go check it out today in our stream. I mean, those who haven't seen our view or our stream yesterday and they want to see this. It's an amazing opportunity, and Anto knows all about it. We have as well Kawish, indeed mentioning, and we have Peter Kiefshaw, who is an amazing viewer and trader, I must say. Nice, Peter. You made us proud, and that is all of us in Quasimodo land.
Yes, everybody in.
All right.
Yeah, in Quasimodo land's actually a good
nice. I mean, that it makes me very proud reading about that.
Yeah, you should be proud. I mean, he was your student.
Thank you very, very much for those.
The student became the master in that moment. I see Samir is with us now as well.
Hello guys.
Samir. How are you?
How are you? I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Gentlemen, I'm going to have to hop out, but I see Victor is struggling with his internet right now. Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
I thought that is what was happening.
That was tricky.
Yeah. I'm going to have to hop out, but before I do, I need to mention this. So, the futures program, for those of you who care about trading futures, we've updated the futures program to the point that you now no longer will have an activation fee on the day trading account. So in the past, we had the day trading one that had activation fees once you reach funded phase. That's gone now. So none of our futures programs have activation fees. It is a once-off fee when you purchase the account, and then Bob's your uncle. There you go. So I wanted to mention that before I go, but what I also want to mention is that the moment this stream is over, the moment the closing bell is rung on the CFD side of the stream, we are going to auto-direct everybody to the futures platform. And we're going to start doing that after every stream. So every stream from today on going forward, once the stream is over, you're going to be auto-directed to the futures stream. So do go and give Dave your love and support. He's an amazing streamer. He is really, really knowledgeable when it comes to futures trading. Both Victor and Samir have joined his stream on Mondays. So go and give them their support and join them as well. So like I said, big news, the fact that there's no longer activation fees for the futures platform. So that's pretty good. And then also one last thing. In the description box below, if you are a Italian-speaking trader, a Dutch-speaking trader, or a Portuguese-speaking trader, we have YouTube channels specifically in the language of your choice. So you can stick with us in English, which is what we are doing, is the English channel. We have the futures channel that's always also in English, but we have an Italian, Dutch, as well as a Portuguese stream as well every single day. And then we also have a Japanese stream as well for anybody who would want to go and join that and know how to speak Japanese. So the 5ers is expanding. Oh, so much.
That's awesome.
I'm back. You guys can see me, right? I'm not invisible to
Yes,
you.
we can. You
Yes.
are not a figment of our imagination.
Okay, because for a moment there, I did. If it was you guys, what happened? But apparently it was me. I disappeared. I became invisible for you
Yes.
for a little while there. But I was before we hop on to the next topic. Samir thank you for coming in, or welcome. I'm happy to see you.
Thank you.
The other thing is likewise. The other thing I was gonna say, right where I was saying the I very makes me blush, basically what Peter said. Very nice words about quasis and that. The other thing I want to say was soon the 5ers will have so many local streams that list that you just named, Richard, will not be doable. It will take too long of a time to be able to mention all the different languages that we will be covering. So it is very, very exciting, I think, for a lot of local communities who want, a stream in their language. Perhaps, some other languages that we're not covering yet, that we have I say some, but maybe a lot of requests for, which is Spanish. But there's so many other languages as well that, are next on the horizon for potentially having a stream of their own.
Yeah, I mean, it may happen. It may happen. You never know.
Yeah, I can see jump in my numbers also. I was seeing the affiliation dashboard, and I think the things that we are doing, it is increasing the engagement, I think. Yes. So soon, I think we can have multiple language channels. French, Spanish.
And it all stemmed from here, from this one.
It's already here.
No, it all stemmed from here. It's because of this channel, this live trading room, this one created all of that. So we're the original. We're the originators of all of those streams. The OG. Yes, we are the OG, and that's why people are here. Like, for argument's sake, Louis saying that's fire, but like I'm Italian, but I prefer a year thing. See, it's just, yeah. Anyway, so proud of us. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to love and leave you. I am going to hop out, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Victor, you probably did not hear this. You probably just grabbed a snippet of what I was saying. The moment this stream is finished, it will be auto-directed to the futures channel. All right, so you guys don't have to go anywhere. It will auto-direct you. And go ahead, sub, and go and listen to Dave. He is a spectacular trader and an all-round
Dave, amazing trader. Yes, I love to stream
Dave
with him.
will hear Dave will hear a splashing sound with acoustics of the massive volume that's going to be coming in the the room he will be in by the time we close our stream.
Yeah, that is 100% true. But he needs my ear. If he didn't have my ear, he would not have heard it. I'm joking, guys. All right, guys, have a lovely day. If you haven't already, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe, and then hit that notification bell at the bottom to know when we're going live. And then I will see you all tomorrow for the last trading stream for the week until next week, Monday. All right, gentlemen. Victor and Sunil,
Richard.
have a great day. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got fluency to be a rapper.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you can definitely. I don't know about the rhythm yet and about the lyrics exactly, but you definitely got a speed there. I saw you speed up. Sounds like one of those attackers going for the goal in the FIFA World Cup. Getting that speed, leaving everyone behind. Anyways, what am I saying? Thank you, Rich.
All right.
Samir, how is everything on your side? Are you looking to
Everything
get into any? Yep.
Yeah, everything is good. Thank you. How is everything on your side?
Fine.
All
we have
right.
EU. At EU, I'm gonna be looking for the graphs or at the charts to look for.
Yes.
There's a breakdown of a range. We've been talking about it, and the market seems to be ever surprising because yesterday it looked like the market was going to break to the upside and it did the opposite. I'm going to show my screen unless you have something urgently you want to share with. Already did that. Apparently, let me check. Yes.
I just took a sell on USD.
Let me go back to yours. Because maybe there's something you want to show us. You took a sell on US 30. That's the Dow.
I took a sell, and I think we can trade, like price can trade to the downside. I will explain why I am thinking this way. First of all, 200 EMA is bearish, and this is some kind of channel that I'm seeing. As 200 EMA is bearish, VWAP is bearish, I think there is high chance that we can break to the downside. Of course, we can also break to the upside, but as these two things are bearish, so I don't mind taking an early trade here, expecting a breakout to the downside. So that's a very basic analysis here. So let's see on the 30 minutes. Yes, it is bullish, but I mainly focus on 15 minute when it comes to EMA or VWAP. So yes, let's see. And this is the daily low. I do think we can at least tap this daily low. Let me yeah, I think TP here is fine. And this is the daily high, and this is the practice that I used to do when price is moving, like whatever direction price is moving in the current session, there is high chance that we can continue with that momentum. So right now I'm seeing lower lows, lower highs. Okay, so that's what I think. We can continue this kind of direction. So yeah, welcome. Thank you so much.
You mean because of the converging? You mean because of those converging trend lines, it indicates to you that there could be a breakout, and you don't know yet which direction, although you took a short. Whichever direction it breaks out, there's a good likelihood that it will expand in that direction with force, and that's what you want to catch, right? Because of the converging trend lines.
Yeah, so okay. I think there is a possibility we can break to the downside, and yeah. Kavish was saying about Hindi stream. We already have a The5ers India channel, so if you want to check that out, you can check it out. Hindi streams, yesterday also we mentioned if we have enough requests, so we definitely are open to do that type of streams for you guys. So yeah, as I'm in the trade, I already shared my bias or my point of view here. And now I can't really do anything. Either it will break to the upside, I will take a stop loss, or it will go in my direction. That will be awesome. But if it triggered the stop loss, I think that is it. I will not be entering any more trade. So we are also away. Actually, we are 32 minutes away from the NYSE Open.
All right.
So let's see. Now, I will not take too much of the time. So
we'll come back. We'll definitely come back. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying you can take over. And I know something might be forming in Euro USD. You was talking about a breakout, or I forgot.
Yes.
But yes, you can share your thoughts on Euro USD. If there is anything happening, I will share it. But you can pull out the charts. You can share your point of view.
Yes. I think there is a delay between you and I, Samir, because I noticed that. But there's a delay. I mean, the time when you hear me and vice versa. But anyways, that's fine. I mean, we'll handle it. We'll deal with it. We'll come back to your chart because I'm pretty sure that's going to be interesting to see for everyone. You know, how the price moves. Whether when it starts to break. What do you think about your trade? Are you inclined to close it before it hits the plug on the trade because of you saw something? And if that is the case, what exactly did you see? I mean, those are the important things I think the viewers would like to see, observe, and see if they can learn something and apply it to themselves, to their own trades. So we're going to be coming back for sure on your trade as you are watching it. But I'm gonna say, actually, let me go to my screen because the 1 hourly time frame has just closed right there about 13 seconds ago. And I was saying yesterday, we were, price was going higher, and we were in this range already, and that range started with the bearish order block that we got into, even though it wasn't fresh, it wasn't part of a quasi, but it's still within a quite clear range. And yesterday, I thought, just looking at the ranges, how big was this, or is this range? Look at that, right? This range yesterday was about 50 pips, right? And that's not a lot, right? That is, actually, let me go to the daily and see what's the ATR. The ATR, if I'm not mistaken, is something around 60 something. Let's pull it up. Currently, it's at 61. Yes, I wasn't too far away. And so the range, if we measure it from this swing low all the way to perhaps this one or that one, is 52, meaning it is, if it breaks, it's likely not to go, hugely away unless there's high impact news. But it is smaller than the daily range. So there is a fair good chance that it could expand it at least one side. And I thought, by the speed of which we had this big 1 hour candle, I thought the range is going to be broken. I know it's only logical because that's the kind of movement you expect for market to continue higher. And it didn't. It just kept, very deceivingly, that momentum just got stopped in its tracks, and now it totally went the other way. I was
I was gonna say he is there is some network issues. Am I audible to you guys? Let me know, or it is my problem only. Okay, I think Victor is having some network issues. Yeah, I can hear you. So, guys,
I think
Victor will be back.
was it me
Okay,
or was
he's
it
back now.
okay?
Yeah, now you're
I
back.
think I need to check something on my side. Thank you. I think I need to check something on my side because this is the second time. Probably have something that is needs to be fixed. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. But if it does, then I'll switch. Let me check if I can switch here.
Okay, now you are not available. Okay, now you are
Now,
here.
yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, as I was saying, let me share my screen again. Oops, that's not what I meant to do.
Yes. Now.
Yeah. So the velocity, the momentum we had yesterday, looked like it was ready to break out, and it was just stopped. And I was in a short that I caught, roughly around here, and I closed it. I was about to, because it was the other side of the range, and I luckily not luckily, actually I wanted to target it the other direction, but the market didn't retrace as much as I wanted to. Not all the way to the other extreme, but somewhere in the consolidation area, because that's where the order block is that I expected for price to continue. So basically, I was trading against, or I was fading the move basically. And today, this is the move, and I caught the short for assuming that price would quickly or relatively quickly go back to these levels to then continue higher. And I eventually closed it with, half of what I was going for. But the whole idea turned around, and you can see it today on the hourly that we just broke the level, right? So we broke the EU and EU's range we were in. So it gets very exciting, very interesting, I would say, right? So we have a fresh weekly structure above us. We never came back to, we haven't come back to retest that level. So there's nothing there to be seen. We still have actually was still fresh or is still fresh at this moment, daily bearish structure, but we didn't even need that structure to turn back around and break to the downside. And so it's getting quickly more bearish, EU that is. So we had the impulsive move, and before as well, just to indicate how the market structure is, we had the impulse. Maybe I should use the other tool for this. Let's do that. So we have the impulsive move, some retracement, another impulsive move, retracement, impulsive move, and again, presumably for that continuation, much lower. So that's on the daily time frame, and all of it is by breaking this nice range that we just now. I mean, it's very soon yet to conclude that that's going to happen. I mean, price can completely come back and reclaim that level, and you would then consider this to be a sweep of liquidity. But we'll have to wait. But so far, it looks like a solid breakdown. And if that's the case, someone in the chat as well asked about EU. Let me check if I can get it. Yes, it was Raphael. Thank you for that question, Raphael. So basically, we can go back and see if there are any quasis to be had, or you can start looking for the retest. If you have a level that is broken, it is very likely that price will come back to retest this level and perhaps interact with it a little bit, but eventually go lower. That could be one trade idea. And the other one is look for quasis in this structure to indicate if we were to come back a little bit higher, maybe there's a quasi entry order block somewhere which can be your entry for much lower. Those are the ways that I trade. I don't trade the breakout itself, so I'm not going long. I'm going short right after it breaks. I wait for it to come back before I get in. Okay, not that that's the only way to trade, but I mean that's just personal preference. So let's do that. So on the daily there isn't anything. On the 4 hour we have a fresh order block that was left behind, which is this one. Who knows if it'll come back. Let me check the news to see if there's anything that could spike price and change things very quickly. Let's do that with our viewers. So we are on the 1st of July, and we do have some red folder news. There's a Fed chairman, not the chairman, but not the chairman, but a chairman. It is actually the chairman, Warsh, that is speaking. We have pound as well as PMI, right? Two red folder news. One in actually already happened. But we didn't get any. That was 8 minutes ago. Let's go back to the chart to see if we had anything. We didn't get any reaction. This was the moment it was released. That was sort of not a lot. What is this? That's 4 pips. That's a non-event almost. And while it was a red folder news, so there was nothing there for the market to run for. But we do have PMI at 4 right at the end of our stream. And let's go back to the chart. All right, so if we can check, so what we can expect for today, clearly we have a breakdown. Is this, what do we think about? Let's break this down and see on the daily time frame. There isn't anything stopping price for going lower. On the H4, there are a couple of structures here, but all of them are no longer fresh order blocks, right? This one has already, it's been, these are the immediate retests, so they don't count as the first one, but this took too long of a time. Along of a period before, so we do not consider that to be a fresh. Yes, you will get some reaction from price as it gets in, but eventually, more often than not, it will break through it. It needs something else. It needs a lot more confluence from other time frames or other reasons. Maybe some trend lines, something else to stop price. Not only the order block. If it's only the order block, then it's likely not to be stopping price. The chances are not so great. And it is not part of a quasi. right? Because if this is the head, then this would be the neckline, and that would be the left shoulder, meaning we did not break any structures. Let me mark it. We did not break any structures here, meaning the market is on the H4 ready for a continuation for lower prices. This makes sense to me because of just what I mentioned. Let me go back to the, what else do we have? So we do have a fresh order block here. Let me move this a little bit back. That could be, in looking that we only have PMI, I don't think that's going to happen. On H4, let's take, let's see here, we have the market reacting quite nicely. We'll go into the 1 minute to talk about it. On the H2, there is a quasi. So it's not an H4, that means that I'm not going to be using it, but we can still identify these H2 structures that could potentially make the market react, right? So this is one, we're getting into one right here. Doesn't have the H4, so I'm not going to be taking a trade from it. And we have another one, which is this one. And that is also based on the H2, the levels that the market could react from. So that's one. And on the H1, what do we have? This is obviously also a quasi on the H1. And it does have one big level here that becomes not very useful. So I'll keep to the H2 instead of the H1.
Again, you are breaking a little bit.
Am I?
Try to speak something.
I'm right here.
Yeah. Now it's okay.
Okay. Quasi. No.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Anyways.
Quasi.
This is the right there. That's the order block has already been invalidated, and I'm gone.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here, but I think I'm. I don't know. Am I?
You are frozen. Try to. Yeah, your screen is also not moving.
Yeah, let me check. Happening on my side.
Yeah, now you're moving.
Okay, hold on. I will.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, the trade that I took. Let me share this thing with you guys. By the way, guys, this futures account, all the trades that I have placed, except today, I think, was all on live stream. So you can check our previous stream. Let's see where the account is. It is at $1,600-ish if I close the trade right now. But I will not close the trade. I will hold to the TP or stop loss, whatever it is. So only today's trade was taken off the stream. Rest of the trades was taken here in the live stream. So that is a good thing. Victor is frozen again. We are just about to, market is just about to open in 17 minutes. Let's do some analysis on MNQ. Okay, VWAP is bullish on the 5 minute, but okay, let's take a look at the 15 minute because that is the good time frame. Let me delete everything. I think from here, okay, let me shift the camera a little bit. Okay, now it's fine. I think we can get some kind of reaction from here. Why? Because the impulsive leg started just from here. So this is a very good area from where I can plan for buys. Yes, it seems like a solid area to me. I don't even mind taking buys around this fair value gap. Because 200 EMA is bullish. That is point number 1. Structure is bullish. Point number 2. Now can we take some kind of trade here? For that, we need a good pattern. For me, what is a good pattern? Let's try to zoom out and see if we are missing anything. Okay, this is a whole demand area in my opinion. So once price gets here, then I will see how price is reacting, and then I will take action. I don't know. I might will take a trade on the live stream. If both of the trades played out, that would be awesome day for me. I think I will be passing the challenge live here with you guys, because if this hits the TP, I will be just 400 away from the from passing the challenge, and I think 400 is easy to manage. So I will just wait for both of the asset to just come to my area. But if this is a stop loss, then I have to reduce my position size, because in futures that is the only way you can trade. In CFD, it's okay if you are in profit. First your profit goes from the account, and then you have the whole drawdown. But in futures, as there is a trailing drawdown, so your risk management need to be very strong. That is the only key to survive in futures. I have realized it. You cannot really use a static risk that we normally use on I normally use on CFD account. So if you have that habit in futures, you have to change that, because as I mentioned, your drawdown goes up. So that is the reason risk management needs to be very strong. And I don't even have to go to the larger time frame. Why? Because this time frame is looking very clean to me. It is making sense. So I don't see that I should go to the larger time frame. But just for the analysis purposes, let's take a look at the daily candle. Okay, this is the daily low. What if we sweep this daily low? I think that is also fine. We still can take the look out for buys. I think that will be even better entry here. I'm just gonna mark it something like this, because then we will have more confluence. So we can, the confidence level will be good. So I think that I need to put on the charts. This is the daily low, and I know this is the demand area, which is good. But as we are way too close from the daily low, as you know, if you are following indices on a day-to-day basis, you know that these type of liquidity points, they do happen very good if you are following it in a right way. I have tried trading just from these kind of areas, and I have taken some stop losses also. That is the reason I have drawn this area, because I know if price rejected from here, that will be a good trade. I can even just take a very small risk. I can write the whole trade to, I don't know, maybe next area, this area, or any fair value gap which I'm gonna see. But that is the we have to wait. We can't really anticipate, okay, this happened, I have to act this way. I have 2-3 plans. For an example, if price rejects from here, goes here, I don't mind taking the entry here. If price breach this area, this is the good area to go from to look for buys. If price straight up impulse from here, that is a different story. See, I'm having 3 plans here. So I'm not really married to a bias. I think that is the most important thing that you should not do. So I have tried this, guys. That is really not good. So try to not marry your bias. I'm seeing YM is breaking out to the upside. I think I'm gonna take a stop loss here, because the way it is moving, I think it is not really good. But what can I do? I can't really do anything in this situation. My stop loss is at very logical place, so I have to be in the trade. I can't really do anything. If this is a stop loss, I accept it, and the risk management plan will be in the play. I have to reduce the risk, because that is the only way I'm gonna survive in futures. Yeah. Okay, we are breaking to the upside. I think there is a high chance we can test this high, because now everything is going bullish. If we close above, then this whole story is flipped. Then I'm not looking for sells, okay? But let's see, yeah. Okay, we have Victor here, but I think he is frozen again. I'll just drink water. EU might take the last week. Friday is low. I have to go to the trading view to analyze EU, but I think when it comes to EU, Victor is the professional one. But I can take a look at EU. I think on future side it's 6E. Yeah. Okay, this is the Euro USD. Let's go to the daily time frame. Oh wow, daily time frame. Look at this amazing structure. Just made the resistance, trying to go back down. Very amazing structure here. I definitely would have looked for sells, and yeah, price never came here. But do we have any area which we can rely on? Let's take a look at the 1 hour time frame. Yeah, it rejected right from the 200 EMA, broke this trend line. We are going to the downside. Right now we are in the impulsive leg. So I think if we see a pullback, you can enter. It's okay. I think that is still a good entry. So yeah, but the YM, I think I'm gonna take a stop loss here as I mentioned. But yeah, I have to accept it. Now I have to choose: will I continue trading, or will I just accept the loss and come back the next day? If I continue trading, I think I have to reduce the risk as I mentioned. So yeah.
Okay, I'm back, hopefully for a longer period than before.
All right.
Yes, we have EU. I'm going to go back to EU. Was there a question for EU? I think I heard you said something about it. Let me check the chat.
HL999 was saying, so you can give it a look.
Yes, okay. So take last week's Friday's low. Let's take a look at that. You mean last week Friday's low? That's this low. We can certainly take a look at it. Oh, you're not seeing my screen, so let's do that. So let's mark it with a daily line. So on the 4 hour, I think I was talking about it. When we before I had some technical issues. It's clear on the 1 hour. It's very clear that we broke this structure, right? This was the range we were in initially. Because of what we had yesterday, the momentum we had, I thought, this is going to come back and continue probably the same day and going to the daily structure. And from there, we will have to see if whether or not price wants to go back into its original primary trend, or perhaps continue for a much higher, much deeper retrace of that bearish structure or swing point. But as we discussed, the range is just now has been broken to the downside. If you look at it like so, actually that's not a great view, but here you can see it closed below, and it went into an H4 order block on the quasi being this. Let me share that. The quasi being right here. To me, this is the, let me double check that. Yes, this is the, it sounds weird, it looks weird, but it is a valid break of a structure here, where this is the neckline, the left shoulder, the head. It doesn't look symmetrical. It doesn't look like a head and shoulder, because quasis don't always look like that, even though they are basically the same thing, but it's just asymmetrical and of a different type visually. So we came back and we identified right before I had a freeze. There were two areas. One is the H2 that we just tapped into, and we had that reaction actually very nicely. And we have another order block that is a quasi on a entry order block on the quasi, which does have an H4. So on higher time frame or a bigger holding period, I think this is a better choice to catch a reaction. But eventually, I think that it looks that the market is more likely to continue that breakdown with or without some kind of a reaction from this level. Eventually going lower. At least that's what I'm reading, because of the daily not turning around. The daily is not strong. It's not creating bullish structures. The H4 doesn't have a bullish quasis. All of these things are circumstantial. They're not guarantees in any shape or form, but they are not only that. And it already broke one structure on one H1. So yes, I think eventually this direction for price is more likely to take, but we'll have to see, right? We don't know that. So we have a reaction on the H2, a very clean reaction. You can go to the 1 minute and see the minute we got to that level, right? we talk about this a lot, right? So once the market is interacting with one level, which is this one, as soon as it breaks down, it goes into a acceleration phase, has a sideways movement, taps the next level, and then in one go goes from one level to the next one. Very, very technical, very tradable, and so very clear that the market hit something, right here. It hit something, and it changed completely. And you can also see, I think you trade these candles, Samir, correct me if I'm wrong, where you don't have any wicks on the wickless candle, where it tells you something. What it tells you is
that is a part of a part of a pattern that I use. Yes.
Yeah, and what it tells you is that from the moment it opens, it never looked back and retraced that from the opening price. And that could be an indication of momentum coming in on one side, because, for example, in this 1 minute candle, and it's only a 1 minute, but it doesn't matter. It just means means the same thing, even if it's a different time frame, just different hierarchy, different potency. It means that the structure, the market participants in that period, that 1 minute, that 60 second, never went back to retrace the opening level. And that tells you something. It tells you that from the get-go, buyers, in this case, buyers were completely in control. All right, so we have that on our screen, the reaction on the H1. But let's go back to the H1. We had the breakdown, and let's see if we can find a quasi for that presumed short that could be hanging in or could be looking for. So if we look at the, let me get here. If we look at the 1 hour, the 2 hour, we have a couple of areas we can target. Even on the 4 hour, we do have a bearish quasi, which is great, because that's with the direction that we read the market is likely to go. So we have one order block here, which is the order block at the left. That would be the area that I would be interested in going short, catching a short from here and in that direction. That would be my plan. Let's see if I can, if I don't get frozen again. I think I did. Let me check if there's anything on my side that I can do. Yeah. Can you still hear me?
We can hear your voice, but we cannot. Your screen is not moving and you are frozen. So that is the problem, but we can hear your voice.
Well, as I am waiting for the unfreeze, I'm not sure what it is, but I'm looking for a. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think your internet is fine. If it was not fine, I think there would have been an issue in voice also. I think there is some other issue. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you can take over for a few minutes until I get back. Because
yes, you can try to see. Okay. As Victor is fixing the lag, we are here. The market is about to open in 2 minutes, guys. I am excited. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm in the trade. So are we gonna hit the stop loss, or are we gonna reject right from this area which I have marked? Let's see. In about 1 minute or some seconds, we are about to witness a reaction, a quick reaction. Because as you know, market open, you see a huge impulsive leg. So, oh wow, we are going to the downside. Just 1 minute left, guys. Market is about to open. All right. I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited. All right, guys. It is rejecting that area. That was a solid rejection here. But that doesn't mean that it can't retrace all the way to the upside, the next candle. All right, in 1 minute, I will know. Am I right or am I wrong on this kind of pattern that I have drawn? It is the 30-minute, but this analysis was strictly based on the 15-minute, as I do like the 15-minute time frame. Oh, I think this is not gonna hold the way it is moving. Yeah, I think this is not gonna hold. All right, guys, I took a stop loss here. I lost around $800-ish. Okay, now we are going to the downside. It just tricked me. All right, am I being impulsive? Like, oh, it tricked me, I have to go back into the market? Not really. I'm very relaxed here. I feel okay. It triggered the stop loss and trying to go in the reaction in my favor. I think yeah, I'm just self-observing myself right now, but I'm talking to you guys. But I'm doing self-observation also, how I am reacting here to this kind of reaction that I have seen. So right now, I don't feel any impulsiveness. I feel okay, like, yes, I was wrong here. I am wrong here. It just tricked me basically. I'm on the right side as it is moving to the downside, but I just took a stop loss here. Let's take a look at MNQ. Maybe that can give us something. Yeah. In the meanwhile, I'll just check the numbers on the stream, guys, because I want 103 likes at least. Right now it is 83 likes. Guys, please run up the likes, because these type of live trading, you're seeing me hitting a stop loss, trying to see what a real side of trading is. I think this is something that deserves a like. As you can see, it just took me out almost to the TP that I was marking. Yeah, I think as my CFD account is safe, I'll just pull out the trading view now. I'm done with the futures. Give me a second, guys. I'll just pull out the trading view here. Where is my trading view? I'm just trying to see. Just give me a second, guys, and we are here. Okay, now you can see the trading view. We are breaking this trend line. Now we have this kind of pattern. Let me delete it. We have this kind of pattern. VWAP is bearish, 200 EMA is bearish. Let's go to the 1 minute time frame. Okay, 1 minute has closed below. If I decide to take a trade here, place the stop loss somewhere above the VWAP, because I don't want the price to go above the VWAP. What can be the target? It is not even 1-to-1, so it really doesn't make sense to short it here. I was just, seeing if there is any trade that I can take. Yes, I can short it here as the bias is still there, but the target is not making sense. I have to keep a stop loss here above the VWAP, above the EMA, because that is a part of the strategy that I use. So I can't really do anything here. Let's take a look at NAS 100. Maybe that can help us today. This is the area that I was expecting to hit. What if I take a trade here? But as we have a daily low also, let me mark my sessions. Okay, session break. Now you can see, okay, this is the daily low. I think it will not be wise to take a trade here. There is a high chance we can take out the daily low, but we can also respect from here. So what will make me take a trade here? I think I will just go to the 5 minute time frame and I will wait for some kind of reaction here. This is not a bad reaction from here. It is a very good area. I can even mark it this way. Yeah, I think I can give it a chance on my CFD account. I'm gonna take a look at the daily candle once again. Okay, this is a very nice area that I have. This area, we have a lot of rejections from here. Let me make it adjust it basically based on the 4-hour time frame. Yeah, this is a nice area actually. I think the longs make sense from here. So if anybody is trading NQ or NAS 100, I think this is the area that I will look for. In the background, let me log in my CFD account from The5ers. Yes, on the future side, I took a stop loss. You know what? I could have maybe closed the trade as I was expecting the market open. I'll just re-evaluate this thing once I'm done with the stream. So that is another topic. But yeah, I think this is a really good area. But I have to wait and see what price does here. I'm just trying to log in. Just give me a second. Okay, should be good now. All right. Now I am logged in. Everything is ready. Trading terminal is ready. Now, it doesn't mean that I will punch the trade immediately. I was just making things ready so that if I have to take a position, I don't, I don't even have the account logged in. Normally, I trade with the phone sometimes, but I'm using the PC here. So yeah. So we'll wait for Victor also in the background. He is fixing his thing. So, it's a live stream. Sometimes we face these kind of problems, but it's fine, Yeah. Gold xauusd, it's bullish. PRK able. Perksable. I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah. 200 EM is bullish. There is also the Fibonacci. We are right on the 70%. We are getting close to that area. This area. If I take a trade here, what will be my stop loss? It will be like 100-ish points. Target is very good. It is 1:3 because I don't want to target beyond the VWAP. So I think I will take a trade here. I will take a trade here. Yes. Let's see if there is any other confluence other than this thing. Trend line is not making sense. Trend is good. We have a level also. Yes. I do like this trade idea, guys. What do you think about this NAS? Or maybe NQ. We have many names here. NQ, NAS 100. What other name we have? MNQ. It is mini. If you're trading futures. Okay, we are rejecting from that big block that I was having. Let's take a look at gold also. I know many people love gold. All right, we are breaking to the upside. This is the daily high. I think we can easily swap this and we can tap this resistance. But if you ask me, will I take a trade here? Will I enter in this impulsive leg? I don't think so. If you want to take a trade here, if anything is making sense, you can take a trade here. But I am a pullback type of trader. I wait for my areas to get hit, and then I might can trade breakouts after that. What do I mean by that? You might be wondering, what are you saying? So for an example, if this is my area, I will wait for it to get hit and then I can take a breakout. I know this is a breakout happening here, but it is way too high. If I was about to take a buy, it would have been above this high. Expecting this daily high to be breached. But that's a different story. Let me focus on NAS. Okay, we are getting close to that area. 30-minute. That day I took a loss on this kind of similar setup. Let me tell you where. This was the day. I think I got long around here and I got slipped because it was a huge candle. It was right at the market open. But was it a impulsive trade? Was it a bad trade? Not really. It was a good trade only according to my setup that I was following. But here NAS, I have to see. Yeah, let me place a buy limit here. I will take a trade here. I like this setup, so I want to take a trade here. Let me set up my my buy limit here. I will risk probably 1%, not more than this, because I don't have to. Why will you risk more than 1%? if you are here for the longer run, I don't think you should go beyond 1%. If you want to make a quick money, you are greedy, something like that, then I don't know, maybe you can make money for a week, for a day, or even if you are lucky for a month. But I don't think that approach will be there for, for 6 months, for a year, for 2 years, more than that, So yeah, I was calculating the lot size 0. So what are you trading today? Let me know in the chat, guys. Gold, NQ. What is your favorite pair, if I say that? If I put it that way. Many people trade gold, I know. I know your answer, by the way. It's gonna be gold. But I just want to confirm, Alright, I just placed a buy limit. Let me place it on other account also. I have 2 accounts, so I have to place on both the accounts. Stop loss will be, I think, 100-ish points. I don't want to go beyond that. And target can be easily 1 to 3 if it gives me. Gold, NAS and US30. Amazing. For me, it is US30 and NAS. I trade US30 a little bit more. And why? Because it has given me it has just provided me a little bit more win rate with the same strategy that I use. Okay, this is the daily high. This is the daily low, daily high. Are we setting up, printing any pattern that I'm familiar with? We are very close to the daily low. I don't want to take a trade here. I will just rely on NAS here. Yeah. If he gets here, that is gonna be a good trade. We are rejecting from a big block on the 1 hour, this area. Yeah, I don't want to take a trade here. I can be impulsive. I can sacrifice my risk to reward. And that can end up a win also. But will that be good in a longer run? I don't think so. I have done that. I have done it all, guys. I have been there. So I don't want to repeat the same mistake that I've done. So that is the lesson that you can take here. So yeah. All right. Euro USD, BTC, XAU USD, USD CHF, USH CHF. I believe it is USD CHF. So yeah, Samir, I guess NQ makes new high from here. It will give a chance for buyers to enter. Yes, I agree. But on the 30-minute, we have a better area, and it is also aligned with the 200 EMA. So risk to reward wise, it is good. I will wait for the this area. That is the only way I will look for entry. XAUSD are the better option. NASDAQ are not stable. NASDAQ, to be honest, I haven't found success in gold. I'm not afraid to admit I have taken so many stop losses. Now I have stopped trading this asset. This is just my point of view, and you don't have to listen to me here. You can follow your plan. You don't have to follow my plan. So yes, for me, gold is okay. You know, if I see very beautiful setup, maybe if gold was on the bull run, right? That time I have traded gold. I think here. This time I've traded gold, and I have traded breakouts on this this market condition. If this type of market condition again happen, then maybe I will trade gold. But right now the market conditions are not good according to my breakout strategy. I have multiple strategies, so yeah, that is a part of one strategy that I use. All right, that is, I think, yeah, US30. We don't have a pattern here. If we print something like this, I think that can be a trade. I will take a shot here if we did this. That is the only way. NAS, if we get to this area, my buy limit will be triggered. We also have a 4-hour level, guys, remember. So that is, I'm using that as a confluence also. So yeah, I want to enter somewhere around here. Santosh, I agree with you. It's better to stick to your, yes, exactly. So you have to make your own plan. You can listen to me the way I do things, the way I, psychological wise, I will say, not the strategy part, because I think when it comes to strategy, everybody has a different strategy. They think differently, they react differently in different situations. So yeah, I think there was also, okay, USD CHF. With that being said, I think I will take a look at USD CHF because I used to love this pair. I used to trade one setup. I will share what setup it was. Let me draw it for you guys. It was one impulsive leg, and then there is a supply area. This impulsive leg should not be too big. It should be of like a moderate size, And what is moderate size for me? I have to show you a few examples for that. And then pull back, some kind of reaction. I used to trade this on USD CHF. It has played out really well for me. So that was the reason I used to love this pair, because this thing, USD CHF, follows accurately, very accurately. All right, I'm seeing a setup here. This is a demand area. Let's take a look at the daily candle first. Daily candles are bullish actually. We made a support here, 4-hour. Okay, this whole area is a demand area. We also broke out of this kind of inverted head and shoulder. Not too actively. I think this is I think this will be a quasi also. Quasimodo. Modo. I don't know how to pronounce it. Modo or Modo. Anyways, so but I will look for entries around this area. It doesn't mean that we will take entries aggressively. Some kind of reaction on the smaller time frame. That will be a good thing. What is happening? Gold, it's shooting up. Yeah, I think it is COMEX open, and there is also NYSE. So that is the reason it might be shooting up. Okay, we are at the resistance now. Going to the... There is no area that I can rely on. And this is also not a good resistance. Why I'm saying that? What makes a good support and resistance to me? If price has showed immediate reaction from here, from that area. What do I mean by that? Let me share a few examples. Okay, this is a good resistance area. If price would have tapped here, that would have been a good area. But so that's how I look at this. Not impulsiveness. Yeah, try to go up again, this type of thing. So that is not a good resistance to me. We can even break this resistance because this is not strong. US30 NAS, are we going to the upside? Okay, US30 is again trying to go to the upside. All right, we have Victor back here with us.
I hope so.
Yes, right now you are back.
All right, so we had while I was away, we had a remarkable recovery of EU, and we are at some great levels. If you allow me, Samir, I would like to share that.
Definitely.
And if my connection allows me as well. I'm not sure what's happening, but it is struggling a little bit. Right, so we had the reaction, powerful reaction from the H2 order block on the quasi. It is a quasi on the H2, not on the H4, meaning I need to wait for something an H4 reason to go short this, because I do think, even though, yes, it's going up quite aggressively, and who knows, maybe now it will break and go through. That's all fine. But I'm going to be still playing this as a potentially not potentially, I'm still going to go for this as a sell setup. And so if we zoom out on the daily, there isn't anything here based on the order blocks and the quasis, because there is none. The only thing is the market structure, right? Well, the impulses are, what direction that is in, that's to the downside. So I'm still looking for, presumably, this to continue maybe today, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. On the H4, we broke out of the range we talked about. As soon as we broke out, we had a reaction on the H2 entry order block on the quasi, where this is the left shoulder, that will be the head, the neckline, and this will be the head. If you don't know what I mean, let me mark that. Basically, this is the whole range of the pattern. And so what I'm waiting, and if you rewind your cassette to how we were before, what I'm waiting for is this quasi to form, because you align your structures, your patterns, to as many things as possible. And if you have on the daily time frame that impulsive move to the downside, the market structure impulsing to the downside, you want to be catching that continuation down. Basically, this will be the left, this is the left shoulder, the neckline, the head, and we just broke the neckline, telling us we're getting ready to go lower, but it doesn't go in a straight line. It goes up. A lot of times, if it's going to go low, it still goes up before continuing that low, right? So what you're trying to catch is that continuation of this primary trend, and where this is actually the consolidation or the retrace to continue with the opposite direction, or in the direction of the trend, the primary trend. So it's a huge trend, so you got to be patient with it. But we can drive our analysis all the way to the lower time frame to see where would that be, all right? So I have this H4, that is the area that I'm interested in. Not interested in getting in before, because I need that H4. That's how I work. So let me get this out of the way. So I'm still waiting for price to hit that level. And if we go to the H2, there is a tiny level here that would have some alignment. And there is also on the 1 hour, there's an even tinier place where I would be interested to get short. So basically, this is the area. Let me mark it for those who are interested in looking for a short there. Right here, I'm gonna be marking it with yellow. Hopefully that's bright enough for you guys to see while we have the market open in the, let me check. Yes, 8 minutes for that indeed. So we have that. This is the area that I'm interested in. Or we could have a new area, created. That's going to take a couple of hours, at least 2 to create. And then I can take the short on, a different level, not being the level of the area of interest, to go lower to at least this level. But actually, I'm looking to continue to see if I can continue to hold this for much lower levels. It is a very nice reaction we had from that H2 order block, and you can see how the market works and reacts to these levels. It gets to the H2, has this huge reaction of exactly 50 pips, which is almost the whole day's ATR on EU. It has a little pause here as it breaks and retests the level that's the lower side of the range. It has a little consolidation on top of it, and it goes straight to the next structure that we have on the opposing quasi. This is a bearish quasi. Price hasn't hit the H4 yet, and certainly hasn't hit the alignment or the refinement of that area, which is this area right here that I'm looking to get short. So it takes patience to actually wait for the market to actually reach these levels before you take a trade. And I think it's looking great to see if we are able to catch something on this trade. We're gonna have to be patient. Maybe this is all. We did have Trump speaking a little bit before. I'm gonna show you guys what I mean. maybe that is what made the market move, because there wasn't anything on the calendar, or actually there was final manufacturing PMI. Maybe it was what made the market. All right, so maybe that was. Let me share with you guys. It wasn't a high impact news. It was a yellow one, but that was the 45. If you looked at the time, 45. If you go to the moment this whole reaction started, you can see it wasn't 45. That's 15. So that was afterwards. Let me check back. All right, so that's on this chart. It's 4:15. Not 15, but let me double check here. Something is a little bit off. No, it was indeed 3:15. So it's before that. So that means it's nothing on the chart. So it must be something else. And let me share this. We didn't have any news coming out, did we? Not really. We had ADP. So it was ADP. The ADP, it was what made this this move. And I seemingly did have it here on the charts, but it's not on the, that was an hour before. So basically none of it could be what made the market move. Still trying to find out what it was. Let me refresh this in the meantime. So I'm trying to find out what made the market make that switch. That could give us some context as to, so probably it was, there we go. This might be it. Some chairman saying something about the expectations, perhaps about the Fed's, whether or not it's going to move in its next meeting. That's likely what made the market move. Whatever it is, likely that, it can see how big, how quickly, right there, almost, that's what, like 80, that is 86% of, 84% of a daily ATR in about, 30 minutes. Daily ATR. So that's that's the range of the whole day, and it did it in only 31 minutes, indicating, these are the things you want to be watching. Okay, let's check. All right, so we did have the chairman. We mentioned that before, and it was a red folder, but it was mid speech that he made this. Okay. So I think, right, based on the structure, that this is a reaction, but eventually, this is much stronger, right? Where if we zoom out, the whole market structure is much stronger. I'm not showing that. Let's share that. The whole market structure is much stronger than a little 1 hour, even if it's 2 hour, 4 hour. The whole market structure tells us that the market will eventually try to continue that move, and it broke already the range. So I think it's a solid play here to be looking for a short. The only thing is we need to be patient and wait for the market to actually indicate, either by reacting to the H4. That could be something later on today, or maybe it will not take that long since market is moving very quickly, or perhaps it will create something else at some other levels that we can hop on that move, and then trade at least to the order block that it reacted upon, but as well as something on this H4, maybe the whole area if you want to be conservative, or perhaps the H1, or perhaps the H2. All these are the levels you could be targeting. Finally, let's check here. I'm back. Anto says, take a look at Aussie dollar USD. Let's take a look at that. Thank you for reminding us, taking a look at it. We have some beautiful, beautiful setup here. This is something you want to frame. Thank you, courtesy of Anto, the analyst, who spotted this yesterday, or at least brought it to our attention. You got this beautiful quasi on the daily, mind you, daily order block, who has a daily entry order block. Look at that. Look at that reaction. Isn't that a thing of beauty? I mean, I get all excited when I see these patterns play out as they have. We have a daily order block that's also a entry, it's based on the entry order block on the quasi, so, and it's fresh, so you can expect this to be a catapult, like a cannon for the price to shoot up. But you want to be waiting, and we talked about this, Anto. We want to be waiting for price to get back to some area, and it did right there on, that's the H4. Let me take a look. Did it create the level? Let me check. Yes, it did. All right, so this is, oh, look at this. So that would be the order block to be trading from. That's the H4. Let me go to the 2. We didn't have anything on the 2. Let's go back to the 1, and the 1 did have multiple levels. And this one, it squeezed that level. So that would have made it quite difficult to trade it on the, so it would be basically, this would be the area to get in, to look for the entry, right there. That would be the area. And if we go to the 5-minute, basically this would be the area to be looking for the long, and it's squeezed big time. That would stop me out if I got a trigger. But nonetheless, this area, yeah, it would have been difficult for me to catch, to be fair. But that's the area. It didn't. That squeeze would have been. Hold on. You have this area, but do we have something else? No, that's the only thing I see. So did we have something before that was still fresh? Let me check that. We are at the end of our stream, but this is exciting stuff. Let's take a look. Maybe there was here. Let me check here. We have the open 89, the close. Yes, actually there is. Yeah, so there is there? The high 92.3. Yeah, so there is actually, this is the order block. There's a wider area. It's not this one. There's a wider area, which was also still valid. I'll tell you why it's still valid. It was valid because all of these are, remember, all of these are immediate retests. They don't count as the first retest. This is the first retest, right? So if we count them, you can see whether or not that would have triggered perhaps those who trade 8. Yes, that would have definitely trigger us. So that means that this is the level. That means that you need to look for the head, the quasi, not in here as I was doing it before, but actually something before. So on the 5-minute, you'll be looking for the lowest point within that area, preferably, and that would be, let's check, that wouldn't be this one, that would be this one. Yes, so the quasi was actually here. There we go, that's the head, left shoulder neckline. Price goes back all the way, and on the 5-minute, it did invalidated by closing below, but the question is, did it do that on all the time frames? Actually, it did on all time frames. So that will still be, depending on your rules, you may or may not catch, that last order block right there for that move. But that would be the area to be going long. It personally, it would have invalidated my entry. Let me double check. There is one other option that I did not consider, which is on a lower time frame. On the 5-minute, this would be the head. In a lower time frame, let's see if the lower time frame would have still be valid for me to take. So it would have been, that's not useful. This time frame is too low to do this. So let me check here. No, I wouldn't have been able to take this. Nope. Regardless of the time, hold on. I would, yes, on this time frame. So this would be the entry order block on the 3, and there is none on the 2. I mean on the level, and this is these are the 2 entry order blocks on the biggest quasi. And let's see if it tapped it. I think it just did. Ooh, look at that. So it was on the 3. This would be the neckline. So it took me a little bit to find the biggest one because I thought it was, I went for the most obvious one. But that is this is the head, left shoulder neckline, because it does have, as long as the entry is within the area, this area, it's still a valid one. Did you take this, Anto? Because this would be the, and so basically starting from that reaction, anywhere in here as it goes up could be your trigger. And while you're getting in and you target something, let me see, you would target, well, actually the daily, you'd be targeting much, much higher. I'd be targeting, I don't have anything to target, perhaps that swing high. That's way far away, I know. And on the intraday trade, I would target, let's take a look. I would probably target this. Didn't reach it yet. Right, so that's the smallest time frame. Let's check the 2, the 4. All right, so there's a 4 there. So probably 4 could be, you'll have to choose between the 1 and the 4 to target as the, you want to be conservative. So you want to target the first, the one that's closer. And that's not the 1 in this case, that's the 4. So basically this would be your TP right there. And that means that it would have hit your TP already. So you get in and you hit your TP on the first H1 and you leave your second TP for that gigantic reaction if and when it gets there. That would be your macro target. There you go. That's the trade, and you just leave it. Right now, the first trade would have been, enough profits to hold. Let's say you got in somewhere like that. You put your stop below the area. You target this. That's 1 to 4 almost, and then you let a small portion have at most for the daily target. All right, so that's an amazing. I'm gonna check here. Anto says I enter since Asia on. Woohoo, man! I like it, man. You're the man, Anto. I wasn't trading this. Perfect. I like how we are on the same line. Nice. It was 1 to 4. Indeed, yes, it was 1 to 4. Good for you. All right. There you go. That was a little quick on my side. You want to do this for those who are, not an expert as Anto is in the, quasis and entry order blocks and the order blocks and the other ones, fresh ones as well. You want to do what I did was, compressed in a couple of minutes, but it's a process, right? That you typically do that relaxed, not as fast paced as I did. You do it, you have all the time in the world because these are hourly structures. So you have all the time to do it, in a very controlled manner. But coming to reality, we have after this stream, everyone who's watching will be auto-directed to our futures channel. Dave there with some great traders will be ready to welcome you warmly and show you all their trades and their ideas on the market. So Samir, any last words before we hand our audience to the great trader that Dave is?
Yes, Dave is the future guy, and I love to stream with him. Really knowledgeable when it comes to futures. So guys, don't be hesitant to ask the questions in the chat box. And as Victor mentioned, you will be redirected to the future stream. Thank you so much guys for being here. And I will see you tomorrow. And please guys, follow your plan because that is the only way you are going to see the results. With that being said, we will see you tomorrow guys, and you can now continue with the futures channel. Thank you guys.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Samir, for all your help and you saved me today with those freezes, those ice ages I had.
No, it's fine.
You're such a lifesaver. Everyone watching, thank you. We have a Discord session as well. If you feel like getting into the Discord vibe, we're waiting for you in about 40 minutes. That's it for us. See you tomorrow. And keep on watching on the next stream. The futures is up next. Take care. Bye-bye.